pavilion and looking to maybe move the ball away from the left-handed Gooley. Gooley, who's in a pretty good form at the moment. But this one lined on the leg stump, and he's turning it backward of square. So he gets the single. So the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, off and running this morning. Gooley goes from 1 to 2. The total goes up to 90 for 1. Again, good morning to all our viewers, wherever you may be, picking up this broadcast. And as I say, good morning to Kesrick Williams. Kesrick, a tough day for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but for them to get back in this game, they got to take some early wickets.
Yeah, definitely. Good morning to our viewers. As Maury rightly said, tough day for them, but at the end of the day, they played 3 good games in Jamaica, so it will show how much of a good team they are today.
Yeah, they're under pressure today. In your opinion, have they been under pressure in any of the 3 games? Because when you look at the and I didn't see any of their games basically, but when I look at their scorecard, they seem to be always in control of those games.
Yeah, they were fully in control of all the games in Jamaica. But now here they're under a bit of pressure, but it will show, how good they are as players and how they would handle pressure. I'm really happy that they're in this position because it will show how much they can cope under this sort of pressure.
Well,
and good teams cope under pressure and they can come out and do well. But Trinidad is putting themselves in a commanding position. They lost the last game against Windwards, but they showed some fight in that game. And this game showing that, look, we're home and we're going to show some home dominance.
Yeah, I think the loss to Windwards really hurt them because they'd come off that first game where only one day was possible against the Ghana Harpy Eagles. Then they beat the CCC in their next game, and then they lost to the Leewards, and I think that more than anything else hurt them. So they had to really show up here at the Queen's Park Oval and give them credit. They bowled well. I think Anderson Phillip, together with Jaden Seals, put them under pressure because they bowl well, they bowl consistently, a good line, and you have to say, well done to them. So they've bounced back nicely after that defeat.
Yeah, well, I always believe in having a process towards winning for the cricket or test matches, and I think this is standard throughout the world.
Oh, that's a good flicked away. Not a good delivery from Lewis outside the line of the leg stump. And there was Mohan just getting a nice little bit of like he was flicking it. And it went very fine indeed. And so the first boundary of the morning, it's 94 for 1 at the end of the over. And just a quick correction. I said Trinidad Tobago beat the CCC, but it was the West Indies Academy they beat by 6 wickets in the second round game after the washout against the Ghana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've really played well, and they deserve to win that game. But then they played against Leeds, and it was sort of that playing in patches again. So they have been playing well in patches. They need to just put a full game together, and to put a full game together, you have to start by winning that first hour, then winning sessions, and then winning the day's play. And they did win the day's play yesterday. Yeah. Against the team that is dominating right now in the tournament. They did come out and they win that first day. It's just about approaching the first hour this morning and then looking at winning the first session.
Yeah, I think when you look back at yesterday and we looked at the pitch, I think give credit to Phillips and to Anderson Phillip and to Jaden Seals, because what I liked about their approach yesterday more than anything else was their control. I think they bowled well. They never allowed the openers, for example, any loose balls for them to put to the boundary, gain confidence. They always seem to have them under pressure.
And that's something that the coach of the Windward Islands decided that this year he wanted to implement into Windwards cricket, he always talks about the 5 P's of cricket that he decided as a coach that he wants to implement so that they can play that brand of cricket. And those 5 P's in cricket for him is the preparation, the planning, the process, creating that pressure and being patient when you're on the field.
Yeah.
And it's something that they have been doing the last 3 games since the break. From the last 3 games, they're coming back into this game. I don't know if the break sort of do something to them that, you know, they weren't fully ready for this game. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have bad games. I could remember something from the great Samuel Badru. You'll play a tournament, and if you have to play 10 games in the preliminary, you're not gonna blow the 10 games.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose one gonna come close. One's gonna come close, you're gonna win it. One's gonna come close, you're gonna lose it.
I think what is important for them this morning is, for example, that final delivery of the last over from Lewis. He's got to be more consistent, because you don't want to give away boundaries early on. And the batsman will grow in confidence, you know. And I think Ryan John is the kind of bowler. I'll be surprised if he gives very many loose balls. You know, he's just about fast medium, but I like his control. He's bowling wrong the wicket to the left-hander. And we talked about that yesterday as well, that you would prefer them coming over the wicket, maybe to move that ball across the left-hander, and one maybe to nip back.
Well,
but he's opted to go wrong the wicket.
Well, the thing about it is that Anderson yesterday, if you're a bowler that in swings the ball and then you can take it away, coming from a wrong, I don't have an issue with that. But if you predominantly just bowl in swing to a left-hander coming from a wrong, it's a bit easier because the ball's always coming in.
Like that one to
It's always
Gooley.
coming in.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Anderson Phillip bowled that delivery. Well, that's the end of Ryan John's over. The score is 94 for 1. I can remember the delivery that Anderson bowled to Jeremy Salazar, that one that went away.
Yes.
No, he takes it away from the left-hander and then he straightened it. So it seems like it's a bit of an in-swing, but he normally just comes wide off the crease and angle it in, just using angles. So with that, I don't mind. But if you swing the ball in only, my thing is come over the wicket, go across the batter, and then you could bowl that one that
comes
coming back.
yeah.
So you always put in the batter mind, I always have to play, because he has this one that just comes back at you.
Yeah. And you've got to be careful, because if you decide to shoulder arms, you could really find yourselves in problems.
And especially if you're a bowler like Ryan John, who's as consistent as he is, you may cause some problems.
Well, Lewis starts his second over of the morning. And so Ryan John bowling a maiden, and I think that's what they've got to do. They've got to sort of try and dry up the runs for the Red Force, because if they get away to a pretty good start this morning without losing a wicket, the Windward Islands Volcanoes could find themselves under real pressure and facing maybe a pretty big total, because I would think that the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team may only want to bat once in this game.
A bit too straight, easy peasy.
Yeah, and to bat once, they should be aiming at somewhere between 350 to 400, and it's gettable on this pitch, because as we keep saying, it doesn't have any devils in it. It seems pretty docile, if anything, just on the slowish side. Are you disappointed with the surfaces as a fast bowler? Are you disappointed with the surfaces you encounter throughout the region?
Well, I come to get accustomed to the wickets that we have here, in the pitches that we have here in the Caribbean.
No ball.
But what I would say is that if you play to home advantage, I don't mind that, because you play to what works for
your
you,
strength, yeah.
what your players are accustomed to, because you want that home advantage. You're home, so you should play for that. So when you turn up here to play Trinidad in CPL, you're not going to get a fast wicket.
Right.
They have a Sunil Narain. They have a Akil Hussain.
Yep.
So you're not going to come here and get fast wickets. You're going to come here and get wickets that are spinning, because if these two guys bowl 2 overs, those 2 or 4 overs is going to go for less than 15. And then Bravo don't have an issue bowling on these slow chalk, because you're going to get a barrage of slow balls. And it's hard to pick. And then Pollard is going to come and do the same thing. So at the end of the day, it's playing to what you have. So I don't mind it. Yes, we want to see our fast bowlers being used a lot because we want to see fast bowling back in the Caribbean. The good thing about the Windward Islands is that for the last 3 games, they have been really using their fast bowlers, and they did take wickets.
Yeah.
You know, and it's about it's about the conditions as well. I mean,
Oh, he's edging, and he goes. So it's the end of Gooley. A good delivery from Shimon Lewis, and there was he was just pushing at it outside the line of the off stump. The ball went low down to Sunil Ambrose, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered here. An early wicket for the Volcanoes, and with that early wicket, it means that they're going to put the other batsmen coming in under some slight pressure. But Gooley goes for 2, caught Ambrose, bowled Lewis. It's now 96 for 2.
really well bowled, going across him, the consistency.
Let's have a look at it.
Sort of following that one.
Yeah, he had no need to play, did he?
Between middle and leg. Good error as well, because I can remember when I came this morning, I did ask the question, what's the plan going out here to bowl? And they did say the wicket is, the pitch is good for batting. There's not a lot for fast bowlers. So we have to be consistent. That's all. Be consistent and try to pick off 2-3 wickets this morning and put ourselves back into this game, because no doubt about it, we did lose the first day. They admitted that they did lose, and as champions, they have to find a way to come out. And I say champions because they're playing like some champions this year.
I would use the term leaders.
Leaders.
Yeah, because I think you're going a little bit too far at the moment, Kesrick, with champions. So. But I like your thought process. But it's going to be interesting. But I think that wicket will give them some confidence, and unless the Red Force bat very well, this could be a very close contest, because when you look at it, if Red Force only say they fall short of the total, or they lead by 30-40 runs, then you're down to second innings, and it's who bats better at that. Not only that, I don't think this wicket will get any worse during the 4 days. It may get slower and slower as it goes on. There may be a little bit of turn, but I don't think this wicket is going to change character during the 4 days. So it could very well come down to who bats better in the second innings.
Yeah, the good thing about the wicket, it has a little bit of grass in it. So at the end of the day, it will hold itself together. And that's the good thing about this pitch.
Talking about pitches, and I was asking you throughout the region, Barbados and Jamaica, and going back the years, and when they produced the fast bowlers, from going even as far back as Wes Hall and Charlie Griffith, and then coming forward to see Akima Roach and Michael Holding out of Jamaica. As we look at the new batsman is Jason Mohammed, the veteran, and many people in Trinidad questioned his selection on the team. And they're saying that it's time for a younger player to make way, but give him credit. He is scoring runs, and I don't care if he is 36, 38. If he's scoring runs and able to score consistently, then you got to pick him. But anyway, that's for another story. We'll get back to that. I just want to get back here. I remember the Barbados wicket. You could have looked at the Barbados pitch, and you could have combed your hair, because it was like glass.
Glassy.
Yeah, it's no longer like that.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. The first time I saw that in my life, I was kind of worried. That's the end of another over.
Successful one.
Successful one as well for the Volcanoes.
96 for 2.
6 for 2. But yeah, as I was saying, the first time I saw a glassy wicket was in Grenada at Lassages. When I saw it, I was like, we're not playing here. It was under 19 cricket for St. Vincent. It was Windward Island under 19 tournament. Myself and Sunil Ambrose was playing in that tournament. I was like, what's going on here? This is really shine. It was the first time, but it was really fast. It was a good wicket. I think honestly, at under 19 level, it's probably one of the fastest spell I've ever bowled in my life.
Yeah.
The fastest I've ever bowled any spell in my life, I think, is in Barbados against Trinidad in a Super 50 semi-finals. We won that game and got into the finals. We played the finals against Windward Island. I was at CCC
At the time?
At the time. You know, it was one of the fastest spells I ever bowled in my life. I don't think I've ever bowled faster than that.
But do you go outside of the region? I mean, outside of the region, is there any particular, and we're going to get to that in a minute. Here's as a new over from Robin John, and that's a good shot from Mohan. That's going to run into the bound. That's really a wonderful shot. It was so well timed. He just came on the front foot and he caressed it. That's all he did. Beautifully timed by this young opener. He's the 100 is up with that as well, with that boundary. But what a good shot! This young man is. There's a lot of talk about his future in Trinidad and Tobago cricket, and they feel that they're looking at his progression because they feel his technique is good. They think he's he's not flustered as an opener, and but that was a really good shot. Another good shot, but that's well fielded.
Well, he has so much time on his hands. He plays the ball late. He plays it under his eyes. That was a really good shot down the ground. Looks like he's in control of what he's doing as well.
Yeah, Solozano getting across quickly there to do the fielding. Outside of Australia, of course, where you have the quick wickets, is it a disadvantage a lot of the times for West Indies teams going out to play and leaving these slow pitches in the Caribbean?
Well, you know what? I'll give you a joke, and after that, I guess it will answer your question. So we went to New Zealand, West Indies. We went to New Zealand, and we walked with an extra bag of helmets because at that time Musuri had just sent us some helmets. So we walked with an extra bag of helmets. I'll be honest with you, every single helmet got used, the new ones. That's the amount of times guys got hit on the head.
Yeah, it's
because
amazing.
as long as you get hit on the head, you have to use a different helmet. And I can remember that series, every single helmet, every extra helmet was used. We had to go back to use the same helmet that was used before.
Yeah.
I could never forget that. I can remember when we turned up to Christchurch, we were sitting in the players' pavilion, and Shannon Gabriel called the manager, Roy Lewis, and he said, "Manager, come here, please. Are we playing here today?" The manager said, "Yeah." He said, "No, we cannot be playing here today. Where's the wicket?" Where is the pitch?
Yeah, the pitch and the outfield look the same color. Well, again, it's and that's sometimes what I wish that throughout the region we could prepare different type of pitches, but unfortunately it's no longer like that.
I think that's a really good shot. You really can't get too straight at this level because these guys are so good on the leg side. As long as you get too straight at this level, it's easy pickings for batters. That's the second 4 in the over now, and 2 brilliant shots as well. Absolutely
beautifully executed by Mohan. What I like about him, I think you made the point, he seems to have so much time. You look at that shot, he just sort of waited on it, and he's just caressing the ball. He's not, he's not a Gordon Greenwich type, or a Chris Gale. He's just caressing this ball so beautifully. And that's not a great shot.
It's a commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yeah, it always is. The end of the over from John, and he's now completed what? The 9 overs, none for 33, and it's 104 for 2. The Red Force in pursuit of 191.
Something I would like to add when we speak about pitches in the Caribbean, I don't think a lot of ground staff, love their job like how others love their job in other countries. And also another thing, that's one point, and another point is I don't think we treat ground staff with the respect that they need, and financially we don't treat them well, to be honest, for them to fall in love with their job, because there's some places around the Caribbean, as soon as it's 3 o'clock, guys ready to go, and they cover the pitches and they leave. Now what happened is that the grass that's on the wicket, the sun coming down at 3 o'clock will bake that wicket.
Oh, that's a beauty. I think a loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. The players can't believe it. Now, what did that come off of? It was a beauty. It pitched. It hit the seam and it moved away from Jason Mohammed. Now, whether it got the edge, now Lewis stands there hands on hips. He can't believe it. The wicketkeeper and the slip corner, and they go back. Let's have a look. Well, I need stick-o-meter for that one, because unless the bat may have brushed the pad itself. Let's have a look. Get my glasses wiped and see where this ball may have hit. Well, the only thing I can see, Kesrick, is the only thing I can think of is that what did they hear? What they heard, the umpire didn't hear. And what they saw, the umpire didn't see either.
I'll tell you what, I made this comment in Jamaica as well to my co-commentator. You're very good at words. So you hang the words, I'll deal with the vision. It's a good decision by the umpire. So you handle the words because you're very good at putting words together. So I'll leave you with the words. I'll handle the vision.
You handle the vision, okay.
Yes.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yes, so something that I was saying before that
beauty of
wonderful
ball,
delivery is that I find that the only place that I've gone to and I've in the Caribbean, well, I've gone to different places, and everywhere I've gone to play cricket, you can recognize a ground staff, because everybody has at least a top to represent. I'm a ground staff.
Right.
Because you want an identity, you want to feel a part of something, you want to feel a part of a group. And every single stadium in the Caribbean I go to, you don't know who is a ground staff or who is just walking by, because everybody's in different clothes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might look at a ground staff and he's in a top that's, okay, why is he working in that? It's all teared up and holes and stuff like that. Yeah. You need to represent.
Yeah.
You understand? And I think ground staff should be dressed properly, at least a polo, a nice, work boot and stuff like that. Represent, show, because people. Oh,
that's another good delivery. Mohammed, not yet coming to terms, I think, with the bounce and the movement so far of Lewis. This is turning out to be a pretty good spell. He started a little bit iffy, bowling a few deliveries wide of the leg stump and not getting his line good. But in the last over and in this, he certainly got his line to the right-hander really very good, because he's just pitching that ball in the corridor there. And Jason Mohammed is finding a little bit of problems. It's a good spell. The sun has come back out nicely at the Queen's Park Oval. It's going to be hot and sunny, I would expect, for the day. That's better from Mohammed. Again, looked a little bit apprehensive as he came on the front foot, but made a decision pretty late to come forward to a no ball from Lewis, so he doesn't want to be overstepping. And then just the one run coming from that no ball, 105 for 2. So Mohammed, they are coming off of that 100 in the first game, the game that was totally rained out against the Ghana Harpy Eagles, and then he got to 49 against the Leewards in the second innings. This is another good delivery, and give him credit. He was pulling out of it at the last moment. He was thinking of playing. So Lewis not working up a lot of pace, but he's getting some movement and able to get that ball to seam away from the right-hander. So it's pretty good at the moment. It's been a good spell. He's got 2 slips in waiting in Ambrose, and Atherton is at the second slip. Then he's got a gully. And the point cover mid-off. So he's bowling to his field at the moment. And that one came back. That's a really good delivery again. It came back quickly to Mohammed, and it caught him a little bit by surprise. And luckily he got some bat onto it, but it came off the bat onto the pad and then went out to slip. That's a really good over from the man, Shimon Lewis. It's the end of the over, 105 for 2.
Really good spell, really good over those last 2 overs. Really showing his worth as a leader of this attack.
And the man who has the most wickets, Ryan John, with 15, he needs to now hold his hand up. Hasn't bowled badly, but he hasn't really troubled the batsmen, especially Mohan, who had those two lovely shots in the previous over for fours. Now they're sending the mid wicket. He's going right out towards a deep square leg, about 3/4 way back to the boundary. But when you look at the field, it's predominantly an offside field, so he should be looking to bowl outside the off stump.
He's one of those bowlers that depend heavily on consistency. Obviously, he don't have the pace as Sherman Lewis.
Depends on a lot of movement, doesn't he? It's
Depends
a
on
lot of swing.
movement.
Yeah.
If it's a good day, when he starts to get it to seam around, then you'll be in trouble. Because he's the type of bowler that can move it both ways.
Oh, that's a naughty shot. It was short. It was outside the off stump. He went after it. I don't think he was across enough. And so, the thing about those type of deliveries and the type of shots, Kesrick, is if it comes off, it looks good. It goes for 4. But if he gets the edge, you'd say poor shot.
And I find, even from yesterday, I was looking at Mohan, and I just find the deliveries and that just outside the line of the 6th stump, he doesn't look too positive.
That's much better. He leaves it alone.
He doesn't look too positive with those deliveries. But as long as you get too close to him, that's when he plays a shot. And that's something that I like about him, because he play what he know. So that's something that I think is really good. At least he understands where he can score and where he cannot score. But every now and again, I think it's just a lapse in concentration. Every time that ball is pitched just outside the line of 5th stump or so, that's what I mean. Easy. He looks so easy on the eyes.
Yeah, he does. That's a nice shot. Again, just pure timing. He only gets a single. But again, he was just on the front foot working the delivery. Brings Mohammed back into strike. I think he's going to be, or he should be, a little bit more comfortable facing up to Ryan John. He was having real problems against Lewis. And I'm waiting on Mohan to see how he deals with Lewis. He only faced Lewis in that very first over where his line wasn't so great. And but after that, Gooley had an over or so from Lewis, and then Mohammed was facing Lewis. So he hasn't really bowled much to Mohan, and I'm looking forward to that little contest, because Lewis suddenly he's bowling a good line, he's bowling a good length, he's getting a little bit of bounce, he's getting some movement, so it's going to be testing. And Mohammed comes off the mark, so who knows, he may again have to face Lewis, but he gets off the mark. I think John just a little bit guilty of taking that ball too much onto the pads of the batsman at the moment.
And at this level, it's always going to be easy to play the ball on the onside if you're straying down the leg side.
Sun has left us for a moment. It's been a real dry spell here in Port of Spain, on Trinidad and on the whole. It's been pretty dry, pretty dusty, as he bowls outside the off stump, and one leaves it alone. So the end of the over from Ryan John, not causing much problems. He's had 10 overs now, none for 35, and the Red Force are 107 for 2.
I still think the spinners will play a big part in this game. I'm just waiting to see when skipper Atenaeus would really bring in his spinners, because you have 3 spinners playing today.
Yeah.
As I did mention yesterday, I don't think that Kavem Hadj is a part-time spinner. He's more of a genuine all-rounder, and there's 2 specialist spinners on the team in Daryl Cyrus and Kenneth Demba. Leg spinner and an off spinner.
Yeah, I like the variety that the Volcanoes have in their spinning department. Well, Mohammed probably feels that he should have done better with that. Pitched on, for once, Lewis straying a little bit on the pads of Mohammed. He felt that he must have been able to work that ball maybe just more backward square rather than forward square. Yeah, what I like about it is the variety. You've got the left arm orthodox in Hodge, you've got the leg spinner in Cyrus, and then you got the off spinner in Demba, and each one of them, of course, offering something different.
It's obviously like that comment that we made yesterday, knowing that Imran Khan is in the team and he's
Yeah,
not
not playing. Yeah,
and then you have Brian Charles, and then Carrie Pay, and then Imran Khan who can offer that.
that's
leg spin.
right. That's right.
And
Well-
he's one of those top bowlers here in Trinidad. He have over 500 first-class wickets, so he is a great bowler. Can't really shortchange saying that. So the variety is very, very important.
And they opted to, and we said it yesterday, and I'm just going to be repeating it, but I suppose it's worth repeating to drive home our point. As Mohammed stands up tall, he's not a tall man, but he got on his toes and he worked that ball nicely. It was short, it was wide of the off stump. It really deserved the treatment. You could see Lois very disappointed with himself because he knows it was a bad delivery. And Mohammed took full toll of it and worked it down towards that backward point or third man region for 4 runs. A good looking shot, but not a good delivery. 111 now for 2. So as the English would say, Nelson. And remember umpire David Shepherd just hopping on his, even though he was umpiring, he was just, once the score got to 111, he didn't care who was batting. He was just hopping from one leg to the other until that he hopped for an all over if the score never moved. It was probably good exercise for him, David Shepherd.
I've played with Jason Mohammed for a while, and I've been captained by him as well. Short and wide is not really the thing or what you would want to bowl to him early in his innings. Those deliveries sort of start him. You would want to sort of pitch it up to a bowler length that is sort of iffy. If I should drive, if I should block, that sort of length, pull him into the drive and try to take the edge. That's where you would want to bowl to him early in his innings. He's one of those batters that get caught in the slip over his career very often. So you'd want to pitch the ball up to him early in his innings. That's what I'm talking about. Just outside the line of off stump or fourth stump or so. Lure him into the drive. Short and wide is not the thing. He likes to cut, he likes width. And if you're going to give him that early in his innings, that's only going to give him a start. Remember, he have 100 already in this tournament, and we know that he understands his game to the extent where he knows how to control a game. He has been around for a while. I think he has the most runs for Trinidad and Tobago.
He's a real fighter, isn't he?
In listed cricket. So he understands how to score runs. So you don't want to give him that opportunity to get a start.
That's a good delivery, just angling into the right-handed Mohammed. Comes on the front foot and plays it out towards the mid-on. And no run, score remains on 111 for 2 after that over from Shuman Lewis. 1 for 30 from 8 overs.
As Ryan John continues. And first time for the morning, Mr. Prasad is in the box. How are you, Mr. Prasad?
Well, good morning to you. I am fine. Thank you so much. Oh, that's a lovely looking cover drive. Onto the front foot. Will it beat the fielder into the boundary? Sliding tackle. That's well done. And that's what good fielding can do, just restricting them for 3 runs. And certainly good looking shot. That's going to give him a lot of confidence here. Jason Mohammed looked well as he played the shot. The score 114 for the loss of 2. And great weather for cricket here. Well, in fact, it was Mohan, you said? I beg your pardon. No, Jason Mohammed will be facing. And that was Mohan who played the cover drive. Yes, it was a lovely looking shot. He's played some real good shot today, especially the on drive and the flick through forward square. So, he's approaching. In fact, that has gotten him to his half century. He's on 51. Thank you so much, Keswick. Louch out here for leg before. And the umpire will have none of that. But it's a good half century by Vikash Mohan. His second so far in his career. By not any stretch of the imagination, he's a youthful player. He's bordering on that 30 years. Nicely. And well played.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a fan of having experience in your team. And Jason Mohammed is one of those players, if you have him in your team and he's scoring runs, there's no way that you can talk about dropping. Doesn't matter how old he is, because when you look at cricket in England, guys are still playing county cricket who are 40, 39, and they're still playing good cricket. As long as you're playing cricket and you're doing what you're supposed to do, I have no issue with that. Jason Mohammed in that team with all his experience, captain West Indies, ODI and T20. So there's a wealth of knowledge there, and he did play a lot of cricket with guys like the Riyad Emrit and the Kieran Pollard, Darren Ganga and these guys. So he understands cricket, and you would want to have a guy like that in your setup. And you don't want to have a bunch of youths in the team. Nothing is wrong with the youths having a bunch of youths, but you still need some guidance. For example, CCC, a lot of youths, but then they have the guidance of Jonathan Carter, Shamar Brooks, Russian Primus is there now. He's still pretty young, but he played a lot of cricket around the Caribbean. And also they have a coach in Floyd Reef, who is also the assistant coach for West Indies, and Pedro Collins, who played for the West Indies. So the backroom staff is full with a lot of knowledge, and Robert Samuel, who played for West Indies as well.
And Jason Mohammed justified his selection in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. That 100 against Guyana was a top-notch knock from Jason Mohammed. A few years ago, I saw him in a one-day international against Pakistan. And, he made 90 in that one-day match at Providence and looked the part in that game. I thought, well, here is the second coming of Jason Mohammed. Went on to play for the West Indies in a few other matches, but just then went off the boil for a while.
I can tell you a lot of things that happened while he was wrong. That's the end of another over. It's 116 for 2. I could remember one year, I can't remember the exact year, but he did score like the second most runs in ODI cricket for West Indies. And I could remember he was feeling so happy that he achieved such feat, and he was like, yeah, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling confident now and stuff like that. And then he got the most disappointing call, losing his contract with the West Indies team. That's when Stuart Law was wrong as the head coach, and there was Coney Brown from Barbados was also the lead selector, and he got the call. He went to his appraisal, and he came out and he came to my room. We were really good friends, and we're still really good friends. And the only thing left that came out of his eyes was tears, and it was like he's disappointed because he scored the second most runs for West Indies that year in ODI cricket and lost his contract. So there's a lot of things, that happen behind the scene with these players, and I'm not really scared to say it because it's really facts, and we don't know a lot of things that happen behind the scene with these players and what affect them going forward.
Well, Shamar Springer will come in from the southern end of the ground. A good attacking field here set by the Volcanoes. Appeal for a catch at the wicket. He's gone, given the marching orders here, Mohan. And after scoring his half-century, lifting delivery down the leg side, looking to flick at it. The edge found. And umpire Shannon Crawford, the Guyanese decide, well, the edge was found, the catch taken. Breakthrough here for the Volcanoes.
Well, Jason Mohammed can't believe it because it's we would say from here, it's not really a delivery that will take the edge most of the time. It was going down the leg side.
Was it the gloves? We shall see as we monitor the replay here.
it's not one of Shamar Springer best delivery that he has delivered this year. Is a wicket at the end of the day. Just a faint little edge. Good catch as well by Tevin Walcott. He was so confident. He was so confident there, Shamar Springer. But in comes the skipper, Joshua De Silva, in at 5. Usually controls the middle order for this team. They would definitely need him today. Him and Jason Mohammed has some work to do, because that's the second wicket in the first session here at Queen's Park Oval for the Volcanoes.
Yes, and a good decision by the umpire. You could have seen the ball changing direction upon touching somewhere on the bat, high up on the neck part, or maybe some glove onto that one. And good catch by the keeper. So Mohan goes. They have gotten the breakthrough. And the skipper himself coming out in the middle, knowing how important is it for him to stay there as long as possible, despite the Volcanoes being bowled out for 191 of just 53 overs in their first innings. You know, having seen Red Force now on 116 for the loss of 3, they are not out of this at all. So Joshua De Silva will be facing up to Shamar Springer. There are 2 slips, a gully, backward point, an extra cover. There's mid-off, mid-on, a short, straight mid-wicket. And of course, there's a deep backward square out on the boundary. Overnight, the Red Force started on 89 for the loss of 1. Down the leg side, this time no edge whatsoever. De Silva well inside the line, allows it to go. With Otley, the man out yesterday, for 47. That was in the 22nd over, and today still 102 runs behind Volcanoes 191. Jid Guli went caught by Ambrisoff Lewis for 2. It was 96 for 2, and then Mohan caught at the wicket off Springer with a score of 116. So success this morning, 2 wickets so far. They should be happy with that. Oh, this is a very wide delivery there, knowing he strayed way outside the line of the off-stump, Springer.
Well, little bit off key this morning from Springer. First over for the day, so I can't bang on him too much. First delivery that he bowled, picked up a wicket, but it's not one of his best deliveries.
Oh, you need a little period of time to settle in, hit those links, hit those lines, and then you can strive for pace when you feel that you are very comfortable there. No doubt he's aiming for that off-stump line, but just straying a little.
Something that I find that's becoming a norm here in first-class cricket in the Caribbean is whenever a team bats first and they lose all their wicket on the first day, the game tends to end on the third day, and it's becoming a norm now.
So over the last couple of years, you've seen a number of games ending in 2 3/4 of a day, third day. You know, very rarely you find matches going into the 4th day, but this season it has been a little bit different, and that's good to see. Once again, playing on the patience here of Joshua De Silva. He's going to have none of it way outside the line of the off stump. And Keswick, some overnight scores from the other game in Kingston. The West Indies Academy, 324 Scorpions. They were 20 without loss overnight. Joshua Dory, 83. Jordan Johnson, 61. Kadeem Alain, 52. 3 half centuries in that. Dorval Green and Shields picking up 3 wickets apiece. Carlos Brown along with Cork Mackenzie, they were on 10 apiece, not out. And a good total by the academy team, 324. The over has been completed here by Springer. It's 116 for the loss of 3. Academy doing pretty well. A bunch of youngsters coming together. Some seniors there, 324. Good first innings total.
Yeah, definitely. As I did mention, from Super 50, this team looked the part. A bunch of youngsters. I still would probably like to see probably a senior player in that team.
Yes, and
I could remember a time when they just came out that Marlon Samuel played with them 1 year. So it's always good to have a senior person wrong or a senior player wrong to help make decisions on the field, off the field, give ideas of how to play the game,
Ryan
because they would
John.
have done it already.
Yes, just string on the pads, a bit of a misfeeling, and they will go back and complete two. Just worked nicely by Jason Mohammed through forward square and picking up the double at Coolidge in Antigua, Guyana. 231 for the loss of 5 against Barbados Pride, with Kevlon Anderson scoring 87. Pity he did not go on to score 3 figures. Very talented player. Tevin Imlach, the skipper, 55. Tejnarain Chandapol, 40. Kevin Sinclair, he's on 5, not out. Jason Holder coming back into Regional 4A, picking up 2 for 29 from 15 overs. Brian John just missing his run. Best thing to do, stop there, go back to the top of his mark. And right here in Trinidad and Tobago at UE Spec, the combined campuses and colleges, 273. Leeward's Hurricanes, 20 for the loss of 1. Siddiqui Henry, 73. Greaves making 58. And Goodrich, 75. Straight down the leg side once again here. Just missing a thing or two. He's one of those bowlers who can swing the ball a little. And if you're going to swing it, well, then you need to get the lines correct.
That's something that I think affected them this morning in terms of their line and length. They haven't been the best, apart from Sherman Lewis, who really bowled some good line and length this morning. Ryan John straying a bit down the leg side. That's something that we're accustomed to, but they do have their off days.
Oh, beaten outside the line of the off stump. That was a slower delivery. A pitch just outside the line of the off stump, and upon pitching, went a little bit more with the pace, and certainly Jason Mohammed is looking a little bit suspect outside the line of that off stump.
Yeah, that's the inconsistency of the wicket as well. Some take off and some just keeps low. As I mentioned, the wicket would hold together because there's a bit of grass on top of the wicket, so it would hold itself together, but it would get slower.
And you could see the swing in that delivery there, but once again pitched far too wide outside the line of the off stump. If that was closer, it would have been severely testing Jason Mohammed there. So he's just trying to get this line correct here. Struggling a little bit here. And, he's hoping to get it right as quick as possible.
So something that I've realized with the Windward Island team, whenever they're not really picking up wickets, is that they try to bowl outside the line of fourth stump, fifth stump, and try to lessen the scoring, and then they bowl 1 or 2 deliveries attacking the stump or just outside the line of off and trying to create that opportunity for an edge. And it's something that they have been doing over the last 2 years or so.
Oh, that's interesting.
So they start to bowl from the 6th stump come in, and it's something that they usually say, protect their figures.
And at the same time, too, testing the patience of the batter. But what that can do as well is to allow the batters, once you're sensible, to settle in. It gives you that opportunity. So still 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, the extra cover. This is a good delivery. He needs to bowl there a little bit more often. The over's been completed, 120 for the loss of 3.
And that's the area that they need to continuously bowl to Jason Mohammed early in his innings. If you're going to find a way to sort of induce an edge, you have to be able to hit that line consistently. You can't bowl short. You can't give him width, because he's one of those players that strive off width. You can't go too straight because he's good off the legs. You just have to be very consistent in terms of that line and length just outside the line of off stump, trying to get him to drive. And that's early in his innings.
Yes, and it's important too, the knowledge base. You must know your opposition, know their weak point, know their strength, and you work with that in mind. Shamar Springer, good solid defensive shot coming off the meat of the bat, stretching forward and playing it back up the track. And sometimes the strength of some batsmen too can cause their downfall, because you're so confident that you actually become overconfident, and bowlers will work their way with that. De Silva, no doubt eyeing that trip to England later in the year in July. And Keswick, let me ask you this, with West Indies going to England, I understand there's only one 4-day game before the first test match starts, and West Indies won't be playing the longer version of the game before going to England. Do you share an opinion that we can negotiate maybe to have at least another 4-day game and a 2-day game, so just that West Indies get into the groove to play against England?
This is what I think, and that's a lovely shot. And Joshua De Silva is showing us what he thinks of that delivery. Really well played, just eased to extra cover.
Well, that was pitched up almost on the half volley there, and he stretched forward. Lovely looking shot, nice body movement. The gap was always there for the taking, and he took it by perfection.
Coming back to that question, Passad, I did mention in Jamaica, few players West Indies should look into. Probably the series is in July. League cricket starts in England in April. I'm thinking, why not get a few players to go to England? West Indies could organize to get a few players to go to England, play some league cricket, good standard of league cricket. So you play from April, May, June. So you have at least 3 months of league cricket to get accustomed to the condition, because it will swing. You get accustomed to the condition, and then it would be a bit easier to play against England, because you understand what's going on in England with the deliveries that's moving about. So this is something I think that they should think of, because when I was in Jamaica and I look at Kurt McKenzie play, and he's the reason why I made the comment, because coming back from Australia, I honestly think that he played some good innings. He just didn't really carry on to score 50s or probably into the hundreds or whatever the case is. But a player like him, we know that he more than likely would be in that test team. After the last 4-day game here, he would just be in Jamaica with the Scorpion franchise just training. Now you want to have cricket under your belt. Well, that's the end of another Shamar Springer over. It's 124 for 3. So you would want to have cricket under your belt. The only how you're going to get better is if you play more games. So going to England and playing some league cricket at a good level, not just any league cricket, at a good level, because cricket is cricket at the end of the day. But playing some good league cricket would just get him accustomed to the conditions, and it would be a lot easier come July to play against England.
Yes, why I ask you is because only 3 possible members of that West Indies team played in English conditions. We're talking here Jason Holder, Craig Brathwaite, and Kimar Roach. All the others will be going to England there without having cricket in England.
Did the skipper for Trinidad play in England? I think so.
Well, it's 4 of them with Joshua.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he played in England.
Did he play Colin in England? Colin confirms that. So it's going to be 4 of them. Oh, that's a blistering cover drive, and that's gone through the offside field and out towards the boundary for 4. That was a ferocious shot.
Quality was all over that shot from Jason Mohammed. He's showing that he belongs here. He's showing that he understands how to score, and you do not want to get him started. Quality all over that shot.
Yes, and the longer he spends out in the middle, the much better he's looking here. He's beginning to pick the line outside the line of the off stump, and the foot movement has been good so far. So just settle in, and Ryan John just continue to struggle here on the second morning at the Queen's Park Oval. Let me remind you that the Volcanoes made 191 They batted for 53 overs with Alec Athanaze, a fine half-century, 56. Sunil Ambris, 35. I thought that Ambris give it away on the first day. And Philip picking up 5 for 37 from his 13 overs. Jaden Seals picking up 3 for 14. And Carrie Pear, 3 for 21. Jaden Seals actually 2 for 48 from 14 overs. Day number 2 here. 2 wickets have tumbled this morning, moving from 89 for 1 to 128 for the loss of 3. Some words of advice might have been given there to Ryan John, looking to polish the ball on one side too.
I like the fact that you asked that question about the 4 players who played in England, because I could remember when West Indies was going to Australia, Australians put up some stats that Steve Smith has more runs than the entire West Indies team.
Oh, that's on-driven, glorious-looking shot through mid-on and away to the boundary for 4. Great timing. And sometimes you watch an entire 4-day game and you do not see shots of that quality. Tremendous shot.
At some point, you're wondering if it's just a lapse in concentration. No. Because we're realizing that he's having an off day or off game, I should say. Ryan John not accustomed to see this from him. Through the covers, now through the onside. 2 good shots, not taking anything away from Jason Mohammed, because the quality of this man, if he gets going, they could be in some trouble.
Yes, he's a touch player. And this time, better delivery, tucked in defense there. He's in his 13th over, Ryan John. And 1 maiden, he has picked up none for 52. So he has struggled. He bowled yesterday from the southern end. He's coming today from the northern end. And just need to regroup a little, just concentrate. Sometimes these things do happen. We saw him once just missing the rhythm of his run-up and pulled out of it. So not the best of times for him. He needs to work through this though. Off the back foot and beat Springer out through the extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. It was right there in the slot onto the back foot. A nice arc of the bat and getting another boundary, the 3rd in the over.
Yeah, really good shot with some width. Ryan John. So that's the second shot through the offside now for 4. The 4 before that one was on the onside. So that's the 3rd 4 in the over. Looks a bit easy now for Jason Mohammed. And the thing with cricket, the basic don't change. Whether it's T20, T10, or 4-day cricket, or test cricket, or whatever how you put it, the basic don't change, because they will tell you if you're bowling in a 4-day game or test match, and you're bowling on a wicket that doesn't support you as a bowler, and you're not picking up the wickets, you need to get hit on one side of the field. Can't get hit through the covers and then through the onside. And it's the same thing for T20 cricket. If a batter is going great guns, if he hits you, let he hit you where you want to be hit. Don't let him dictate the pace. If you get hit for 4, let it be because you set the field on the offside and you're getting hit for 4 on the offside. Good shot. You can't have an offside field and you're getting hit on the onside. So the basic still remains. As I mentioned, that Ryan John is normally a good bowler that hits his line and length. He's not one of those bowlers that is packed with pace, but his consistency and the way how he moves the ball that's what works for him.
What's 136 for the loss of 3 at the end of the over. Jason Mohammed is on 22. Joshua De Silva, he has 4. And I overheard a very interesting discussion between yourself and Colin Murray concerning the pitches in the West Indies. I know that Cricket West Indies a few years ago brought in a technician from New Zealand to come here along with our groundsmen. They had a few seminars. They inspected pitches across the region. There have not been much changes, however, since then. I don't know if it's a preparation, the type of soil, if it needs to be changed. I heard you talk about the ground staff, the curators working. It's difficult to understand.
The thing is, I did mention it this morning to Murray. I think that ground staff in the Caribbean, one, I don't think they love their job enough. That's one. And don't get me wrong. And the other thing is, I don't think they're being treated with the respect that they deserve.
Oh, and that's well bowled outside the line of the off stump, and Da Silva was pushing forward, genuinely beaten outside the line of the off stump, keeping low too.
Because I'll tell you what, in St. Lucia probably we have the best pitch in St. Lucia. When I say we, I mean Caribbean. The best pitch that we have is in St. Lucia. And you would be amazed to see how Crafton go about and the ground staff go about handling the pitches that they have in St. Lucia.
Wrapped on the pad, louch out for a leg before he's gone. Umpire Crawford took a little bit of time and then decided to raise the dreaded finger. That's a big wicket to get. Joshua De Silva gone for 4, LBW.
Just on the brink of the first hour, for a little bit of drink, Joshua De Silva is gone. He's gone for 4. The score is 136 for 4. I really want to talk about it because I really want to see the replay again.
Well,
it's a 50-50 chance. It's kind of difficult to judge from here, knowing that we don't have the full technology to work with, but it looks like it pitch in line. 50-50 chance. It could be going down, it could be hitting the leg stump. What do you think, Prasad?
I think that's why the umpire took a little while to ensure that he gives a decision that he feels it is fair. It was pitched in line. It made a movement down towards the leg side. Whether it was hitting a plumb on the leg stump or the umpire feels that way.
Murray did mention yesterday that they only have a split second or so to make their decision, so we can go easy on them. So I'm going easy this morning. I don't want anybody to walk up on me in the car park and say, oh, what was that comment you made on? That won't happen. I'm joking. But it's a 50-50 decision here. I mean, it looks to me from where I'm sitting, it looks like it's going down to me. But it did pitch in line. Tough decision to make. But hard luck to skipper Joshua.
Well, he was surprised.
T and Webster.
Yes, Joshua De Silva was very surprised when he was given out there. But he's gone. That's a history now. 136 for the loss of 4 as Webster moves out into the middle, and Short together with himself and Jason Mohammed having a little conversation. I think they might very well be planning a strategy here how to ensure that they do not lose another wicket before the lunch session. But today starting on 89 for the loss of 1 overnight. Guli was on 1, Mohan was on 34, still 102 runs behind Volcanoes 191. We're going to take a little break and we'll be back maybe in another 2 minutes or so. All right, welcome once again here to Queen's Park Oval. 4 wickets have gone, 136 for the loss of 4. the red force. Tian Webster has come out into the middle to join Jason Mohammed. Kesrick Williams has gone for his coffee break, and I've been joined by Colin Murray. Colin, 136 for the loss of 4. Red Force losing 3 wickets this morning.
Yeah, they've and Windward Islands Volcanoes, credit to them. They're right back in the game. Another couple of wickets, and first innings could either be, can go either way. So I think they need some sort of partnership. But I was watching at that replay in the JIT, and I'm really disappointed. I thought the ball was going down the leg side, and I'm not disappointed from a perspective of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm just disappointed in the decision because the umpire, I think it's umpire Crawford, he looked at it, he waited. Now there are two sort of thought process here. They say, well, he waited to make sure, but in my view, and we're going to I'm going to go back into it after this delivery.
Facing his first delivery, well bowled outside the line of the off stump. That is what you call a nagging line and length, just standing up there half cocked. The first delivery for Tian Webster, good one up.
In the corridor, isn't it?
Yes.
In that corridor of uncertainty. Do I play? Do I leave it alone? Yeah. And I thought he took a long time before he gave the decision. So there must have been doubt in his mind. So in my view, doubt now no longer goes to the batsman. Doubt now is totally in the umpire's, as they say, umpire's call. But, the only man I saw used to take long over a decision was the famous Jamaican
Steve Buckner.
Yep, Steve Buckner. He was the only man, and you got accustomed to that. Whether a man was plump, Steve Buckner had a style of his own. He would stand there, very tall man, and stand, upright, and then you just saw the hand start to move from his right leg. So you knew you may as well start to walk. But that was his style. It had nothing to do with whether he was sure the man was out or not. Here, there was a lot of doubt in umpire Crawford's mind. That ball was clearly, in my view, going down the leg side. That's a good one. That's a loud appeal, not out this time. Webster pushing forward. But again, and I know, and I said it yesterday to Keswick, and I heard him repeating it. These guys only have a split second. They can't look at it. We looked at the replay 3 times. They don't have that option. And you feel for them. But when you have doubt in your mind, the doubt must be given to the batsman. As far as I know, I've always known that. If that is now changed, and the doubt now is clearly just in the mind of the umpire, well, is that going to hit? Is that not going to hit? Well, you know what? Let me give it. Or let me not give it. And I must say I was disappointed with that decision. And this has nothing to do whether it was Joshua Da Silva batting or Sherman Lewis batting. I am just looking at the decision.
Yes, 136 for the loss of 4. It was definitely pitched in line. It becomes history now. Did move going down towards the leg side. The umpire, Crawford, did took some time before giving the decision. I'm not too certain if there's anything now. The doubt goes to anybody. If there's any doubt, the doubt is in my mind that he's not out. If there's any doubt. I've grown up like that. I know in cricket that when they always say, and bowlers tend to be very upset about it because they always say it's a batsman's game. Why the doubt has to go in favor of the batsman, but that's how it is. That's how cricket is. If you have doubt if a man is out or not, you can't give him out. You have to say, well, it could hit, it may not, and you give them the doubt. You give the batsman the doubt. But that to me was not a good decision, and it's a pity because, as I say, they've only got a split second to make that decision. And you just have to hope they get it right. But a change in bowling. Yes, it's going to be the leg spinner, Cyrus. He's going to pick the bowling up here. Force bowl for this second day. And just short of a good length there. Played on the onside pitch. Jason Mohammed generally is a good batsman, especially against spin bowling. Good use of the feet. Gets himself deep in the crease when it requires. So it's going to be a battle taking place between these two. A forward short leg. There is also a slipper and a backward point. There's extra cover. We're having a mid-on, straight mid-wicket. tossed up a little bit further, and this is nice. Good use of the feet, just a little bit of a chip and stroking it down towards wide mid-off and collecting a single. But so far, it has been competitive here on day number 2.
Yeah, it has been. You know, the Red Force started nicely. They were moseying along until they lost the wicket of Gooley. And then Mohan went, and then Da Silva. I think that was a big blow.
Yes, it
But,
was.
but still, the Jason Mohammed is there. He's going to be a key factor now. He needs to get at least a half century. And I was making mention to Keswick this morning that it may very well come down to a second innings game. You know, if the Red Force, they must have been looking at a huge lead before the start of play, maybe 350, 375, and try and get Volcanoes out again, get them out quickly, second innings, and maybe have to get very few in the fourth innings to win the game. That has since changed because of the good bowling of the Volcanoes.
Yes, of course. I had a look at the pitch this morning, and the grass, overnight has grown looking a little bit greener, especially around the middle of the pitch and closer to the batters. So this pitch is going to hold. It's going to play the same way, maybe trifle lower as we come towards the end of the fourth day. Good flowing offside drive once again here by Jason Mohammed down towards wide, long off, and picking up a single in the process. So battle is on. It might very well be a result for either team here, because having scored at 191, then your opposition 139 for the loss of 4, they're still batting in the Red Force team. These two at the wicket, they have been constructing their innings. Webster's just come out in the middle. The over's gone. It's 139 for 4.
That's certainly 139 for 4, not what the doctor ordered. So they've added 50 runs for the morning, but more importantly, they've lost 3 wickets. And the 3 wickets has been 3 of the top batsmen, including Da Silva, of course, the West Indies wicketkeeper batsman, who very handy coming in at number 7 for the West Indies and tends to hold the lower order together. But here with the Red Force team, he's at number 5 is one of the key components for a big score. And you could see him very, very disappointed when he was given out. But that's the nature of the game at this level. You don't have a replay system that you can challenge the umpire. But that's history, as you rightly said, and it means these guys have to battle on now.
Yes, they have to. Yes, I got a call from your buddy, Reds Pereira.
Oh, Reds. Good morning to you, Reds.
He said he enjoyed the discussion between us when we were talking about the Indian here, Sunil Gavaskar and Jayanti Lal that he mentioned to you. I want to say congrats to Reds. He has been honored by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States last night. Spent 12 years at the sport desk there, and it's good to see his services has been recommended. So congrats, Reds.
It's always good when your work gets recognized, isn't it? And he's a stalwart. Reds Pereira, like the late Tony Cozier. When you talk commentary, those two names,
they're icons.
Those two names come up almost like Hall and Griffin.
Yes,
from the past.
Yes.
You talk Cozier and Pereira.
Yes,
but.
I was asking Keswick this morning with West Indies going to England, and of course this tournament here will certainly guide our selectors on the players. Some have already booked their ticket, others are hoping their names. This was tempting outside the line of the off stump here. And Jason Mohammed watched it closely and then ensure I'm not going to cut at this one. Gone are the days when, West Indies go to England or different parts of the world. You had 2-3 practice matches, 4-day games. You play against the counties or states in Australia or whatever. Those days are now gone.
Oh, yeah, those days are gone where you taught, even when there was a 5-test series, and in between the tests, you had 3-day games and things like that. Oh, that's tempted there. Good delivery from Springer, pitching it up, just getting it to leave the batsman slightly. And there was Mohammed looking to drive, tempted there with a delivery pitched up to him. He's starting to, you could see he is on 24 now, so he's come to terms with the pitch and that kind of thing. I just want to quickly mention in the passing of an iconic, as we talk of iconic,
Wow.
Jumbo the Nutsman. I don't know if you recall Jumbo. He would stay at the bottom of the stand and pelt nuts, throw
Yes,
nuts to the top
yes,
of the
yes.
stand. Yeah, he was famous for that. I remember, and you will excuse my my English at the moment, but Henry Blofeld. I remember doing a game and Henry Blofeld was doing commentary, and Henry he used to the way he commentated, he would talk about the game, the bowler coming, but he used to look around the ground.
Yes,
And he
very
would-
colorful.
Yes, and he would look for things happening on around the ground. So he would, for example, he would talk on radio. He would say like Springer is coming into bowl. He bowls to Mohammed, and Mohammed leaves it outside the line of the off stump, and no run. And it's the end of the over, and it scores 139 for 4. Oh my word! I'm looking towards the Carib stand, and I'm seeing a gentleman. He's throwing a pack of, is that peanuts? And he would, whoever would be
Yes.
his co-commentator, he would say, is that peanuts he's throwing to the top of the stand? Oh my golly! And and that was what Jumbo was famous for. Jumbo used to have like two guys walking with him, and they would go to the top of the stand or wherever, and he would take these nuts, like they would give him a signal, 2 packs. So he would take these nuts and throw it to the top of the stand. His boys would catch it. Of course, they wouldn't drop 1 or 2, but they would catch it. They give it to the patron. The patron pays the money, and he used to sell nuts out, even to the bottom of the stand. He never would walk around. He would stay at the bottom of the stand, and he'd throw the nuts to whoever it is. There is a new over started by Cyrus, and the Webster gets a single. Is that he's off the mark? Yes, he is. No. Yes, he is. With that single. Yeah, and that what he was famous for. Unfortunately, he was having some health issues, and he passed away. When? He passed away this morning. So just want to say condolences to his family, that of the legendary Jumbo, the Nutsman.
Yes,
So-
and we all join in, offering our condolences to the entire family. And these guys are famous, they are characters at the ground. In Guyana, we also have somebody that we call the Nutsman down the track, and that's going to go down towards just below us on the onside for 4. Brave looking shot here by Jason Mohammed. Looks very, very confident as the score moves on to 144.
Yeah, and that is the shot of a man now who's coming to terms with himself, coming to terms with the conditions, because he decided, you know what, Cyrus is not getting the kind of turn, used his feet nicely, got to the pitch, and he stroked it beautifully to the left of the man at mid-on. What that has done, I'm looking to see if Ambrose is going to stay deep. No, he's coming back to the normal mid-on position. But this is a man now getting confidence.
Yes, certainly it has built up nicely, and we're seeing shots just flowing off his bat. Here's a drive out through extra cover. Will this have the power to get there ahead of the fielder? It does. And another lovely looking shot onto the front foot and just stroking it past the mid-off. In fact, bisecting mid-off and the extra cover and getting another boundary.
You're telling me about the character you have in...
Yes, we call him Nutsman as well.
Nutsman,
He will
yes.
do that. He will throw nuts to people who wants in the stand, and then after about 10, 12 minutes, he will go up and remember every person that he threw the nut to, and they will pay him his money.
Didn't have to...
Now, we have gone to another level, streaming cricket live.
Yeah.
But Colin, if you have a choice, doing radio commentary and streaming, which one will you choose?
I'm going to answer that after this delivery. That's short. And Mohammed, I'm sure he would be disappointed that he didn't hit that a little bit finer, because Springer is out there at that deep point position. I tell you, I like radio, and the reason I like radio, it's you have to be more descriptive, because don't forget, you are the eyes of the listener.
Yes.
And so the listener doesn't know, if there are 2 slips, if there's a point, if there's a mid-wicket. And, I like radio. I started off actually in radio, and I've continued a lot in radio. But now radio to me is suddenly getting to be a little bit of a thing of the past. But, a lot of people still like it, because sometimes you can't get the streaming, you can't get various things with viewing it. 150 is up at the end of the over from Cyrus, 150 for 4. Yeah, and so a lot of people still, I hear people say, I'm in my car Is there any radio commentary?
So
That people
true.
send me little WhatsApp messages. Is there any radio commentary on this game or that kind of thing? And to me, it's a shame, because there are people in offices, for example. There may not be a television. You can look at it, or or a computer, because you have to do your work. So you sometimes need just to put on a radio just to hear what's going on, and that's, to me, it's. I hope it doesn't. How should I put it? I hope it doesn't become a thing of the past, and everybody just no longer interested in radio broadcasts, because there is, in my view, there's still a lot of room for that.
Yes, well, it has to do with the broadcasters themselves having the courage, to invest in that aspect of it, because there are still thousands and thousands of people who are asking what happened to radio commentaries. That's a good delivery to start with. Here, you talk about people in their farms. You
Yeah.
talk about the security guards, and you
That's
rightly
right.
mentioned those in their cars, their offices, the fish catchers. Transistor radio, a thing that people glue. We grew up listening
That's
to the
right. That's
heydays
right.
of West Indies cricket. And many people will tell you on to this day, they'll turn off the volume from their television set and listen to the radio.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I know. I happen to do both football and cricket, and I can't remember if it was a football game I was doing or a cricket game. And a friend of mine called me after and said, "Listen, I was on the highway and you were getting so excited, I had to pull aside. I had to pull aside to wait and for you to make whatever point it was." That was a few years ago.
Yes,
and he was
absolutely
telling me
so.
that. But he was in his car and he was listening to it, and he heard the excitement going on, and he said he couldn't take it. He said I pulled aside on the shoulder just to wait for that part to finish. But that's the beauty of
Yes,
radio.
absolutely so. Here's a drive,
That's beautifully.
exquisitely played through the covers and away to the boundary for 4.
That's a lovely looking shot. Webster is tell you what, a few years ago, and I can't recall how many years ago, I went to see a club final played at the National Cricket Centre in Couva in Balmain. Queen's Park, they were playing against, believe it was either Power Gen or Mary Boys. I can't remember the actual opponent. And this young man, Tion Webster, opened the innings and got 177. They were chasing 345, and Queen's Park won it with Webster getting 177. It was one of the best one-day innings I've ever seen. And I remember coming back to the Oval and saying, I just saw the next superstar of Trinidad Tobago's cricket. And unfortunately, he's never fulfilled his promise. You look at a shot like that and you think, hey, this guy's got something. He's got some talent. And then he gives his wicket away, or something that happens that is not keeping within his talent.
Yes, I agree with you. When I first saw him too, I was very impressed. He was a 6-hitter. When I saw him, his drives were, drives to perfection, picked the gap nicely, very aggressive. He scored freely, but just then tailed off. 154 here for the loss of 4. Still 2 slips here. Webster is relatively new out in the middle. He has just gotten 6 of 14 deliveries so far. Showing good judgment this time, allowing 1 to go by. The over's been completed, 154 for the loss of 4. You were speaking about Henry Blowfield as a youngster growing up. These words will never come out of my ears. I still hear him say something similar to what I'm saying, to the effect that he created. It was the last delivery, and he said, Michael Holden comes up and bowls, and he's coming forward, he's defending, and there's another dot in the scorebook. It's a maiden. I'm afraid there are more maidens in the scorebook than maidens in the stands.
Yes, he was very much. He was one of my favorites with his colorful commentary. If I had to be critical of him with anything, and me being more of a cricketing, I like to hear about the cricket. I want to know what's going on in the middle. So if I had to be critical of him, and to me, he didn't spend enough time talking about what was happening in the middle, and no fault of his own. He had his own style.
Yeah.
You know, but he was so more colorful. He would tell you everything was happening in the stand. You know, and that's nothing is wrong with that. That was just his style. But the one of my favorites, and I remember listening earlier as a young man.
Sherman Lewis has now replaced Ryan John from this end. Good start outside the line of the off stump and swerved away.
He's Springer is sorry, it's Sherman Lewis back
Yes,
here.
Sherman Lewis.
Actually, coming back at this end. He started this morning from here and switched. He started yesterday from this end and switched to the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Back to the commentary, the commentators. Somebody I really admired was the famous John Arlott. I mean, his descriptions and his voice. You know, I'm going to give you an impersonation in a minute.
Go ahead, you have the time, as he just missed his run up there.
When, you know, I remember the first time I listened to this man and I couldn't believe it. He sort of went, and you look over the mountains of the so-and-so. And, you know, and he just, you had this voice, this almost, I don't know how to describe this voice. It was so powerful, you know, and you just were captivated by listening to him.
Yeah. Pitched up, big drive there. Not getting the edge, goes by. Today, if you want to bring the atmosphere from the stands into your commentary, how do you do it?
Well, you know what I do? I said, I normally would say, well, in the Caribbean stand, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16. There are 25 people in the Caribbean. And that's a shame. It's really, I mean, we laugh about it, but it's a shame. This is a regional game, the best of the Windward Islands, the best of Trinidad and Tobago, and there are 25 people in the stands.
And it's free.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's sad.
Well,
that's a good delivery.
that was right on target. It was a Yorker heading into the leg stump, and Jason Mohammed had to dig deeper. And a little bit of a banter between the two, Sherman Lewis and Jason Mohammed. Mohammed is not going to be upset by that at all. He's well set here, looking real good on 33. So one hopes, as West Indies cricket develop, when we begin to produce people who are competitive, become stars in their own right, big names will certainly bring people to the cricket. With the demise of the performance of West Indies cricket team over the years, that has caused spectators to stay away from the grounds. And of course, too, we can't take it away from television broadcasts. Television takes it right into the home. Live stream takes it into the home as well. So there are a number of people viewing it, but there's nothing like an atmosphere as that cricket ground.
Oh, yeah.
When you have spectators in the stands.
I mean, the CPL is a perfect example.
That's a party for real.
You come to the Oval for a TKR game, for example, and it's mind blowing. I mean, the atmosphere and it just everything about it. The party atmosphere.
They hustle the single here. Good run in between the two of them. And Viv Richards with the bat out in the middle. If there are 10 and 12 people in the stand, he's going to score a duck and go in back. But if there are 30, 20,000, Viv is going to treat them with the best he can.
For sure, that will happen. You look at the days of the Viv Richards, etc., and you wonder, how would they have coped with T20 cricket and things like that. I mean, the West Indies players would have been, they would have been in all the franchises.
Down the leg side, he's going to get a single.
And I'm not talking 3, 4, 5 of them. I'm talking maybe 15 to 20.
Yeah, so the end of another over, 156 here for the loss of 4 wickets. Just to remind our viewers and listeners, from 89 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have progressed to 156 for the loss of 4, losing 3 wickets today, those of Jit Guli, Vikash Mohan after scoring a half century, and then Joshua De Silva being adjudged LBW. He just made 4. The man that was out yesterday was Otley, a fine 47, and he was out in the 22nd over. So just a little partnership just beginning to develop between these two, with Webster on 7 of 16. Jason Mohammed is on 34 of 50 deliveries. Had a few anxious moments when he started, but just beginning to blossom here.
Yeah, he has. He did start a little bit shakily, but I think he understands his role now, and he understands that if the Red Force need to get first innings and get a little bit of a lead, he has to be there.
There's a drive, good looking shot, but straight to the fielder. Can't score there. Colin, we have seen the advent of T20 cricket, T10s, leagues across this world galore. Is it very important to develop, that T20 style of batting and the T10? You play 4-day cricket. Is that important to that?
Well, I think all the various formats that you have different styles. But I've always maintained, if you're a class player, you're a class. Shea Hope, let's use a real example.
Yes.
Nobody thought Shea Hope would have been a T20 player. We always said, hey, he's test material. He's probably one of the best batsmen in the Caribbean. But what he has done, he has looked at the T10, the T20 format, and he's crafted his style to that. And now you have to say he's now in demand. When I say in demand, he's being asked by other franchises to play in the T20 format. And a few years ago, you would never have thought Shea Hope like that, of that ilk. You see him playing for Ghana Amazon Warriors. So, I've always maintained, if you're a good enough player, you will adapt to the different formats, and you certainly should be able to adapt. And even here, we talk about another example is Nicholas Pooran.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying, well, why isn't he playing Test cricket? He's such a good player, Right in the air. Yeah, and so to me, if you're a class player, it doesn't matter whether you're playing 4-day cricket, 50 over cricket, whatever. If you're good enough, you should be able to adjust to the different formats. And I know a lot of the players now who play the 4-day cricket, they are looking beyond the 4-day cricket and trying to work their game to suit the white ball version. And it's just a matter of how hard you work at your game. That's a really good shot.
That's a straight drive of the highest order, has enough to get towards the boundary, gets there. Fine shot once again, pitched up. You can't play it much straighter than that other than hitting the stumps.
A wonderful looking shot. And this is that's Tion Webster. Let's have a look at it, because he was just look at that. That bat was coming straight down. And, that tells you this guy is a good player. But he just needs to score big. He needs to make runs. But he plays these great shots, and then he would play an awful shot and get out. He just is another one who lacks that little bit of consistency.
Just like so many others around the region, and that's a good pull shot. Like how he pivoted nicely on the back foot and a little bit of a misfield. And they'll come back and complete too. Kept it down nicely. Good technique in playing the shot.
Ala Gordon Greenwich got up on one leg and whipped it. He was the first man I saw playing that type of shot. Look at him getting up there. Look at how high that left knee gets up. But the end of the over from Springer, 162 now for 4.
Yes, and he has gone on to 13 with that one. Some or the other, I looked at cricket so much, and I feel somebody like a Nicholas Pooran, if this guy had spent some time playing much more 4-day cricket, he would have been a real superstar. I mean, I see a lot of journalists and commentators calling him a star, international star.
Yeah.
But the consistency for Nicholas Pooran would have been much more. He would have learned much more about the game. He would have learned to ensure how he builds an innings. Strategies would have been developed. Like so many others, I think playing the longer format can help you to develop into that.
It would also tighten your defense.
Of course.
It would tighten your defense, because even if you're playing T20 cricket, there are some deliveries you got to respect.
Of course.
You got to respect it, and you may be looking for a single or something like that. So yeah, you know, you're right. There's no doubt about it. Again, you know, each format has its own particular. How should I put it? You got to adapt to the format with your own particular style.
Yes.
You know, and I mean, let's go back to the heyday of the Viv Richards. We talked about Viv Richards. Viv Richards, you know. Would it have been difficult for him to adapt to T20 cricket? You would say no, because you looked at the man, how he handled
Yes.
the longer version of the game. Oh, it's a little bit fortunate. Good run though. Yeah, you looked at how he adapted to the 4-day version. I'm sorry, at the test level and 4-day, and you just felt, hey, he would have fitted superbly into T20 cricket. Go even further back. I mean, and I hate to mention people like Gary Sobers, and because to me Gary Sobers, we'll never see another Gary Sobers. You know, just there are certain sportsmen that
They're
to
just
me,
born geniuses.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali,
Yes.
another one. You know, I will never see another Muhammad Ali. Yes, we've seen Mike Tyson and other boxers.
Maybe more powerful.
Yeah,
But Ali, the artist in
Oh,
boxing.
the artist! You couldn't describe it better. You know, he was just pure artistry. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
You know, Gary Sobers. You don't come across a Gary Sobers every other day.
And you will never come across another one
Probably,
like
I will
him.
never see another Gary Sobers in my lifetime.
Yes.
You know, people talk about Jacques Callis and people of that ilk, but Jacques Callis, yeah, he was a good all-rounder and great all-rounder. But I could, and he probably, and I don't
The
have his figures.
statistics and so
Yeah,
on,
his
right.
stats would probably be better. But Gary Sobers he did it all. You know what I mean? You want him to bowl fast, he bowled fast. You want him to bowl orthodox, he bowled orthodox. You want him to bowl back of the hand, say okay. He would try a few overs. He did it all.
You want him to feel the wicket a little, he's
Yeah.
going to do that too.
That's right. You know, so you don't get those kind of guys every day.
Yes, certainly. That's a nice feeling down at the forward square region. Can't get past the fielder.
He stopped a couple of runs for sure.
Yes. And when you look at T20 and T10, sometimes you feel this kind of cricket is cut out for the people
Yes.
who are playing
Yes,
it.
yes.
You
There's
see
no doubt.
adventurous shots, switch hits, reverse sweep coming down the track, big swing. You look at someone like this Jamaican all-rounder. His name is just coming out of my mouth, Andre Russell.
Andrew Russell.
He will pick a ball wide outside the off stump and hit it over extra cover for 6.
Yeah.
Oh.
Runs here, bad bit of fielding. They're going to pick up a couple. Was not bad looking. Webster was just pushing up the delivery. Yeah, Kyron Pollard
Yes, fantastic T20 T10 player.
started at 4-day cricket. That's where he started. He got 100. I remember I saw the game. He got 100 at the National Cricket Centre in a 4-day game, and everybody thought, hey, we got a future Test player here. Went with the Trinidad and Tobago team to the Champions of Champions T20 tournament, made a blistering 100 against New South Wales Blues, and all of a sudden he was a T20 player, and everybody forgot him at
Yes.
4-day cricket.
I saw him at Garakara Park against Guyana and Rayon King. And the way he smashed the ball, I was, oh my goodness, this man's going to beat the world. Pitched up, a slow delivery this time, disguise it well. The over's been completed, 165 for 4, more from you, Colin, and you're going to be joined by Keswick Williams.
Well, 165 for 4, so a bit of a recovery here by these two, because Joshua De Silva was out with a total of 136. So they've put on 29 runs so far, and they're more or less trying to build back the ascendancy towards the Red Force, because slowly but surely, with those wickets being lost, the Volcanoes were coming back into this game in a big way. Now, with this partnership, and these two, I would think the Red Force would want them to carry on until lunch. We've got, about 20 minutes again for the lunch and interval. So if they can carry the total to, say, 180 at lunchtime without losing any further wickets, the Red Force, even though they would be a little unhappy that they've lost 4 wickets, at least they would feel a little bit more comfortable. Their lunch would go down a little better at 180 for 4 rather than, say, 180 for 5 or 6. But the Windwards, on the other hand, they would desperately want another wicket before lunch. Good morning again to you, Mr. Williams. How are you?
I'm great. Just looking at the beautiful sights here in Trinidad and Tobago. Enjoying the game so far.
Yeah, it's been a good competitive game, hasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of complexity in this game. Just 26 more runs here, so trail by 26 runs. Trinidad so far looking good. Tian Webster came in and bring some stability to the innings.
I was mentioning to Inderjeet that I saw Webster a few years ago opening the batting in a final, in a club final, and got 177 in a 50-over tournament. And I came back to the Queen's Park Oval and I was saying to a few of the guys, I've just seen the next superstar. But he's just never, he's got all the shots, Tion Webster.
He did play for TKR in CPL.
Yeah, he did.
And opened the batting as well.
Yeah, but he's just never come on, as I thought he would have done. He just needs now to get to that next level. And when he went, and when I say get to the next level, I just don't mean get into the next level, but being consistent and staying at that level.
His cricket as well.
Yeah. And,
because a lot of people can be mistaken when you say get into that next level. People might think you're thinking about getting into West Indies team, but it's getting to the next level of his cricket.
That's right. It's wide of Springer. Of course, the pick of the bowler so far, he's picked up 3 for 41. And the other wicket going to Shimon Lewis when he picked up the wicket of Gooley early this morning. But Springer has been really bowling well. It's continued. He's got, 17 wickets now in the tournament. And that's good. More classified as an all-rounder, Kesrick?
I think the Windwards team have some genuine all-rounders, about 3 genuine all-rounders in the setup. Shamar Springer.
They go through for a quick one. He'll have to hurry. Well. He got home. It would have been interesting had that ball hit the stumps direct. He went for the quick single, and in fairness to him, he called right away. Let's have a look. Called right away for the single. Let's see, would he have got home? No, unfortunately, we not picking it up. But would have been interesting had he hit the stumps direct.
Talking about next level, I could remember you mentioned about Brian Lara when he gets to 85. He's not thinking anything else but getting to 100 because he would not get out.
That's right.
And that's what we mean when we say get into a different level in your cricket.
Yeah. I'm sure Inderjeet will be able to tell us how many, when Brian Lara gets to 80 and beyond, how many times he got out at that score rather than getting 100. I tell you, it would be very few. Because he tells you, and I've heard him talk to players who've made 80 and 90 and really chastising them and saying, hey, you had 100. How could you get out? Oh, he gets away with that one, Webster. Very loose outside the line of the off stump. Had made a little bit more height, and he was looking to drive through the offside, through point, got the thick outside edge, and luckily for him, would have been a dolly of a catch if there was a third slip. And let's have a look at it.
Not really in control of that shot either. He's never in control. Found the edge, fortuitous boundary.
But 170 for 4 at the end of the over, and Springer, unlucky not to pick up a 4th wicket.
Was a bit loose
there,
that one Webster.
And that's the style of Tion Webster. I think when he gets in and he feels comfortable, he tends to play those kind of airy-fairy shots and loses a little bit of his discipline.
And it brings me back to something that I was having a conversation with Fletcher, and he was saying that he understands his cricket so much that he can make the transition from the white ball to the red ball. I can remember when he came back after a couple of years and play first class cricket for Windwards. There was a lot of chatting going around, but then the selectors and the guys who were in charge was was pretty confident with him coming back
Yeah.
because he understands his cricket. Same to Chadwick Walton. He did mention he haven't played first class cricket or red ball cricket in about 5 years. He came back and he scored 100. He's now in Sri Lanka playing a league cricket in Sri Lanka, but he understands his cricket to the point that the transition from white ball to red ball is a lot easier.
Yeah.
And it brings me back to that question that you say, the levels of your cricket. So as long as you can improve on and getting better with certain levels of your cricket, the transition from white ball to red ball will be a lot easier.
That's right. Haven't seen much spin today. Haven't seen Denver, and
Yeah,
Cyrus only bowled a couple overs.
Yeah, that's
any
the thing.
reasons you think for that?
That's the thing. I've been looking at the Windwards team for the last 3 games, and the spinners haven't really done a lot with the ball. And then you have 2 main spinners on the team, and Cobham Hodge will bowl his overs first. Not saying that Cobham Hodge isn't good enough. I think he's a genuine all-rounder, but sometimes you'll find him bowl a bit more overs than the genuine spinners.
It's too wide of the off stump. Mohammed nearly was tempted because you could see him setting to maybe drive that ball square on the offside, but then realized it was just too wide of the off stump. So
Because-
not tempted.
Yeah, I honestly think that some spinners they would tend to go for runs, especially leg spinners, and a guy like Darryl Cyrus, who's normally predominantly a wicket taker, he would go for a bit of runs. And when you're bowling to a batter like Jason Mohammed, who is known in the Caribbean for batting spin, you would go for a bit of run. So giving him 2 overs, 3 overs, and then take him off, it wouldn't do a lot for his confidence. I mean, yes, you want wickets. Yes, you want to really kind of pull back in terms of the scoring. But it calls for a lot of patience as well.
That's a good call. They were thinking of the single, and that would have been certainly trouble because John was moving quickly to his right, and good sense prevailed, and they decided against it. But Mohammed, I think Webster was the one who was looking for the single at the non-striker's end. But a good call from Mohammed. Nice sunny conditions here. Here is Lewis again. That's a good shot. That's going to run away, is it? Yes, it is going to run away to the boundary. Springer, rather than trying to chase it, felt that he may have reached it, put in the dive, but unfortunately didn't get to it. But another good shot. Every time they stray, we've seen every time they stray, Kesrick, that they're taking full advantage. The batsmen taking advantage of that. And there we saw Mohammed, another good shot. He's looking pretty good. He started shaky, as Inderjeet was saying, but he's grown nicely, and he's come to terms with the pitch, the bowling, and is really batting well.
Yeah, and that's what you will get from Jason Mohammed. Early in the innings, as I mentioned earlier to yourself, that you have to pitch the ball up and sort of move it. You have to be consistent with him. Try to induce the edge with Jason Mohammed early in the innings. You can't give him too much width, which we saw earlier. They give him width and then they get too close on his leg stump, and that's usually easy for him to work the ball on the onside. And that's the end of another over, end of another Sherman Lewis over. It's 175 for 4.
It's just 4 runs coming from that over. And Jason Mohammed, well, the scoreboard has him on 41, and they have they score at 175, but we have it Mohammed on 40 and 174 for 4. I think that run that was turned down, the scoreboard decided to give him it anyway. but there was certainly no run in that, and it's just
Wanted
that
to
for
get to the 50 a
they
little bit
obviously,
faster.
yeah, it's quite obvious, and they want the Red Force to get a little closer to the 191. Well, we talk about spin, and we're going to see some spin here. The off spinner,
Leg
Denver.
spinner.
Is it? Is it Cyrus?
Leg spinner. Cyrus is back.
Oh yeah, Cyrus. Daryl Cyrus, sorry, is back. So I thought for one moment it would have been Denver, but Denver is a very tall guy, and Cyrus as well. But it's going to be the leg spinner. Now the Brian Lara Pavilion end at the Queen's Park Oval is the traditional leg spinner's end, and I'm going to talk about that in a little while. Yeah, we've basically because of the way the breeze blows across the ground. The leg spinners tend to bowl from the Brian Lara Pavilion end rather from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. So I think they've put him at this Brian Lara Pavilion end, and I think it's going to be much better for him, because we did see him this morning bowling from the other end,
The commentary booth.
yeah, the commentary end. So, which is the Willie Rodriguez, and I don't know if you heard the name Willie Rodriguez, Kesrick.
I did. Not gonna lie to you, I did.
Yeah.
Also heard of Jeffrey Stolmeyer and these guys, but it's just that I haven't really gone
Into
in
the
deep.
right.
You know,
Willie Rodriguez was a leg spinner, played for the only man to represent the West Indies at football and cricket.
so they had a West Indies football team.
Yeah, there was a West Indies football team many moons ago.
That's the reason why I
and-
love doing commentary with these guys, because
And-
I learned so much
Yeah.
about the Caribbean and the history of West Indies cricket. Prasad sounds like he's a
He's
historian.
he's a historian. He's much more a historian than I am. And but I know I love the beautiful game. And so I do football commentary as well. And Willie Rodriguez was one of those that because of course in those days there were two separate seasons. You had the football season, which ran during the rainy season. You would get the football season from, say, at the end of the over. So Cyrus coming back into the attack, 174 for 4. A maiden over, so a pretty good over from him. He was a good line, good length, and you could see him mixing up his deliveries. Yeah, and so you had football going from June to December, and then in the dry season, as January would kick in, you go the cricket season from January until the end of May, say June. And so you could have balanced, if you were a good footballer, you could have played football, and then you could have played cricket. Now, cricket is year round. You know, if you're a good, you've got to actually make a decision now. Hey, do I play football? Do I play cricket? In those days, you were able to do the both.
You had a choice.
Yes. And he was one of very few. A West Indies team actually toured England. West Indies football team actually toured England to play, and he played. He is still alive. He's nearly 90 years old.
Defender, striker.
And he was a defender. He was a centre half, but he was also a very good leg spinner. Played for the West Indies, toured England in 1963, I believe, and then he came back as manager of the West Indies team as Denver is into the attack, the off spinner, on that historic tour of New Zealand. I don't know if you also did any history on that, and I'm going to tell you quickly about that after Denver's delivery. When West Indies were at the top of the game and they toured New Zealand, and New Zealand was able, I think they won the series, and it was the famous incident.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Two famous incidents where Michael Holden kicked down the stumps at one end, and Colin Croft ran into umpire Goodall. I think it's Goodall was his name, Fred Goodall. And as Colin Croft approached, he barged into Goodall.
Was that the situation where he ran in and he used to bowl from wide off the stump?
Yeah,
and
well,
he did it a couple times.
Right. Well, this one he went a little closer.
And
to
he
the
went
stumps.
a little closer. Yes,
Yeah,
I can remember that.
Yeah, and umpire Goodall went one way, and Croft went the other way. But the West Indies, they complained bitterly about the umpiring in the series. And it was said that the umpires said that the West Indies they were bowling too fast and they couldn't see the ball. So when it took the edge of the bat, they were saying not out. And of course the West Indies, Clive Lloyd was the skipper, and the West Indies players were going berserk. And they criticized, and they wanted to, as a matter of fact, they walked off the field in one of the games and almost refused to go back on. And then Willie Rodriguez, who was the manager, intervened and said, "Hey guys, we forget the umpiring. We got to go back out." And there was this thing that, okay, we're not going to get the edge of the bat. We got to hit the stumps. The end of the over from Denver. So his first over, as he's now completed 4 overs, none for 15, and it's 175. Is it? Yes, 175 for 4.
It's always good to hear about the history of West Indies cricket.
Yes, I'm just handed something. Willie Rodriguez, he will be 90 years this year. He's played 5 tests, just had 7 wickets, and he scored a half century in a test. But he was famous for bowling. When England toured in 1968, he bowled both Tom Graveney and Basil D'Oliveira shouldering arms with the googly. Came back. He used to bowl a quick leg spinner. So that's a good shot. Just get a single though, and I think yes, Mohammed is very upset with himself. He's met it on the full, and he hit it, but he didn't get it far away enough. Is that Hodge at mid-on? Didn't get it far away enough from him.
Johan Jeremiah there at mid-on.
Oh, that's Jeremiah at mid-on. Yeah, he didn't get it far away from him, and just got the single.
Badly lined. Down the leg side would be 4. No chance for Alec Atenes. Just have to retrieve it. It's 4 byes.
Now the irony of that little story there, Kesrick, is in those days too, the touring team, they used to play against all the islands. So they would play a game against Barbados, a game against Trinidad. So, to make up the tour. So,
but question, wouldn't they be tired by the time the series is ready?
Well, don't forget, they didn't play all that much cricket. So they would come to Trinidad to play a test. But before the test, the warm-up game was against Trinidad.
Trinidad in those days must have a really good first-class team.
Yeah, they all had good first-class teams, and then they go to Barbados to play the second test, and they would play Barbados.
You could picture England come down at that time, and then you have to play against Leewards, you have to play against Barbados, and then you have to play against Trinidad, and you're like, this is the test team here I'm playing.
Loud appeal.
And then those 3 teams, all those teams come together to be one year. How are we gonna beat this team? Come on. Because then we have to face Courtney Walsh, and we have to face Nambrose.
But don't forget, most of the teams would have had 2 or 3 test players in the team. So it was great exposure for the youngsters or those on the verge of trying to get into the test team. And so that's where Willie Rodriguez actually, he got 5 wickets against the English playing for Trinidad, bowling down D'Oliveira and Graveney. And because of his performance, he was picked to play in the test match. Didn't get a wicket. It's the end of the over. It's 180 for 4. So just 11 runs away for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force to take the lead here. Yeah, he was basically picked on his performance in the game, in the warm-up game, and didn't get a wicket in the test match.
Yeah, a few players did get picked from warm-ups and nets and stuff like that. Fidel
Edwards is one, yeah.
Players.
So Denver is going to continue, and just got about a couple minutes. This should be the last over before lunch. Mohammed on 42, Webster's 23.
So something I was looking at, like in Jamaica, he bowled with the same feel. Not saying that he don't have a plan, and he did pick up a wicket when I did mention it on air. There's no point. He's bowling from a wrong. The ball is not really turning much. So without a point, he have to be very meticulous in terms of his line and length here, because anything pitch on off stump is an easy cut for Jason Mohammed. So he has to bowl everything going down on middle and leg stump, because it's not really turning much. So I'm still wondering why this sort of fielder coming over, I think, would be a better option. But at the end of the day, he has his plans, the team have their plans, and they would know what they want to achieve out of this. But I always try to wonder what's the plan behind of it. You're coming wrong and you're bowling off spin. The ball is not really turning much. You're without a point. So any slight mistake going down and off stump, it's an easy cut shot for a player like Jason Mohammed, who's really good against spin. But if you're coming over and it's not turning, then you could use the angle where you want to bowl from wide of the crease or closer to the stump. Because if the pitch is not offering a lot, so a player like Jason Mohammed, that sort of delivery would have been a cut shot. But that's the last delivery before lunch. Red Force is 181 for 4. Good recovery here from Tian Webster and Jason Mohammed. Tian Webster on 23, Jason Mohammed on 43. Just trailed by 10 runs, and it's lunch here on the second day of the Regional 4-day tournament between the Red Force and the Volcanoes, Murray.
So they've added 92 runs in the session. They've lost 3 wickets. So maybe a little bit, they would have to say the Red Force just slightly ahead. They've put their noses ahead. But as you rightly said, it's time for lunch at this point in time. And we're going to have an interesting session after the luncheon break. Can these two carry on their partnership, build a good lead for the Red Force, or can the Volcanoes come back in it, take a couple early wickets and put the Red Force batsmen under some pressure? Well, time will tell. So that's it. At the luncheon interval here at the Queen's Park Oval. The batsmen out this morning. Otley, well, he went yesterday for 47. Gooley for 2 this morning. Mohan, he got a half century, 52. And skipper Joshua De Silva, a little bit unfortunate, but he went for 4. The not-out batsmen, Jason Mohammed is 43. Tion Webster is on 23. And at lunch, the Red Force in pursuit of 191. They are 181 for 4. We ourselves are going to take a break, and we will come back for this session after the luncheon break. Until then, it's goodbye from the Queen's Park Oval.
Hello there once again, wherever you are. Let me greet you with the news. This is the post-lunch session, day number 2 in the 4th round encounter between the Windwards Volcanoes and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at lunch. The Red Force 181 for the loss of 4, with Jason Mohammed looking real good on 43 and Tino Webster on 23. They still trail the Volcanoes by 10 runs with 6 wickets standing. 92 runs scored in that lunch session with 3 wickets falling. So the scene is set, the script has been written. Let's see what's going to happen in this lunch session. Jason Mohammed, like I said, is well set, looking good on 43. We've seen some spanking shot too from Tino Webster. With me once again in the com box is the very pleasant Kestrick Williams. Hello, Kestrick. Had a good lunch?
Hey, it was good. It was a good lunch. I always enjoy eating here in Trinidad and Tobago. And it was pleasant as well.
Well, that's good to hear. At 181 for the loss of 4, 92 runs scored in that session, 3 wickets fallen. A little bit advantage here to the Red Force. Force ball, a wide one outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, and definitely they're in a position that that they would really like to be in. I guess coming out this morning, that was the plan, being in a commanding position, winning the first session, and then trying to win in the second session. But first you have to try to win those hours, and they did that. And I think even though that the Volcanoes did in fact pick up a few wickets this morning, I think that the runs that the Red Force has scored has been tremendous. Jason Mohammed and Tian Webster at the crease now are sure that they have a plan going through this first hour, and then see how they progress after that.
Yes, so Sherman Lewis, he has been having a good ball, not bad at all. He has tested both players out in the middle there. Sherman Lewis, 11.2 over so far, picked up 1 for 39. The disappointment for the Volcanoes will be the performance of their ace medium fast bowler who can swing the ball around. That's Ryan John. That must be some concern, not having the best of matches.
I mean, you're not going to have all good games when you play cricket, but
off the back foot, and that's a fine start for Jason Mohammed, out through the white third man region for a boundary.
And this is what happened when he gives him room. He's that type of player that strives off width. He likes to cut the ball, so you cannot give him that sort of room. Coming back after lunch, you'd want to keep things tight, but then you're giving away those sort of deliveries, and that's a brilliant shot by Jason Mohammed.
Yes, a fine shot indeed, and that boundary will take him on to 47. 3 runs away from a half century, another half century at this level. So he's setting some good standards, starting with a brilliant 105 not out against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and certainly having a good season so far. And that is expected of your senior players. He's one of the senior guys around the region, Jason Mohammed. Here's a drive, nicely knocked down with short extra cover. Left the bat, sweet timing, good flow of his arms, Jason Mohammed. Delivery pitched up there a little. And the Red Force, their focus now is to get as many runs as possible, lead as they go into the second innings. The Volcanoes surely will want to reduce that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Volcanoes will have other plans, but I'm pretty sure with these two batters at the crease and showing what they're capable of doing, we know what Jason Mohammed can do. Tian Webster, the type of player that will score, and he likes to feel the ball on his bat, so they will score fast. If both players bat to tee, we would see them at least putting on nothing less than at least about 55-60 lead or so. So that is something that would be of concern for the skipper of the Volcanoes, Alec Atenay. So they would have to find a plan in how they want to approach this session and how they want to think about the day's play.
Yes, and they will have to bring their ace batting to this game whenever their second innings start. So wherever you are, once again, good conditions here for cricket at the Queen's Park Oval. Mohammed eyes must have lit up there, but showed good judgment as the ball goes by outside the line of the off stump. Can't score. That's the end of the first over after lunch. The score is 185 for the loss of 4.
Something I want to do, I want to apologize to our viewers as well for losing the score ever so often off the screen. We apologize to you. We do have a little bit of technical difficulties every now and again, so we apologize to our viewers out there who are looking on. But we ever so often mention the score after every over, which we would have to do. So just bear with us when it comes to the score on the screen. We're so focused on the game and not so much on the screen that we have here in the com box. So we're asking you kindly to be a bit easy, because the technical difficulties here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club, we have to face it, so to you. So we apologize again from myself and Pasado, our director here. We apologize to you,
Yes, and
our
I think
viewers.
that apology is very sincere. The tone of your voice says it all. Starting with a short delivery, and will score at least a single here.
Yeah, and I could remember the last over before lunch when Denver bowled that last over. I did mention to Murray, yes, the Windward Islands have their plan in how they want to go about bowling. Denver has his plans as well. But he has three guys on the offside, which is Ryan John, who's at mid-off, Kavem Hodger, that's Johan Jeremiah, who's at cover, and then the skipper at slip.
And this is flicked.
With this sort of feel, if you're not spinning the ball, it would be easy pickings for Jason Mohammed off his back foot, punching it just in front of square. That's always going to be one at deep square. And then if he miss his line, which is outside of off stump or going down on off stump, that would be a very easy cut shot for Jason Mohammed, because he likes width. And when he's going, he's on 48. Anything just outside the line of off stump for spinners is width for him.
Well, that went straight into the hands. Did it hit into the turf and then into the hands? But you look at the players, the reaction there might not, might be saying to us it didn't go straight into the hands for a catch. We're seeing Kenneth Demba here operating from the northern end of the ground. Got some bat onto this one for sure. And we'll just get a single here.
I mean,
bowling round the wicket here. What's the thought? There's a forward short leg.
Well, the thing is, I do understand what he's trying to do, but then the ball is not really turning much, Passat. Now, with this sort of feel, you would want the ball to turn, and you would want to hit it in the spot where the batter should be coming forward. It's an easy one. I'm the offside again. The batter should be coming forward, and with the turn and bounce that he's hoping to extract from this surface, it should be going to somewhat leg slip and just in front of short leg there. You saw Hadj was at short, somewhat short mid wicket or silly mid on error. And then you have Cyrus, who's at mid wicket. So if the wicket is giving you what it's supposed to give you as a spinner, as you see, the end of the over there is 189 for 40, and Webster is on 25 and Jason Mohammed is on 49. So if the wicket is giving you what you need in terms of the bounce and turn, then the feeler who's at short leg and also at leg slip is in play, but it's not giving you what you're looking for. So for me, you come over and then you use that angle. Anything that's pitched on off stump would always go into the batter. But if you're coming around, anything on off stump would somewhat go across the batter, which would be an easy cut, and there's no point.
Yeah, absolutely so. So Springer will continue from the southern end of the ground. Good battle going on out in the middle. Jason Mohammed one away from another half century here. And the cricket has been good despite the Red Force having a clear advantage here at this stage, unless they lose a lot of wicket in a clump. And the way these two are batting, it does not suggests that. So, Mohammed is on 49 with 2 slips and a gully going down. Mohammed is driving out through extra cover. He gets the single and brings up his 20th half century. The 37 years old looks good, and at this level raises the bat, of course, to his teammates in the dressing room. A fine half century by the experienced Jason Mohammed.
Showing his class once again. Showing that he deserved to be here. He deserved to be around these youngsters. Would be really good to see him going on to scoring 100, because that's what we want to see. Because he do have hundreds at this level, so we want to see him go on and scoring 100, putting Trinidad in a commanding position. Tian Webster, he definitely have a start already. It's just to capitalize on that start.
Yes, and looking good too for his 25 so far. Showing good judgment here. And it's very, very important. You have done all the hard work. You have gotten to a half century. Retake your guard. And, you count your runs maybe in groups of 10, like Rohan Khanna used to do. And you take your guard. He said, Rohan Khanna said, whenever he scored 10 runs, he sets his eyes on another 10, retakes his guard, and go again. You have done all the hard work. You want to make this count.
Groups of 10s.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
really smart.
Yes,
If you really look at it that way, it's kind of easy to get to 100 if you're doing groups of 10. That's smart. I never thought about that. That's not something I would think about.
Here's a drive and a knockdown at extra cover. Was looking to get more on this one. Tino Webster just got the single, maybe a foot in front of the fielder there. It could have gone whistling away to the boundary. But they realize that they have a great advantage here, is to make that count now.
Well, so far, Trinidad won the first day. Not saying that the Volcanoes are out of it, but with Jason Mohammed at the crease and then Tian Webster doing a fantastic job holding that other end for him, you would like to say that so far, Trinidad looks in control, and that shot even better, makes him look in even more control with some authority as well down the ground. Jason Mohammed, full face of the bat, and it's 4.
Yes, he moved across the line nicely, realizing the easy pace nature of that delivery, and just stroked it wide of mid-on. Look at this. Just moving across a little, good use of the feet, and stroking it to the left of mid-on and getting the boundary. So he's like celebrating his half century with a fine shot.
And the brand of his bat that he's using is add one. So he's adding another 50 to his stats.
Yeah, that's the way to think. That's the way to go. Short and a slower delivery. He got the bounce, but Jason Mohammed was undone by that bounce. Maybe did he pull out of the shot at the last
I think
moment?
he missed out on that one. I think it's the slow nature of the pitch as well.
Yes, and when the Volcanoes look back at their performance in the 4th innings, look at the starts they got. Athenaeus 56, Ambrose 35, Hodge 28, Walcott 28, all got fine starts, but never really kicked on.
The only disappointment there for me in all those wickets that you mentioned is Sunil Ambrose in the manner in which he got out, because he looked like he was in full control of his innings and of the game, and the way how he got out, I think he gifted his wicket away. That's the difference between them scoring 250 and them scoring 191. But that's the end of another over. It's 194 for 5.
Yes, actually 195 for the loss of 4. We're going to change that around. And take into consideration 191. So it simply means with 6 wickets standing, they have now established a 4-run lead over the Volcanoes. And with these two at the crease so far, the partnership has been a good one between them, with Demba, who's going to continue to operate here. And we've seen some added pressure now being put there in the advent of a leg gully. So there's a leg gully, a slip, a forward short leg, and a short backward square. Well, now the leg gully is going to be removed, and let's see where he's going to position himself at short mid-on. And there's a short straight mid-wicket as well. So no doubt they might very well be looking to cut out that flick shot. Has to watch his line here, Kenya Demba. And still managing to pick the gap between the mid-on and the mid-wicket. But there's protection out on the boundary there, and they will go back and complete two. Good looking shot once again.
It's a good shot to actually pick the gap between Kavim Hodge and Springer.
Yes, indeed it is.
Exactly what I'm saying. Anytime you're on the line of off stump, it's always going to be an easy run in front of point or behind point or possibly a four.
Yes, and Webster is fully aware of that possibility and played with very soft hands, knowing fully well there's a single with the extra cover out. Oh, that's a much better delivery there. Popped in the air, but away from the silly mid-on fielder. Just holding the ball a little bit more. You want to see our spinners, give it a good flight, toss it up, make the batsman look up at you. In the air, shout of catch it there. Silly mid-on diving away towards his right. Never went to hand.
And that's exactly what he's looking for. That one that would go to leg slip or short leg coming from a wrong. But then if the ball was actually spinning, bouncing and turning, then you will see more of that. But with the wicket with the pitch not doing too much, we wouldn't see much of that.
Keswick, how is it that our spinners exert maximum spin from the ball?
I think a lot of guys, a lot of spinners these days, they don't pivot enough. They don't come from high enough to get that bounce. Guys like Shane Shillingford and these guys. When Shane Shillingford used to play, who is a former player of Windward Island. A little teaser there for Sunil Lambris, but cut it off. But yeah, Shane Shillingford used to really pivot well on his front leg, also coming over his front leg as well, coming from good height. So he usually get the bounce and some turn. It's the end of the over, the end of another Kenneth Demba over. Score is 200 for 4. Yeah, and I don't find a lot of spinners do that these days.
And like spinners, you go back to someone like Shane Warne, who a lot of people can learn from looking at his video. Shane Warne, he used to use his thumb actually like a trigger, especially when he bowled a flipper. He rings the shoulder. He was very, very strong. The wrist was very strong for Shane Warne as well. That's the reason when he comes in the effort, you hear the grunt when he bowls. This thing is just not about going in and throwing the arm over. You have to exert some power. You have to have strong fingers. It comes from practice. You must be able to flight the ball so you get the bite and the turn from the surface. All these are little things that must be worked on. That's a good delivery. Slow delivery right into the block hole. Webster was equal to it.
Just find that they haven't been bowling like themselves in this game. But obviously we'll have those one or two bad games in a tournament. And I want to write this down as one of the games that they struggled with the ball a bit. In terms of consistency, I'm not really seeing that. One of their premier fast bowlers that would usually take up wickets and who have been taking wickets this season, last season in Ryan John, haven't been having the best of game as you mentioned earlier. Shamar Springer already picked up 3 wickets. But if the Ryan John was actually on the ball today, we could have seen the 200 for 4, 200 for 5, 200 for 6. We're not sure. But Jason Mohammed is at the crease and he's playing a good hand here. along with Tian Webster. Flick through mid wicket. This could be for it. Could be a teaser, and the ball wins. Each through mid wicket. Jeremy Salazar there at mid wicket couldn't stop it. 4 runs. 4 runs added to the total here, Prasad.
Yes, and that's once again a good shot here by Jason Mohammed. Good timing to the left of Salazano down at that short mid-wicket region. He knows where the scoring opportunities are, and this is good. You must be alert to that, and gets another boundary. And he's growing in confidence. Now, he has gone on to how many? He has gone on to 66. In fact, 56. In fact, that's Tino Webster. And it's good to see that Tino Webster is mixing aggression with solid defense. And even in those defense, he's still looking to score a run. The hallmark of good batting. He's gotten a fine start. Must be able to carry on from here. Don't want another soft dismissal. You mentioned Sunil Ambris, who looked so good. Played a few naughty shots that he escaped with in the first innings. First delivery from that end, one was pitched up to him and he blasted it straight into the hands of the field at extra cover. And just as I was praising Tino Webster here, he was flirting with danger outside the line of the off stump.
Commentator's curse. I don't know you have that too, Prasad.
I think it's contagious. As we come inside here, we listen to our colleagues say these things.
I can tell you one commentator I know in the world has that. Is my really good friend who I worked with in Jamaica, Jerome Foster. He has the knack of taking wickets in the commentary box.
He's always in form.
Always in form.
And this time he gets it, not with the power, but good timing and placement once again through the covers. And we'll go back and complete too. Good to see him hitting the ball all along the ground. When you hit it along the ground, you cannot be caught. The over's been completed, at the end of which it's 206 for the loss of 4.
I think it's have a lead, and who can have a good lead on the Volcanoes this season. And things can definitely change, but at the moment now, what we are seeing from Jason Mohammed and Tian Webster, we can't really say that yet, because both players are really doing well. They are playing a good hand. They're supporting each other, and I think they understand each other well enough because they have been playing for a while.
Yes, they came together when the score was at 136. It has gone on to 206. So the partnership continues to bother the Volcanoes team. So umpire just moving away from the square leg region, and it's going to come towards the square cover. Still the forward short leg this time, moving away from silly mid-on. Good delivery, I like this one. Floated a little bit more and was on the line of the leg stump. Just turning back into the right-hander a little.
I'll tell you what, this line that Denver is, that is bowling now, just got him a wicket.
That's a brilliant catch down at mid-wicket by Shamar Springer, looking to go over the top there and holding out to Shamar Springer. And Jason Mohammed has to go after scoring a half-century, 56. Once again, another player scoring a half-century and not going on. But give credit to Kenneth Demba. He tossed that one up, much more flight, lured the right-hander into the shot. He went for it, and a good catch leaping in the air by Shamar Springer.
Really the first time Jason Mohammed actually advanced down the wicket to try to go big. Only could have found Shamar Springer, who's at mid-wicket. First delivery, Denver actually flighted as well. A little bit more air. Jason Mohammed down the ground could have only found Shamar Springer, who just took a brilliant catch. Jason Mohammed is gone for 56 of 89 deliveries. The score is 206 for
And
5.
That ended the partnership that is worth 70 runs. They came together when it was 136 for 4. They've taken it to 206. The partnership is good, but just when the Red Force thought, they would have taken this much more deep, we saw the demise of Jason Mohammed.
Well, he's gone now. They always find a way to creep back into games.
And this is the nature of cricket. You cannot give up out in the middle. Sometimes you have to change your game plan. It's one not working, then you go to plan B, even plan C. And they worked out Jason Mohammed there because Shamar Springer was placed in that position for that kind of shot.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, Passad, is that with the line that Kenneth Dembo is bowling, he just got a wicket with it. But at the top level, better batters or great batters would realize the line that he's bowling, and then they will bat on leg stump. So anything on middle stump or just on off stump, it would be a drive. And anything on the line of leg stump, it's a sweep shot.
So Terence Hines, he has come out into the middle, and he's very handy with the bat as well, Terence Hines.
I've seen him play a few good innings for Trinidad, even for Trinidad Red Force, and also for Knight Riders, and that one just taking the edge. Kenneth Demba first delivery to Terence Hines. He's off the mark though, but that one just taking the edge off Terence Hines' bat. So I'm wondering what would be the plan here now, knowing that they're 5 wickets down. Yes, the plan will definitely be to bat out the day. That has to be the plan. But how do Windwards go about looking to get wickets here?
Well, they have this strategy with bowling the medium fast from the southern end, and now we're having the leg spinner from this end. I think Kenneth Demba might be doing quite a few overs from this end.
Now that you have a new batter at the crease, I wouldn't mind what he was doing before in terms of bringing in that leg slip and the short leg. So probably move Hodge to leg slip, still keep Jeremy Salazano where he is, and then bring Shamar Springer a bit straighter. It's a new batter, so you want to try to present that opportunity for a wicket for your skipper.
And that previous delivery was a good one by Kenneth Demba. It was actually the googly. Did not turn back viciously at the right-hander, but had him stabbing at the ball at the last moment. Much more easy this time. Looking for the single, it's not on whatsoever. And a successful over has come to an end by Kenneth Demba. It's 208 for the loss of 5. Terence Hines scored 22 against the Academy, 22 and 34 against the Leewards. He has had starts, did not bat against Guyana. No doubt he'll be looking for a better innings, a better outing here this afternoon. But the Volcanoes have gotten the breakthrough they were looking for, and now they'll be looking for further inroads. So there's the plan. Continue to bowl Shamar Springer from the southern end. 3 for 52 from 17 overs. I think those are good figures, Shamar Springer, and took that fine catch, leaping in the air to dismiss Jason Mohammed. He's having a good bowl here. You remember that belly dance or the chest roll, they call it, Shamar Springer, when West Indies won
on the 19 World Cup. And they actually have 2 players here who played in that under 19 World Cup, Shamar Springer and Ryan John.
Yes, off the back foot. And that was a moment that West Indies will never ever forget. You look at the youngsters with the joy, the dance, the jubilation across the region.
Actually won 3 cups that year. The under 19 one, the female one, and then the male won the T20 World Cup.
Yes.
That was something special for West Indies cricket.
Exactly. couldn't get better at all.
Few players from the under 19 around that year is playing first class cricket and really running world cricket now. Alzari Joseph is one of those guys. Shimron Hetmeyer, Kemo Paul was there. Shamar Springer, Ryan John,
And Casey Carty.
Casey Carty was in that team. Jed Gooley was in that team. So it's really good now to see that these players are playing first class cricket. Everybody would not get onto the international team around the same time. But at least they're playing a good level of cricket. Good to see Shamar Springer in the wickets this year in terms of leading wicket taker. Also Ryan John, who I think his name should be up there in terms of having a question mark around it for selection for West Indies a team tour or something of that sort, or West President 11 or something, because he had been doing some good work with the Volcanoes. He had a splendid season last year and he started pretty well this year as well with bat and ball.
Driving on the edge found here, it's gone between the second slip and the gully, down towards the fine third man boundary for 4 of the bat of Tino Webster.
Yeah, with no feel at third man. Full delivery from Shamar Springer, finding the edge at least, but a featureless edge. Only could have find the gap. Full delivery.
I remember covering on radio the 2008 ICC World Cup in Malaysia. We were at the studio in Barbados looking at a big screen and doing commentaries there. And the names like Virat Kohli, I think Ravindra Jadeja. At the gully region, well, on another day he might very well be snapping that one up. Today he has just lost it.
Gonna be honest with you, Pastor, that would have been a splendiferous catch. I'm being honest with you. Kavem Hodge didn't hold on to it, but it was a brilliant effort.
Yes, you can't blame him for effort at all. He had to dive going away from him. Let's look at this.
And that's something that Tian Webster has his problem with over the years, is following the delivery outside the line of the foot stump loosely as well. Great stuff. Just a quick single there. Jeremy Salazano with the shin pads on, because he usually do the short leg position. Couldn't get him fast enough. But that's the end of the over. Singler to finish that over there.
Yes, and we were talking about that 2008 World Cup team. People like the Kohlis went through to international cricket. He is a star. Tim Southee from New Zealand, Ravindra Jadeja, Vandiar from South Africa, and a number of those players. You compare that to the 2008 West Indies team. I think it was only Darren Bravo that endured for a period of time. Other than that, many of them just fell away.
Yeah, I could remember that series. Dylan Johnson from
Yes.
St. Vincent was in that West Indies team. Also to Danley Joseph from St. Vincent, 2 fast bowlers, was in that team. Danley Joseph obviously didn't carry on, but he was a fantastic fast bowler. Really sweet action. Very similar to Jerome Taylor. Smooth, nice to the crease. He lives in America now. But a lot of players get lost in the system, and that's the reason why I'm happy for the West Indies Academy team and the CCC, because what that does is bridge the gap between that point where after under 19 these players, they get lost for a while because they can't get onto their first class team. With these teams now that's playing in the regional tournament, they have a chance after under 19 cricket to get in to their first class team and also play for the West Indies Academy and for the CCC.
Yes.
So I would always praise Cricket West Indies for that move. I would even think about implementing a county team to come back into the Caribbean to play first. We're gonna get better, and that's what's needed. But as I mentioned, and that's a brilliant shot, really well played. I did mention it earlier, Passad. As long as you're batting on leg stump, anything on the line of leg stump is an easy sweep shot. And Tian Webster just showing how good he is.
Yes, that was a
Rushed on
fine
to
shot.
44.
Yes, good looking shot, had the power, had the placement as well, and warning the fielder down at forward short leg, hey guy, you have to be very careful here.
Yeah, good batters at international level, they would start to bat on leg stump. Or even national level, they would start to bat on leg stump. Or even outside leg stump, force you to bowl the ball on stump, and anything on stump or even just outside the line of half stump, which I don't think that you would want to bowl, that would go over cover. So
Yes.
as long as it comes down on the line of leg stump and you're on leg stump or outside leg stump, it's an easy sweep shot if you're a sweeper.
Yes, exactly. You were mentioning these foreign teams coming and playing in our domestic 4-day season. We had the England Lions many years ago. We have Kenya coming down here and playing. Bangladesh A team came down here and play as well. The over's been completed, 217 for the loss of 5. It brings a quality, and you're just not playing more matches, but you're playing
Quality.
of a
Quality
better
cricket.
quality as well.
Because I could remember there was a time, and that's the end of the over, 217 for 5. Trinidad Red Force, they lead by 26. And it is something that I want to see happen again. We had Kent at one time. I think it was Kent Spitfire playing in our Super 50. We had Middlesex at one time. I think it's either Middlesex or Yorkshire. Correct me if I'm wrong. Played in our Super 50.
It was Middlesex.
Middlesex playing in our Super 50. And then we had English Lions, which was like England's A team playing in our domestic league. And that team was consist of people like Keith Sweater, Hildreth, Jimmy Adams, Bairstow, Finn, and these guys. And that's why I made my debut against. It was quality cricket. I could remember Gary Maturin picking up 10 wickets in that game. So it's the quality of players. And in that game, about 2 of those guys made hundreds. I think Hildreth was one of those guys that made 100. Stephen Taylor as well. Not Stephen Taylor, sorry, but Taylor. James Taylor, sorry folks, but James Taylor as well was in that team. So it was a really, really strong team, really good batting lineup as well, and they really gave us hell when they came down. But it's quality cricket, and we had good players to play against. So this is the things I want to see come back to the Caribbean, bring in first-class teams from England to play here in our tournament.
Worth thinking about, definitely. It's going to take some time, but we must improve that quality. It's so necessary, because what it does is to lift the quality of our own players here. Despite all those names that came down, of those teams that we talk about, they never won the championship here. It was a Caribbean team that won the championship.
Jamaica won that year, I think.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, not so successful at regional 4-day cricket as far as winning championship. This eludes the keeper and will come down towards a fine leg, and those are going to be leg byes, just straying down the leg side.
And I think the reason for them not winning so much of 4-day cricket is because I'm only going to talk from around my time when I started to understand first-class cricket, and when I was looking at saying, look, I want to play 4-day cricket. I could remember watching 4-day cricket as far back as when Richard Kelly and those guys were playing for Trinidad, and Marlon Black and those guys. That's how far I could remember, watching 4-day cricket, like the Carib Cup and Buster Cup and those tournaments. And most of those guys liked white ball cricket. And then the Kieran Pollard and the Bravo and the Narayan era, those guys were mainly focused on white ball cricket. And then they have the T20 coming on stream, and we know how that went, and you can't wrong them for that. And what a job they have done over the years at the T20 format.
Yes, they have performed exceedingly well at T20 and 50 overs cricket. In fact, Joey Carew was the skipper when Trinidad and Tobago won the 1970 and 1971 four-day tournament. Back-to-back victories for them. Bartholomew captained the team when they shared with Barbados in 1976. This is wide, just looking to tease the right-handed Terence Hines to play a shot. Ranji Nanan won in 1985. Darren Ganga in 2006. They also won the International Challenge in trophy in that year, and the 2007 Caribbean International Challenge as well. So 4 titles and 1 shared since the tournament began was in 1966 under the Shell Shield brand.
That's some history for you there, peeps. The historian Passar.
Yes, the game has changed so much. Driving over the top of second slipper and down to the boundary for 4. The edge found this time by Terence Hines, but he got a boundary in the process. To bring it over to an end, it's 225 for 5.
Finding the edge ever so often, Shamar Springer. Just not really. A lot of luck not going his way today. But the lead is up now to 34. I'm thinking anything over 100 here in terms of lead for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They might be a bit more comfortable knowing what they did in the first innings with the ball.
Well, with 5 wickets standing and to get to that 100 lead, that's very possible for them, especially with these 2 guys out at the wicket. We have seen how Webster has played so far. Hines has just come out into the middle. And with the gaps, they're open territories because we have men in catching position, except the 2 out on the boundary. That's the deep mid-wicket and the long on. Other than that, they're real estate there in galore. Now that's a good delivery. Just holding it up back there a little, but well bowled once again by Kenneth Demba. He's picked up 1 for 31. He's in his 10th over. Here's a drive.
Always going to be easy as long as it's on the line of off stump.
And we have seen a number of singles scored in that department and a few boundaries as well. And Keswick, what we used to get in those olden days is that when Geddes Grant Harrison Line started, it started as a group format. And then it evolved. They used to play it on the Wednesday and then start the 4-day competition on the Friday. That used to end on Monday. And then it changed, sponsorship changed. We started with the Red Stripe Bowl 1-day tournament. We had 2 groups in 2 different territories, semifinals and finals. And we're still having it on to this day in 2 groups. Number of teams has increased. Easy single here.
Always going to be easy. There's no feeler at point coming or wrong. Anything on the line of off stump. It's always going to be easy as long as it takes the edge and go anywhere around point, backward point.
So, Tino Webster is on 45. He has faced 70 deliveries. Loud shout onto the pad. It was high, maybe a little bit back onto it. You'll never know. But you see, as the appeal went up, the cooling down process came very quickly.
Also pitching outside the line of like stump from here. Yeah, outside the line of leg stump.
Now we're watching a very keenly contested battle between these 2. The end of the over, 227 for the loss of 5. The sun is not streaming down with all its heat at the moment. There must be some little covering there at the top.
Well,
But
I'm happy because I'm in the box. I'm loving it here, but this should be happy now because it's a lot better than yesterday. It was steaming hot yesterday.
Yes, it was. Hot conditions around several nations of this world, while some others they're having extensive rainfall, snowstorms, the nature of the earth that we live on.
Well, I'm happy I'm in the Caribbean.
There's no place like this.
Oh, love it here.
Opening
really
the face
not
nicely.
not really too convincing, but it was well played behind point.
Yes, you're right. Was a little bit hesitant there, but did the right thing. Didn't force the ball. Just opening the face at the last moment.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He didn't play it with a lot of confidence, but you could see the intent to get it behind point, to get off strike.
And that's the key here. They don't want to be bogged down, because when you are bogged down, you have the opposition coming at you. They're scoring their singles. They've been rotating the strike nicely. And Springer continued to be well. He's in his 20th over. Picked up 3 for 62 so far. He's showing a lot of energy, stamina, especially in these kinds of conditions. Not a tearaway fast bowler, but somebody who puts a premium on the opportunity that he has been given. He is one of the franchise players in this Volcanoes team.
Well, I tell you what, this team is probably one of the fittest team in the franchise setup. That one was just a slug, but get enough bat on it to get it through mid-wicket. Jeremy Silzano had no chance. Takes him closer to a half century.
Yes, with that shot, Tino Webster has gone on to 49, the right-hander.
Not really where he wanted it to. Wanted to hit that over long on. Taking the inside half of the bat. Going through mid-wicket. Got himself 4.
Yes, he's 28 years old, Tino Webster. First class career of 24 matches. Highest of 178 on the verge of another half century. He's not going to get it with that delivery. Showing good judgment, allowing one to go by.
I like his mannerism at the crease. He doesn't look bothered. Kind of surprised that he's batting there as well, because I more know him as a top order batter. Played for TKR as an opener. Also played for Red Force at this level as an opener. So kind of surprised that he's batting there. I guess he's playing as an all-rounder because he did bowl.
And there's a drive straight to the field at short cover. He's not going to get it there as well. So patient now will be the name of the game. He knows he's on 49 and he walks away from the stump, no doubt talking to himself, essaying a shot that he thought he should have played. Maybe a little bit more to the left of the field at extra cover. So always a little tension when you get to these landmarks. Butterflies, they say sometimes in the
I'm
stomach.
going to be honest with you. I don't know how it feels. I would.
Can he get this one here? He's on driving. He's going to beat mid-on. And he gets his 5th half century at the first class level. The 28-year-old Tion Webster looks good as he on drive for a boundary to bring up his 50.
Pleasant way to get to your 50. Really well played. Ever since he got to the crease, he looks like he's in control. Few edges down behind third man for 4. But what a way to get to your half century. Pleasant, down the ground, full face of the bat. Showing the brand of the bat, I think is hung. A lot of Trinidadians use that brand. Little Bravo, Big Bravo. That's something that, and that's what I like about the Trinidadians. They look out for one another. And I must respect that when it comes to the Trinidadian cricketers.
Well, that is what make, a team perform, that relationship. You're a team, you must look out for every member of that team, because whatever an individual does affect the team, whether positive or negative. Sometimes you hear so many strange stories, about individual players in a team effort, and you wonder, is this really happening? You become like a family, especially when you're on tour.
And that's what I think the Volcanoes have, is that they hang out together. They're always with around one another. In St. Vincent, they go to Limes together. They go to the waterfalls together. They go to the beach together. So they do a lot of things together. So that sort of brings some sort of cohesiveness between them. And that's what you want. And that's the reason why they're performing so well.
And that's a big swing of the bat high in the air. Will the catch be taken down on the boundary? Takes it and had looked back there as the boot got inside of it. So that's a clean catch. And Terence Hines goes for 8 of 16 deliveries caught down on the boundary. The wicket they wanted, they've gotten it, and the Volcanoes are happy.
The type of player that Terence Hines is. But sometimes you have to be aware of the situation and realize the position that you're in. You're batting with somebody who just crossed 50. Give him the strike and try to play around him and then get to a score. That was not needed. He's a player that I like, but it wasn't needed at that time. He's gone for 8. A big slug. Only could have found the man. He didn't really have to move either. Only could have found Daryl Cyrus on the mid-wicket boundary. I must say I'm a bit disappointed in that shot. Knowing that the position that they're in, they're 45 lead. You're batting with somebody who just crossed 50 and he looks well. You need to support him.
I can't agree with you more. Should not have played that, especially it's kind of unforgiving. You have one man on the boundary and you're going to pick him out. Reminds me of my country boy Shimron Hetmyer.
And I'm going to tell you something, right? He's one of my favorite players in Trinidad team. So me saying this, no, it shouldn't cause any rift, because I would tell him after the game, I would say I'm pretty disappointed. You have to be aware of the situation and play to the situation. Put your team in a commanding position. Very disappointed in that shot. There was no need for it.
So at his demise, he walks away, and Carrie Peer has come in with the score now 236 for the loss of 6. The two of them for that 6th wicket added how many runs? 30 runs. They came together and it was 206. So the maths is good. 236 now. Should have been much more than that. Just give it away a little. But here's where the Volcanoes come into. They had the man out there for that kind of catch, hoping that he's going to go for that kind of shot. And he just fell into that game plan, and he's a goner.
Well, Carey Pear is at the crease. He can play. We know he can bat. He have a first-class 100 to his name. And I think that first-class 100 is against the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yeah, so the batting qualities are definitely there. Will it be this day when he really comes good with the bat and lends support here to Tion Webster, who is on 53? Good half century by him. So there's still the silly point, a solitary slip, a Demba. That's a little bit flatter this time.
I'm sure that our co-commentator Murray would be happy with what he's seen here from Webster. He's a player that he likes. He would like to see him carrying on and scoring 100. I really don't want to say that either, because the commentator curse always comes in.
And a good reach here by the left-hander Pear as the over comes to an end. It's 236 for the loss of 6. More from you, Keswick, and you'll be joined by Colin Murray.
And Ryan John is back. He's back with ball in hand. 236 for 6. Just saw Tion Webster playing a lovely shot that last over to bring up his half century. Shamar Springer has been given a rest now. Ryan John, both him and Shamar Springer really been doing a fantastic job with ball in hand for the Volcanoes. Ryan John having a bit of an off game. How much would they like for him to get things back on the road? Good start. And welcome back to you, Mr. Murray.
Good afternoon to you, Keswick, and good afternoon to all our viewers. And the Red Force now, what, a lead of 46. And they're going along nicely. He lost, I thought, 2 wickets there. And especially, I heard you talk about Terence Hines. Very, very disappointed in his dismissal. He likes to hit the ball. You know, it's a known fact. But you got to pick you got to pick the deliveries. You got to decide well. You got to look at your feel, and you got to decide when you're going to go, when you're not. And I thought it was a little bit premature. He was on 8, batting well.
It's all about being aware of the situation
Yeah.
and play to the situation. Play what's in front of you.
So not much left after Carrie Pear. It's Brian Charles and the Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. Anderson Phillip, in fact, came in as night watchman for the West Indies in a game and got 43.
Hate that term.
So he did, but he
That's the only time I think I'm an Australian. When I hear that
you
term.
too, yeah. This is good bowling because he's tempting Carrie Pear just outside the line of the off stump. There's 2 slips in a gully, and he's saying to Carrie Pear, well, if you want to put bat and ball, you got to come for it. And so far, Carrie Pear is done well. He's leaving those deliveries just outside the line of the off stump. He's picking up the line well, but the danger is if it comes back at him, if Ryan John can bring it back to the left-hander, he could find himself in some problems.
Well, because of his action, that's what he will normally do. Bring it back to the left-handers. He would probably go wrong. As I mentioned, he's going wrong now.
Yeah.
Because he realized from coming from a wrong, he's not really getting it to shape
Yeah,
back
from
much.
over.
From
Yeah,
over,
yeah.
sorry. Could remember him giving Kurt McKenzie a beautiful delivery coming from a wrong in Jamaica. Kurt McKenzie playing a wrong that one.
Carrie Pear looking for the single, and a lot depends on Tion Webster, but again, he can be a little bit of a loose cannon. Tion Webster, he's another one. He's got to read the situation here now and knows that he's batting with basically with the lower part of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team. Yes, he would want to get on with it. Yes, he would want runs, but he's got to be calculated in how he scores, and it does not mean you have to go aerial. That's not a bad looking shot. Came off the bottom part of the bat more than anything else, but Carrie Pear looking for some runs. The end of the over from Ryan John, back with just 1 run coming from that over. 14 runs now, none for 57. So Webster. And the score, 237 for 6, the Red Force. Webster now, he's got to be careful because he's an attacking player. He's going to be looking for runs. And he can get frustrated as well if Pear is not able to rotate the strike. He's going to be, he's going to be looking for runs. But in so doing, he's batted so well thus far, he's just got to be careful. My concern with him is that he's going to go looking for runs. He's going to try and go over the top and find himself in problems.
Well, let's hope that's not the case. Let's hope that he stays in the game, because he's really needed for Trinidad right now.
It's a good looking shot. It's well fielded by Ryan John. So he gets a single again with the first delivery of the over. So it means that Carrie Pear has got to try and somehow rotate the strike, get a single, and get back Webster on strike.
I'm not too bothered about Carrie Pear and his batting. I think he's very capable with the bat. So I'm really not too bothered about him. You would start to worry a bit if it was Anderson Phillip or a Jaden Seals at the crease. But he's very good with bats in hand, so not really too worried about him.
Yeah, he's capable, as you rightly said. He's got 100. But his batting and his bowling has got to come along a bit. As a matter of fact, there was at one time in his career, he was ahead of Akil Hussain in terms of his bowling, not so his batting. I think Akil has always been a pretty useful batsman. As a matter of fact, Akil Hussain started more as a batsman than a bowler. And then all of a sudden his bowling started to pick up, and I think he's lost something with his batting. I'm not saying he's a rabbit, but a few years ago, in my view, he was a much better batsman than he is now.
That's so true, because I can remember playing against Barbados in CPL that he batted at number 3 in Jamaica.
And if memory serves me right, I think he got 100, Akil Hussain, against the Windward. I don't think it was Windward Volcanoes in those days. I think he must have been a 20-year-old or something like that. And he got 100. But it's the end of the over from Denver. So he's, 238 now, 4-6 here, as going to have a bit of a drinks break. So with the players going to get some refreshments, it's good time to tell you here at the Queen's Park Oval, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force are 238 for 6. They lead by 47 runs. We're going to take a break. So welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. The drinks break is over, and we're just about getting ready to restart. Shamar Springer is going to continue the attack. 238 for 6, the Red Force. And Tion Webster, who's really batted very well, he's on 55 from 79 deliveries. He is going to take strike. Still 2 slips and a gully. And there's a square point right out on the boundary. Cover, a short extra cover, so 7 men now on the offside. And just 2 on the leg side. There's a wideish mid-on. And there is the man at squarish mid-wicket. But it's not Shamar Springer. It's going to be Brian John, because he picked up the attack from that Brian Lara pavilion end. And this is his second over since coming into the attack. Yet to pick up a wicket. He's got none for 57. He's in his 15th over as Webster. Very much constrained innings, which is good because he is a talented player. So the sun has left us as John again. And too wide of the off stump, not tempting. Wasn't taken cleanly by Walcott, and Carriper was thinking of the single and then realized that Ambrose from slip had gone around to collect it. And in the end, good sense prevailed. He sent Webster back to the safety of his crease. So the sun has been a little bit of no threat of rain. We haven't had rain for weeks. And there's certainly no threat now. But the sun keeps peeping out and going back behind the cloud and then peeping back out again. They're going to go through for a quick single. Webster has to hurry. And in the end, the ball was not picked up at all by Solozano, who is at a mid-on. But the ball didn't come off the bat as quickly as maybe Solozano anticipated. Seemed to just ride the top of the bat as he was looking to play it towards mid-wicket. And it seemed to ride just the top of the bat and went out towards mid-on. And Solozano had to attack the ball. And didn't pick it up cleanly, and so Webster got home. Brings the left-hander, Carriper, who's yet to get off the mark. But John really bowling a good line. He's bowling a good length. He's concentrating outside the line of the off stump to the right-hander, and I expect he'll do the same to the left-hander. He's come around the wicket. Seemed to be a slower delivery, that one, and he was pushing at it, Carriper. So this is an interesting period of the game, because you have to say if Carriper was to get out, or Webster, more so if Webster was to get out, you have to think that the Volcanoes would limit the lead here from Trinidad Tobago. Once Webster is there, another delivery that Carriper actually came down the track, and realizing it was a delivery that was slower, he had to reach for it. He just simply defended. So it's a situation, if Webster can stay there from a Red Force perspective, then they may very well be able to get up to close to 300. But if he goes, then I would think 250, 260. Which would put the Volcanoes back in the game. As it stands now, the Red Force just slightly ahead. Because the lead is 48, and they've still got 4 wickets intact at the end of the over from Ryan John. Just a 1 run coming from it. So the last 3 overs, and they've yielded just 3 runs, and all coming off the bat of Webster. 1 in each of the 3 overs. And Carriper has faced 15 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. So 239 for 6. he's got to find a way, pair, to try and rotate the strike. Give Webster as much of the strike as possible. So Denver is going to continue the right arm off spinner. 2 for 34 from 12 overs. So he's bowled well. Picked up the wickets of Mohammed. So he picked up the wickets of Mohammed and Hines. It's a good delivery from Denver. I would like to see him give it a little bit more flight. He's got to use a little bit more variety and tempt Webster. Tempt him into some sort of big shot. But if you're gonna throw it in a little bit quicker and a little flatter, Webster is just gonna play it. I would think he would just play it on its merit. But you want to test him. You want to tempt him. You want to just give it some air. Hello, Inderjit. How are you?
Hello to you, Colin. I am good.
They're looking to sweep, but delivery that pitching outside the line of the leg stump, and Webster looking to sweep. I'm getting the impression from the wicketkeeper Walker that he may have got a little bit of an inside edge.
Might very well. And I agree with you totally. If you're a spinner, well, then you expect that most of the time you'll be tossing the ball up. Give it that kind of loop. Get it a little bit higher. Make the batter look up. Only then you'll be utilizing whatever the pitch has to offer you.
Yeah, to me, to Webster, he's a little bit too flat. He's pushing it through. And look, this is the danger. He's asking the square leg umpire how many balls left. So the danger is, in my view, if he feels that Pear cannot rotate the strike, which he has not done so far, none from 15, he is suddenly going to look to, should I say, play a shot to a ball that is not right for the type of shot he wants to play. Let's have a look.
Just because he wants a single, maybe.
Well, he was lucky because it was pitched outside the line. Now he's going back for 2 when it's the last ball of the over. So he eventually he decided against it. But that was a delivery, given a little bit of it outside the line of the off stump, so he was able to play it through the offside. So he gets the single, but even though he was looking for a second, a little bit bizarre. But it's the end of the over, 240 for 6.
And Colin, with the field placement of having that player at wide mid-off and you're just having the extra cover, Denver bowling the leg spinner from the northern end of the ground, we have seen a number of singles scored in that direction. Once the bowler loses his line, once he pitches outside the line of the off stump or even an off stump, he's been eased away in that department where a number of singles has been scored. So it's important that you bowl to your field. Occasionally you are going to slip, but it has been done far too often.
Well, John is going to continue. He's been pretty steady after lunch, not being spectacular. I think he's come on to do a job. He's come on there to try and keep the runs down and also and stifle the batsmen. Say to the batsman, basically, if you want runs, you got to come at me. Well, except for that delivery again. That was a poor delivery from Ryan John. You look at his field, he's bowling with a 7-2 field, 7 men on the offside, and he pitches that ball on the leg stump of Tion Webster. Let's have a look. That's easier Sunday morning for him to pick his spot where he wanted to play it. Look at that, going down the leg side.
Yes, and it was there for the asking, but give credit here to Tion Webster as well. Despite he was slanting outside the line of the leg stump, he made good contact. And that's because of good use of the feet. Again, capitalizing on a loose delivery.
You're bowling with 7 and 2. Now, the problem with bowling with a 7 and 2 field in that, as you would know, he's got to go wide of the off stump.
Has to.
You can't be attacking the stumps. And that's what he's going to do, bowl wide of the off stump. But there's cover down in that deep point position, right out on the boundary. So they're only going to get a single. So that's what he's got to do. He's got to go wide of the off stump, which in a way negates the LBW decision, the bowl, because once you go on the stumps, if you don't get it right, as he did with that first delivery, there's no protection in the leg side except for that forward square leg on a mid-on.
Yes, and no doubt John will be asking some questions of himself. He came into this match against the Red Force, top of his game, 15 wickets like you mentioned earlier, yet hunting his first wicket, and he's in the 16th over.
Now this is a little different. He's bowling with a 6-3 feel, and so you expect him here now, and especially against the lower order, bowl at the stumps, make them play. The amount of deliveries Carey Pear has left alone from Ryan John, it's just not on. You got to bowl at the stumps. You got to bowl different. Yes, I know it's a right-hander and a left-hander, but even if it was not, if you had a guy on 6A, you would bowl him differently as how you bowl to a number 8.
Yes, and he has faced 16 deliveries.
That's better.
That's where he needs to bowl. Maybe more often than not, get it a little bit, just outside the line of the off stump. You don't want to be too straight, but you call it right. Much better delivery. You want to make the batsman feel, I must play at this delivery.
And especially Carey Pear, because he's coming, and you could see the mindset of Carey Pear. He's there now to try and play for Tion Webster. Except that, commentators curse again. Because a wide delivery, he should have left it alone, went for the drive, and he hit it straight into the hands of the second slip, skipper Athanase, who took a comfortable catch. But that is a poor shot. You have nothing else but a poor, reckless shot from Pear. He should have left it alone. You have a man at the non-striker's end on 62. Why were you tempted? He was doing well all along. Balls were outside the line of the off stump. He was leaving them alone. But this one pitched up a little bit more from Ryan John. He was tempting him. He says, okay, go for the drive. But if you don't move your feet and get to the pitch of the ball, you're going to run yourselves in problems. And Carey Pear did just that.
And I think, yes, you're right about that, because it was short of a good length there. Given one that he felt he can just open up the arms, which he should not have done, play every ball on its merit. There are many deliveries outside the line of the off stump. And look at this one. Expansive cover drive there on the return. And look where that front leg was planted. Nowhere in line with the ball. There was a huge gap there. And when you have that kind of a technical error, you're going to be caught in the slips like he did. Comfortable regulation catch. Should be disappointed.
Yeah, very, very disappointing. And more so with the non-striker on 62. Webster's been batting well. The fear now is that Webster may very well find himself batting with number 10 and number 11. But Brian Charles comes to the crease. He's not a bad player, Brian Charles. He certainly can hold his own, very much in the mold of a Carey Pear. He can defend well. He can knock it around. The thing is, and with the lower order, the problem is when they try to attack, as we saw with Carey Pear. He tried to go after Ryan John, and give John credit.
Yes.
He took the ball up to him, moved it away, and basically saying to Carey Pear, well, if you need runs, you got to come after me, and he paid the price.
And those are the kinds of deliveries that brought Ryan John many of his wickets among the 16 that he has now taken. The first in this game, 1 for 63 in the 16th over. That should give him a lot of confidence.
So Brian Charles leaving his first delivery outside the line of the off stump. Again, John would be disappointed. First delivery at a number 9, got to get it on the stumps. The end of the over. Successful over from John, picking up the wicket of Pear. And the Red Force, 245 for 7. They lead by 54.
Yeah, and Colin, you played the game at the 4-day level in the Caribbean, across the Caribbean as well. As you walk in there to bat in hand, you're the next batsman coming out. What's the thinking going through your mind, the thought processes in getting a good innings?
Well, the first thing is you want to look at the conditions. You want to assess the conditions. You want to keep your wicket intact. Again, it's also dependent on two things: the state of the game and who is your partner. In a case like this, you're looking at a Brian Charles coming on, and Pear and Hines should have done this. Tion Webster is the number one. He's the lead batsman on a half century. You should be batting for him. So what you need to do, the first thing you need to do, is to keep your wicket intact and try and rotate the strike. Every time you get the opportunity to get a single, then fine. Give him as much strike as you can. You know, and that should be the thought process now of these guys who are coming into bat.
Yes, and to get those thought processes that you're talking about, you must be able to analyze the situation out in the
Correct.
middle, and you play towards that game plan, how much you want this thing. You know, I always feel you might not be a superstar, but when you get your opportunities, you make them count.
Yeah, you make the move. Webster's gone for a big one, and he cleared it. That is a good shot. Risky, because there's a deep mid-wicket and there's a long on, but this time it was given a little bit of air by Denver, and he took it from maybe just outside the line of the off stump, and he went with it. He connected. This is a man in form. This is when you're reading the situation well. He took the chance. Let's have a look at it here as Denver gave it a little bit more air, but he went just outside the line of the off stump, and Webster decided to go after him. And it was really only a matter of time, because Webster loves to play that shot. Going high over deep mid-wicket. He got away with it, but he's got to be careful.
Yes.
But it also brought up the 250. That's another good shot. Really superb shot. This time using his feet. Didn't play it from the crease. Used his feet, and he drove it superbly. Lovely off drive. And that's let's have a look at it in the Jeep.
Yes, and I'm sure we all enjoy that one. Beautiful use of the feet, got to the pitcher and delivered. So he smacked one for 6, the previous delivery, and now down the track, crashing one through wide mid-off and getting the boundary. Here's a challenge now for the leg spinner. Where am I going to pitch? What's going to be my flight?
So Denver.
I beg your pardon. Yeah.
Yeah, so Kenneth Denver, as you rightly said, a real challenge for him. Flatter and quicker. And let's see, Webster he should be happy with the single. Yeah, he got some bat on it. Seemed to have got a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad, down to the man at deep backward square. So he picks up the single, and he should be happy with that, because he's faced 5 deliveries.
Yes.
And Brian Charles has just got to negotiate 1 delivery from Denver. But you could see Tion Webster now trying to change gears slightly. And that delivery, not spinning, just running on with the arm from Denver. And there was Charles in defense, but it's the end of the over. 256 now for 7. And Tion Webster on 73. But you could see him now looking to change gears a little bit, because he is batting, as they say, he's batting with 9-10 jack.
Yes, and he saw the way that Terence Hines went. He saw the way that Carey Pear went, knowing there are only 3 wickets standing. He's trusting his power. He's trusting his class, and he went after the bowler in the previous over there. So this might very well be it. And what he's doing, his selection of shots, has been very good so far.
So he is back in strike at the start of a new over from Ryan John. Ryan John 16 overs, 1 for 63. And see Brian Charles coming on to have a word with Webster. There's a long off. Well, I would say about 3/4 way back to the boundary, but the man at long on is all the way back.
And this is what good batting can do, force the captain to make those field changes.
That's a good shot from Webster. They're going to come back for 2, because he calculated there, because he was on that front foot and he just worked the ball nicely. He knows there's a long on, and there's that, I would more say, a squarish mid-wicket, a forward square leg, and he was working that ball just to the left of the fieldsman, so he knew that a push more than anything else would get him a couple of runs. That's good, sensible batting.
Yes, and Alec Athanaze is going to be concerned here because once Ryan John continued to stray on the leg stump, he's going to be working it through the onside field and picking up runs like he did previously. Just get it a little bit better. Your captain is asking you to bowl an off-stump line or just outside the off-stump. That should be it.
That's better.
Yes.
Much better from John. You gotta go outside. Tempt Webster. What you need to also do, in my view, is to stifle Webster a little bit. Make it. If you have to bowl 4 balls wide of the off stump, bowl it. Let him decide to come at you. Let him decide, hey, I want runs. I need to score runs because we're not getting runs from the other end. So I need to score runs. So it's a situation. If you dry up the runs for him, make it difficult for him to score, he may play a shot that's not there. They're going to go through for the single. Now it's left to Charles to try and see how best he can rotate the strike. Can he get a single? What he should be doing now is looking around at the field with the help of Webster and say to him, well, if I push the ball to the right of the man at point, we're able to get a single. If he bowls it on the pad and I can just work it to the right of mid-on, we can get it. He should be doing that. He should be analyzing the field as to if he needs to get a single to bring Webster back on strike. Where can he get the single?
Yes, and here is where John now will be having to bowl outside the line of the off stump here. You don't want to stray on the leg stump to give him that easy single.
Well, he didn't get the single, but he strayed on the leg stump. He wasn't able to get the single. He should have done. But again, you can't blame Charles for that. He's not a top order batsman. So John getting back to the top of his mark. So they got that square, very square mid-wicket. I would so more or less say he's a forward square leg rather than a mid-wicket. Charles opening up a little bit, looking to on drive to a ball, and that's what Ryan John would want. He would want to pitch the ball up to Brian Charles, maybe just going wide of the off stump, however, tempt him into a drive as he did with Carey Pear. And who knows, the ball, if he can get that ball just to move away slightly from the right-handed Brian Charles, pick up the outside edge. They got 2 slips on a very straight gully waiting for the catch. So the end of the over there from Ryan John, 259 for 7, brings Denver back into strike. He was roughed up in the last over by Tion Webster. Webster's got to be careful because they do have the deep mid-wicket. They've got that long on, all right out on the boundary. And he's got to be careful if he tries to go after Denver. He's got to hit it well. If he's going to go well. That was a catch. It seemed to go straight through the hands.
Corbin Hodge.
Is
Second
that
job
Hodge?
at the Corbin
Yeah,
Hodge.
I'm surprised at that.
Too easy.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting it. But Webster just flicked it straight through the hands of Hodge. Let's have a look.
Full delivery. Easy
Yeah.
catch.
Yeah, well. His loud appeal goes up for a stumping, not out, says the umpire. Walcott is convinced that Charles was just maybe overbalanced outside of his crease. But the umpire was not convinced and says not out.
Well, that's what keeper does. When you make a good stumping, you
Yes.
get excited.
Yeah, you get excited. But bowlers do that too, don't they, for LBW?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I thought you were being a little biased there.
I'm a very honest guy.
Oh, that went straight through him. Well, thought that may have hit the off stump.
Something that I really want to see Denver do more is spinning the ball.
Yeah, we were talking about that in your absence. He was really flat and pushing it through to Webster.
I think he bowls a tad too fast. I think you just need to spin the ball a little bit more. And I think bowling this way, it's... I don't know. I don't like it, but obviously they have a plan. Picked up 2 wickets, bowling that way from around the wicket. Could have been 3 if Hodge did take that catch.
Yeah.
But I still think you should try to come over. Because the fact that you're not really spinning the ball, as long as the ball pitch on off stump, it was just going to go straight on. Like that one.
Yeah. Well, the end of the over from Denver, just the 1 run coming from it, and that 1 run should have been a dismissal because the catch should have been taken by Hodge, but it was not. So 260 for 7, and the lead now 69. What are your thoughts of if you were sitting in the dressing room as the coach or the captain of Red Fours? What would you be hoping the lead would as it is now? It's 69. Kesrick, what would you?
Well, the surface will only get slower. Would be a bit easier to bat on. And the Volcanoes have a formidable batting order. They can be a force. So I would definitely not be comfortable with 69 as a lead.
You'd want it to get as close as possible to 100, wouldn't you?
Definitely get anything over 105, 110. They should feel comfortable from there. Anything over 105, anything from there is a plus. That's what I would say.
They're going to do well to get to that because a lot, of course, is going to be dependent on Tion Webster. If he stays there, and let's say he gets to the 3-figure mark, that's 23 runs away. So that would take them to just under a 100-run lead. And if the others can chip in with, say, 10, 15, could very well get to your 105 lead.
Tion Webster definitely have to be the key going forward. He's scoring well. He's on 77. So he's definitely the key here for them getting past that 100 lead. He looks compact.
Yeah, he looks comfortable as well. He looks comfortable. He's not too worried about the fast medium of John and Denver. I thought he was a little casual in playing that ball that Hodge dropped the catch. So he was a little bit too casual, and that's his problem at times. I think batting becomes too easy for him. He's such a good player that he just loses concentration and then plays some sort of rash shot and he loses his wicket. That's poor. That is poor bowling from John. You're bowling with a 7-2 field and you're going to bowl a ball full outside the line of the leg stump. Well, you're asking for trouble. And Webster delivered.
Well, there's no feeler from square leg to fine leg. So it's really empty from really mid-wicket to fine leg. There's no reason for you to be going searching. That one too straight. And as I mentioned, I've been saying it all day, even yesterday. It's very easy for a batter at this level to score off deliveries going down the line of the leg stump. And for a batter who is on 81 now, getting closer to 100. Don't want to say it too much because every time I don't think I have that skill as yet in terms of commentator's curse. I don't think I'm at that level as yet.
You'll be surprised, trust me. You don't have to be at any level for that.
But then Sunil Ambrose has left the first slip area and he's down at fine leg now.
I'm not sure I agree with that, because if you're gonna bowl, it's either you decide you're gonna bowl on one side of the wicket, and if you're not going to do that, then that's fine. Put a 6-3 field. But if you're going to bowl on one side of the wicket, you got to bowl on one side of the wicket. And Ryan John is too much of an experienced player to be bowling those type of loose deliveries.
As I mentioned, he did pick up a wicket today, but he's not really bowling like himself. Normally, he would bowl 17 overs, and he would probably only go for 40-something runs or so.
He's gone for 71.
He's gone for 71, just only one wicket. Normally, the Ryan John that we have seen last year and this year, economically, he's the man.
Yeah.
But you are due bad games, you are due bad sessions, you are due a bad day. And I hope that he can write this down as one of, not a bad bowling performance, but one of those days that you didn't really get much luck. And just move on from it.
Yeah, he's, and I don't have a problem if he's going to bowl with a 7-2 field to Webster, which means that you've got to go wide of the off stump. And it doesn't matter if you bowl 6 balls wide of the off stump and Webster doesn't play at any, because you want to limit the run scoring, especially from Webster. Stifle him, and I was making that point. Stifle him of runs.
And I think that's going away from the plan that they had in Jamaica, where they start wide and come in.
Yeah.
Protect their figures. I think that's what really helped them in Jamaica.
It's a good shot from Charles. No run though. Nice hitting that back straight to the bowler. So the end of the over from John at the end of it. Webster remains on 82. Charles yet to get off the mark. It's 265 for 7. Haven't seen much of Cyrus. You surprised that with Demba picking up a couple of wickets that Cyrus didn't come into the attack?
I'm surprised that I haven't seen any of Kavem Hodge. But then again, Kavem Hodge is something similar to Demba. He's not a big turner of the ball.
I think
I want to see that from Demba. I'm not seeing enough in terms of him actually turning the ball. I want to see more of that as an off spinner.
It's about to say, Ryan John seems to be coming off the field.
It's gone 17 overs.
Yeah. In sweltering heat.
It's understandable. Yesterday we saw Jaden Sills bowling 9 on a trot and then left the field for a little bit of stretch. It's quite understandable, especially in this heat.
Well, the mid-off has gone to long off. So there's a long off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square, all protecting the boundary areas. But Webster still very good. This has been a good innings. I'm really pleased, honestly, to see that, because I think he's a really good player, but he loses his cool while he's batting. Well, he's hit it in the air, but safe in a way, because his man is right down. Jeremiah is right down at the long off position. So they get a comfortable single. It was in the air for a while, but don't think he went looking for a big hit in terms of a 6. I think he got to the pitch of it, so it never really came off the middle of the bat. Charles is prodding away. 13 deliveries now without getting off the mark, or is that 12? 12 deliveries so far. Gary Pear before him faced 16 deliveries and eventually was out. So they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking. They've got to help Webster. And even though they're batting for him and trying to keep their wicket intact, they need to look to score some runs as well. The end of the over from Demba. Another pretty useful over. He's had, 16 overs now? 2 for 48. And the total, 266 for 7. As the Red Force continue to build here on their lead. They lead now by 75 runs. But the key is about to take strike again. The key man in Tion Webster, who is on 83 from 106 deliveries. And since Ryan John has come off the field, there is going to be a change in bowling, and it's the leg spinner. We talked about him.
You've asked for him.
It's
Guess they're listening.
It's going to be interesting how Webster deals with him. I think they do need. They're not putting. I think they need a deep mid wicket. There's nobody there now. That could be a ploy, tempt him a little bit. There's a huge gap between a deep square leg and that long on. So who knows? There's a long on and a long off, but is Cyrus going to give it some air? Well, they're going to pick up. Are they going to come back for the second? Yes, this is good running from Webster. Really good running. Flat, quick delivery from Cyrus, just tucked around the corner by Webster. Picked up 2 good-looking runs.
I was expecting a lot more bounce and turn from the volcano spinners. We saw that from Carey Pierre. Turner turning quite a lot as well. Picked up 3 wickets.
Runs again. They will only come back for 1. I don't think they're going to chance the second. That's brilliant. In the deep, is that Hodge?
Conor Hodge.
Yep. Excellent from him. He attacked the ball. He realized that Webster was looking for 2. Attacked it. That's a good bit of fielding, good awareness on the part of Hodge, and limited the scoring just to the single. Tell me about this delivery stride from Cyrus. You obviously know him well. You've played with him. Where did he get that from?
It's just his style. He said it makes him feel a lot better. Before delivery, everybody have their style.
It reminds me of athletes, hop, skip, and jump. You remember doing that as a schoolboy? Hop, skip, and jump.
Everybody have their own way of doing things, and I think if it works for him, Kenneth Demba as well also have a big jump before he bowls. So both spinners, Kevin Hodge is a lot flatter.
At the end of the day, it's really what works for you.
Exactly.
I mean, we spoke yesterday about Bumrah, for example. You wouldn't teach a youngster. It's not in the coaching manual.
But if it's working for you, and then you're doing that, and it's helping, and it's doing what you want, then why not?
Yeah, and you feel comfortable.
But if you're teaching someone from the start, you would obviously teach them the right way. And that's the end of a Daryl Cyrus over. Just 3 runs from it. The score is a 269 for 7. Lead of 78. Getting closer to that 100 mark. I think that is what they should look at as a good lead. That will definitely put them in a really good position.
And it would put the Windward Islands Volcanoes batsmen under a little bit of pressure in terms of they know that they've got to bat well in the second innings, and their approach will be interesting. Because when you have a deficit of say 100, you got to wipe that off first.
Plays with your mind a bit.
Yeah, it's all about mind games, isn't it?
And then if you lose 2, 3 wickets before you even get close to that 100 or so deficit, then plays with your mind.
Yeah, certainly does. So leg byes there, and the lead going up to 80 now. So just a change in the field, because they moved that man at a forward short leg. I've put him towards maybe a short fine leg. As Webster is just trying that sweep shot. And there he goes again with it, but this time he makes connection. It's just probably going to get a single. But they've put that short fine leg just maybe for him to look for the sweep and get a top edge or something like that. But he timed that one nicely, came off the bat quickly and rushed down to deep backward square. So brings Brian Charles, yet to get off the mark from 19 deliveries faced. Make that 20.
I think looking at Brian Charles' bat here, those balls that he's defending is way outside the line of off stump. And that's because he's batting on off stump to a off spinner who's bowling around the wicket.
This time he's gone, so he doesn't look happy, but that back leg may have just strayed out of the crease. Give Walcott credit. It's the second time or the third time he's taken the bails off, and Brian Charles should have been very much more aware of what was happening because he was stretching forward, and that back leg must have been just dragging as he was stretching forward, just overbalancing slightly. And this time he may have just, well, not may have, he obviously, in the opinion of the umpire, that back leg just came out of the crease. Walcott whipped the bails off. They were very, very confident, and he goes back to the pavilion without scoring.
Really good glove work. I'll tell you what. Yes, he did pick up a wicket, but another batter without a point and that delivery, that could have been 2, 3 or 4. And understand what I'm trying to say. Fair enough, he has picked up 3 wickets. But I need to understand the reason for him bowling around the wicket as an off spinner and not spinning the ball.
Yeah.
If you're spinning the ball, fair enough, you can have leg slip and you could have the short leg. But if you're not spinning the ball, anything outside the line of off stump or on off stump is going to go across, and without point, a better batter at the crease would score. And at the international level, you're not going to get away with that.
That's right. Very, very correct in that statement.
Because if you're bowling from around the wicket and you're not really spinning the ball and you're going across the right-handers, better batters at the other level will bat on leg stump. So anything outside there, that's easy scoring on the offside because it's straight delivery.
And interestingly enough, they're only bowling with 2 men on the offside. They're bowling with a mid-off and
exactly.
a cover. So you could be working, a better batsman would be looking to work that ball at a through point.
So when you're batting on off stump for an off spinner who is not really spinning the ball, you're cutting down your chances of accessing the offside.
Correct.
So give yourself that room. Bat him on, just finding the edge there, Kenneth Demba. No run.
Well, there was a single in it, and Tion Webster decided against it. I'm not sure if I agree with that because there's still a ball left in the over, but obviously Webster is thinking of facing up to the next over.
Honestly, really need to have a conversation with him and find out the plan behind of bowling around the wicket to right-handers and not really getting much purchase from the pitch. But that's the end of the over. A successful over for Kenneth Demba. The score is 272 for 8. Trinidad Tobago with a lead of 81.
Yes, a lead of 81. Very interesting. In the 5th ball of the over, and the thing is, the single was on for Anderson Phillip. Webster refused it and allowed Anderson Phillip to face the final delivery of that over. And the thing is, if he was dismissed, what then? You know, but I suppose it worked out well for Webster and for Trinidad Tobago, Red Force, because he now faces up to Cyrus. And this is going to be interesting. I do not honestly think that Tion Webster will continue to push the ball around. He is going to, at some stage, he's going to say enough is enough, and he's going to go. He's only 13 away from 100. But the question arises, is he going to continue to push the ball around and bat in a responsible manner? Or is he going to try and go after Cyrus? And I think they're doing the correct thing now. They're taking the mid-wicket and they're putting him out to a deep mid-wicket. They move the man at a forward short leg and they're putting him towards mid-wicket. So there's a lot of protection now in the deep. There's a deep square leg, or a deep backward square leg. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's a long on and there's a long off. So they're basically protecting the areas where they feel Tion Webster may go aerial. Well, he's going to take a single.
Well,
That's
I'm looking at his
interesting.
approach now because 12 more runs for his 100. And then they have 82 runs. He will try to get them definitely over 100.
Now again, I'm just questioning the thinking here. In the fifth ball of the previous over, he refused a single from Anderson Phillip in the fifth ball or the fourth ball, something like that. But here he takes a single, he himself, and so you now expose Anderson Phillip to five deliveries. So it's interesting. I thought they would have gone a little bit more on the attack. Good bit of fielding by Jeremiah, because that ball could so easily have gone past him.
It's like that incident that happened in Jamaica. Romaine Morris was closing in on 100. He was batting with OJ Shields. Played a shot down to third man. Should have only looked for one, but he did run two. And then leave OJ Shields on strike for 6 deliveries. OJ Shields could have only managed to bat 2 deliveries.
Yes.
He didn't get 800. So he only made 97. And you could have seen after he run the 2, he was like, what did I do?
Yeah. There got to be so awareness, game awareness is spectators catch there, if there were many spectators in supporting the Volcanoes. But they've put a forward short leg, which is a good move. Was not there at the first delivery. He was at a short fine leg, but they decided to put him in at forward short leg. Two spectators in that Caribbean stand with Trinidad flags. Or should I say Trinidad and Tobago flags? Let's not forget our friends in the Sister Isle. Oh, he's dropped it. Well. It's a difficult one when he actually turned the ball, Anderson Phillip, and you really have to feel for the man at forward short leg. It was is it Solozano? It seems to be.
Quite a few drop catches in this game from Volcanoes.
Yeah,
The
but
keeper spilled one early. Alex spilled one at gully.
How
Calvin
difficult,
Hodge.
how difficult though, Keswick, is that at forward short leg? He actually turned it. It's not bat and pad, which is much more
It's very
simpler.
difficult for me to comment on that because I've never really fielded there in my life. That's the good thing about being a fast bowler. You don't really go to
feel
those
there, yeah.
positions.
Well, in the good old days, the fast bowlers all used to be at fine leg and third man. But I think
I could remember playing for CCC and I was on the boundary and I dived for a ball. Good stop, good throw, straight over the stump. And then it was tea time and I walked up. Curtly was our...
well, he's gone after it. Does he make connection in a good way? And he does. That's 6 good-looking runs for Tion Webster. It was only a matter of time. He played one of those earlier, but he's picking it up from just about off stump or just outside the line of the off stump, and he's going with it. No real turn from Denver, and he's connected nicely, and you would expect a man in 88 would be in fine touch. He really hit that well. He's on to into the 90s now, 94.
It's like as I was saying, dive for a ball on the boundary. Really good stop. Really good throw as well. Probably one of my best work on the boundary. Came off tea time and then the legend looked at me. He said, "What's wrong with you? You're a fast bowler." Had some really good times with him. Learned so much from Curtly.
There. Just trying to get some scores from other games. West Indies Academy, they got to 324. And Jamaica Scorpions in response, 169 for 3. And the Harpy Eagles, Ghana Harpy, they're 377 for 7. Still batting against Barbados Pride. There is single for Webster. And the CCC, 273 all out. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 243 for 7. So that's a very tight one there. Just 27 runs, 20, let's just get that right. The 30 runs adrift with 3 wickets intact for the Hurricanes to take first innings against the CCC. In very interesting encounter there with Barbados and the Ghana Harp Eagles. 377 for 7 is a pretty good score, and they're still batting. And of course the Academy 324 all out, and Jamaica 169 for 3. So interesting scores around the region, Kesrick. But that score Barbados Pride in they've got a lot of batting to do when they get to bat.
Well, the last game, the skipper Craig Branthwaite did score 100.
Yeah.
A really good 100, I must admit. That's the end of another over there from Kenneth Demba. Score is 280 for 8. The lead is up to 89 now.
More importantly, from a Red Force perspective, Tion Webster is back on strike, and he's just 6 runs away from what would be a really well-deserved 100. Let's hope that he doesn't give his wicket away.
Really played well, scored it
Yeah, he has.
in good time to 95 off 115 deliveries. Good strike rate. I'm sure Bass Ball would be happy to see this sort of strike rate. Something that he definitely believes in.
Well, Webster cuts, but he's only going to get a single because he's goes right out to Springer, who is at that deep point position. So they opt to take the single. So he's on to 96 now. And the Red Force, 281 for 8. They lead by 90 runs. So just 10. He's 4 away from 100. And the Red Force 10 runs away from a lead of 100. Anderson Phillips looks pretty capable at number 10.
Something that I would like to see happen here in the Caribbean is coaches put a lot more effort into spending one-on-one time with fast bowlers. Because when you check the other teams around the world, especially those countries like New Zealand, Australia, England, India, top 4 cricketing nations, when you look at their fast bowlers, you can look for 25, 20, 30 runs from those guys. Mitchell Stark can really hold an end. You can't even say hold an end anymore. You can say he can really bat.
Yeah, he can. And Pat Cummins, for example, coming in at number 8, number 9. And we've seen him hold his own.
Gone are the days when the off spinner from Australia, Nathan Lyon, couldn't really bat. No, he can hold an end.
I'm going to give you a little story about Glenn McGrath. I'm sure you've heard it, but outside the line of the off stump and taken by the keeper. And is that T? Let us just wait. I think the players are heading off toward the T interval, and before they go off, they said Glenn McGrath didn't know where the middle of the bat was, or the edge. He didn't know where a bat was. And he kept failing. And Steve Waugh was coaching him. Steve Waugh used to go in the nets and spend time with Glenn McGrath to get him to at least be able to hold the bat. And in the end, he was a pretty useful number 11. He could have held his own. Yeah, okay, he wasn't scoring 50s and things, but he could have held his own, get to 15, 20, which is what you want.
20-25 from a tail ender is brilliant.
Excellent, yeah. Well, it's tea time here at the Queen's Park Oval as the players make their way off. It's the Red Force. They are 281 for 8. Tion Webster, the star of the show so far, he is on 96 not out. With him is Anderson Phillip. He is yet to get off the mark, but he's holding an end very nicely for Webster. And as they go off, there'll be a very happy Red Force because they lead by 90 runs at the moment. So as they take a tea break, we will take a break as well here at the Oval. And we're going to be back just before the start of play after the tea interval, where we'll bring you more of this very intriguing contest between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So it's until then, it's goodbye from us here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, welcome once again to the Queen's Park Oval. T281 for the loss of 8. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 100 runs scored in that session with 4 wickets falling. Webster, the star of the moment, he's on 96, and with him is Philip. So Trinbago Knight Riders, Trinidad and Tobago, I'm saying Knight Riders, Red Force.
You're a supporter. You're a supporter of the Trinbago Knight Riders. I'm gathering that. The more I hear you, is the more I think you're a supporter.
The first delivery after the tea session worked into the onside field, and they get the single. Well, why not? One of the strongest team in CPL.
You're not going to be able to get back to Guyana, you know. You got to be careful. They're gonna refuse you admission. You got to be very, very careful. But going back to you talked about 100 runs, which was excellent between lunch and tea. And of those 100 runs, Webster, he got 73 of them. Tells you how dominant he was.
Absolutely so. Tino Webster, the 28-year-old. Tion Webster, 4 runs away. What's going to be a fine 100. Came in under some difficult circumstances and has played extremely well. Kenneth Demba. And that's a good delivery. Spinning away outside the line of the off stump.
Just getting back a little bit to Trinbago Knight Riders and the Ghana Amazon Warriors. what a victory this year for the Warriors, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely so.
And Imran Tahir, I mean, he made a huge difference, didn't he? I think his passion for the game and for the Warriors was very evident, wasn't it?
The passion was there. The support was there.
I must admit, when the game was played, was it I think one of the earlier rounds, and the TKR won the game pretty convincingly.
Yes.
I'm wondering if they went into that final a little overconfident.
Yeah, because they were actually blown away. You were expecting a keenly
That's
contested final.
Yeah.
And actually at the end of it, it was a simple victory.
Yeah, but the TKR, they batted poorly. I mean, and not taking away from the Warriors bowling, but the TKR, they batted awful. Actually, Casey Carty was probably the best of the batsmen. But the end of the first over after tea, 282 for 8.
Yeah, and I think what happened to the Amazon Warriors last year as well, they had some goodbye. Shea Hope played splendidly.
Oh, yeah. And the left-handed opener.
That's from Pakistan.
Salim Ayub. Yeah, he was excellent as well. And the fast bowler, Pretorius. I think they had some really good, outstanding performers. Gudikesh Moti did well.
Yes.
And then of course Imran Tahir himself, he reminds me of Jimmy Anderson, or Jimmy Anderson reminds me of Imran Tahir.
Yes, and Tahir came down here with his Caribbean Airlines motion. Once he picks up a wicket,
Yes.
he goes flying all over the place. And he's a huge fan there in Guyana. The fans just love him, Imran Tahir. And he just mellows with age, man.
Yes, he is a real character, though, isn't he?
He is.
But I liked his passion. Let's have a look at Springer back into the attack. Webster, he's taking it one by one. He's gone to 98 now. Shema Springer, 3 for 70 so far, back into the attack. Yeah, and you know what I think the crowd appreciates him for is his continued passion. When he gets a wicket, he's such a character. There was a game here where I think it was against the Patriots. No, not the Patriots. The St. Lucia Kings. And everything was pointing to a Kings victory. And he gave Gudikesh Moti the ball to bowl, and I think there were 6 runs or so needed, and they failed by 3 runs.
The last over.
Yes. And Imran Tahir, he was going crazy. I mean, he was hugging up everybody. He was going all around the field. I think the only 2 people he didn't hug up were the umpires. But his passion for the game, and to me, when you've got a captain like that, it spurs on the rest of the team.
Yes, surely inspires everybody around him. I actually had the privilege to call the victory for the Amazon Warriors on radio.
Yeah.
And to watch Imran Tahir there, tears literally,
Yes.
he cried. You would have
Yes.
seen it on television.
Yes.
The hugs, the passion of him is
Yeah.
like mission accomplished.
Yeah, and the interview he had as well.
Yes.
You could have seen the interview. I mean, it was really, really, you know, at the end of the day, you felt, you couldn't help but say, okay, you feel happy for them, and they won. Of course, the fans in Trinidad and Tobago were very disappointed. Not so much in the TKR losing the game, but I think it's the manner
Yes.
in which they lost it. You know, they felt that there was no sort of fight from the TKR, and they just fell away. And outside of Casey Carty, nobody else put their hand up. Bravo stayed with him for a little while, but nobody else stood up and said, hey, let's fight this thing.
Yes, I agree with you totally. While the Amazon Warriors bowled well, fielded well, you know, the scoreline does not suggest this was the TKR team.
Yeah, the Puran,
Yes,
for example,
exactly.
got out with a no ball, and then the next ball played a horrendous shot.
Yes, Pollard as well. Look at the kind of shot that he played.
It was just not in keeping with the discipline of that TKR team.
Yes, and the support for the Amazon Warriors was there even before the tournament started. You know, President Irfan Ali, the president of Guyana, he glued with the players. He's a huge cricket fan.
Yeah, well, I kept seeing him in the crowd.
And
So
that's a good delivery
Yeah.
there. Good line and length. The over's been completed 283 for the loss of 8.
what is good about that as well is, as president of the country, I don't know which part he sits, which area in the stand, but he seems to be among the people, and it's very comfortable being in that area, which is good.
Yes, he's a youngster. He's just 43 years old.
He's a youngster.
Yes, President Ali. His seat normally be in the presidential suite, but he mixed, like you rightly said. He's in the party mound.
Yes.
He's all across mixing with the fans, the cricketers saying hello, saying hi, you know, and enjoying it, knowing that the president is with us. That in itself is great motivation.
Yeah, it is. Well, Kenneth Demba is going to continue, and Tion Webster, the question is, how will he get to 100, if he does get to 100? Still batting very, very responsibly. You just have to feel that he's going to wait for the right ball and try to get from 92 to 100, from 98 to 100.
Well,
And that's it. Tion Webster, a bad delivery from Demba. He pushed it through, but the line was bad. It was outside the leg stump, and Tion Webster swept it beautifully. 102, 120 balls, 13 fours, 2 sixes, a strike rate of 85. Excellent knock.
Yes, certainly. And the 28-year-old has brought up his third regional 100. Congratulations to him, making his debut way back in 2017 has paid dividends for him here today. Looked good, some classical drives, cuts, hooks and pulls, shots all over the place. Like I said, he came in difficult circumstances, blossomed and opened up like a flower on a sunlit day. Congratulations, Tion Webster, well played.
Well, they lead now 96, and from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force perspective, you wouldn't want him to give it away now, because as I said, the lead is 96. If he continues in this vein and gets the support from Anderson Phillip, and if and when Jaden Seals comes in, they would want to take this lead to somewhere 105, 110. Kesrick says 105 is a pretty good lead, and that looks on the cards now, because they're just 98 lead now, 97 run lead.
And any run that is scored in this session here is going to be added pressure to the Volcanoes team, because already it's a healthy total, and there's always pressure in the second innings for huge totals, whether you're chasing to win or you're just staying out there to draw the match. There's lots of time in this game that's remaining. That's the reason why another 40 runs there is going to be real pressure on the Volcanoes.
Anderson Phillips still to get off the mark. He's faced 26 deliveries now, But he's still there, very important. At the end of the over 288 fade, he made the. I think Brian Charles faced about 14 deliveries for his note. Carrie Pear also made note, and he faced about 19 deliveries. So even though they're not scoring, they're occupying the crease a little bit and lending support to Webster. What they need now, what Anderson needs now, is to start to get some runs. He can't just leave it to Webster. They've got to try and push it around. If he gets a bad ball, try and put it away. But other than that, try and get the singles. They've got to keep the scoreboard ticking from the other end, not just depending on Webster to keep scoring.
Totally agree with you there, Colin Murray, because let's say Webster gets a single with the first ball. You're not going to be facing 5 balls there without scoring a run. And they are singles for the taking. All it calls for, play the ball with soft hands. At times you need to pick the gaps up and get those singles.
And not only that, Inderjeet, what they've got to do is that, yes, before you could have understood if they're defending and because they want to keep their wicket intact for Webster. Now, you got to approach it differently. You got to say, okay, we've got to know, he's got his 100, that's out of the way. Let's just help him now. Build on this lead by getting the singles, taking the attack a little bit to the bowlers. And I'm not saying be irresponsible and play shots to balls that are not there. What you've got to do now is push it on a little bit. Put the bowlers now under a little bit of pressure from both ends, not just from when Webster is batting.
Yes, and you were mentioning the name Brian Charles, Carrie Pear, and now Anderson Phillip. Among the three of them, almost 60 deliveries. We're talking 10 overs.
That's right.
And they
And they haven't scored.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I think nobody would be upset with that because it's a 4-day game, and the important thing is they stuck around to give enough time to Webster for him to get the 100, because in terms of, let's see, there was only a 9-run partnership between Webster and Pear. Then and of course Webster got all the 9. Then there was a partnership of 27 between Charles and Webster, and of course Webster got most of the 27, may have had a leg by or something in between.
And that is what matters at that time of the game.
That's right. Oh, that's too wide. That should be signal a wide, but umpire Crawford says no, but it was very wide indeed.
Shamar Springer so far 3 for 71. He's in his 22nd over Shamar Springer. Give him credit for the effort that he has put in here today, especially with Ryan John not having the best of bowling so far. Did extremely well in the other matches, but come to Queen's Park, not his game actually.
It's a good bit of fielding there in the cover region. Is that Ambrose out there? Not.
No, that's not Sunil
No.
Ambrose. Ambrose with that white floppy hat, I think
Is it your long off?
he's
Oh,
99. Sunil Ambrose. He seems as though he's a third man.
yeah.
That's a huge 99 on his short there, Sunil Ambrose. He's down at third man.
Oh, not a great shot from Webster. Was looking to guide it out towards the deep point. Was reaching for it, but it was wide of the off stump. Good idea from Springer.
And Webster will be advised it's not over as yet. A fine 100, but he needs to take Trinidad and Tobago red force further into this game by extending that lead. That is when you're going to put the added pressure on the opposition, because inside, at the back of the head, they will be thinking of that lead once it gets beyond that 121.40. That's huge.
The man at cover is actually Kenneth Dember. I'm now looking at him. Tall figure of Dember. But yeah, they want to limit this as much as possible. Maybe get, if they can keep that lead down to just over 100, 105. But still, that's a pretty useful
It is.
lead.
And then you frustrate the Volcanoes more in the field.
Yep. It's a good shot. Just going to get a single because there is protection out in the deep. There's a deep square leg. There's also a fine leg and a long on for Webster. but he was completely in control of that shot, just getting right on top of it and playing it out to that deep square leg position. Brings Anderson Phillip. He's just got one delivery to face from Shamar Springer, and he would be looking to survive. But again, I make the point, it's not just survival. He needs to start to score some runs and take some of the pressure off of Webster.
So at least get a single.
Well, the last ball, that's not too much of a problem. Just keep it out. You know, if he could have got runs, then that's fine. But the final delivery, 289 for 8. So they lead now 98 from the Red Force.
And already a huge one, huge one, despite not touching those triple figures. Just how much? 2 runs away from that, leading by 98, like you said, Colin, and still 2 wickets standing. So every run here is going to be bonus to the Red Force team, and they're playing at home. You also often we hear about home advantage. Well, what's this home advantage all about, Colin?
No, the home advantage, you're familiar with your surroundings. You're familiar playing. I mean, for example, playing here at the Oval, the Queen's Park players on the Red Force team, they should also have an advantage because they know the conditions here. Yeah, you know the conditions. They know what the pitch can give. Kenneth Demba, not a well-lined delivery, got away with that one because normally Webster would be sweeping. Yeah, so you know what gives here at the Oval. You know you're familiar with the surroundings. You're at home.
Yes,
and that's always the most important thing.
There's that special connection
with
you and your environment, right? So Kenneth Demba 3 for 62. So the Volcanoes having their 2 most successful bowlers operating. And it's good to see Webster just cooling things down a little.
This has been a really responsible innings from him. It's one of the better innings I've seen him play because he's loves to be, as they say, he's a little bit of a shotgun. You know, he tends to go berserk sometimes, wanting to attack everything.
Yes, that's when he started his career.
Yeah. But here, I like the innings. It's been very much measured. You know, he came in at a position where had they lost another wicket, who knows? But he built a nice partnership with Jason Mohammed, and he's been able to carry on, even with the loss of Mohammed. He's and even Terence Hines, who came in, but he's been able to carry on since then and been batting really well.
Yeah, certainly a top-class innings from him so far. And showing great responsibility too in that process. 289 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, a maiden over from Denver, and he put his head down and played every single ball on merit, which is, you have to give him credit and you have to say well played to him so far.
Yes, and he has joined the likes of Mikhail Louis, who scored 2 centuries starting this round with a whooping 343 runs. Carter, 320, 100 as well. Kevin Wickham, 1 century, he's touching 300, 313. Kevin Sinclair, who scored at sparkling 165. Some of the century makers.
And you in this game, the opposition, Kavim Hodge, 158 not out. Sunil Amrish, 120 in their previous game.
Of course.
Well, Phillip finally is going to get off the mark. And he was looking to drive, got an inside edge. But nothing's wrong with that because he got to try and give, he's got to try to push it on a little bit now. And 99-run lead. But more importantly, Webster is back on strike. And he's got 5 deliveries left in this over to score some runs. And immediately we see the field starting to disperse a little bit. There's a man gone from mid-on to long-on. Mid-off has gone about 3/4 way back to the fence. Or should I say to the boundary rope. He now comes in. He now comes in to play. Yeah, it's in the old days you had a fence, didn't it?
Exactly. And we used to say the boundary boards as well.
And you had boards here. It's just at the Oval. It's just the rope.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Not again. All of this rope there should be boards all over with sponsors, you know, and that's my, if I have to be critical, you know, this is the West Indies 4-day championship. Where is all the sponsorship? Where is the
Well, we have not
sponsors boards around the ground?
we have not been able to attract a sponsor.
It's,
That maybe that's one of the reasons why. I remember when Caribbean,
Yeah.
under that brand, sponsor West Indies 4-day tournament, you had those logos and banners all around the ground, around the Caribbean.
Yep.
It was spectacular. Even red stripe cup and red stripe bowl.
Yep,
You know, you
that's
had
right.
all these sponsors.
Yeah.
There was one time KFC as well.
Yep, yep.
But that's the glamour, the color.
Yeah, there's a gentleman called Colin Murray who was responsible.
Do I know
for-
him?
I'm not, I'm not sure, but he was responsible basically for the sponsorship
Caribbean?
of the Caribbean thing, sponsors, and it was really amazing because the very first year of the sponsorship, there was a strike. The players. There was a strike. Dinanath Ramnarayan, the famous, or should I say infamous, Dinanath Ramnarayan, called a strike on Cricket West Indies.
He was the head of WIPA.
He was head of WIPA. And there was a semi-final. There were two semi-finals. One was played in Barbados between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. And the other semi-final, I think it was either in Jamaica or Guyana. I think it was in Guyana. But Jamaica were playing Guyana in the other semi-final. And
Well, it was actually played in Jamaica.
it was Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Right. And came to the ground the morning, and actually, Dinanath Ramnarayan called me the night before and said, "Hey, there's no match, you know, the player's not going to play." So I said, "Ramnarayan, why don't you go and have dinner or something like that?" He said, "Okay." And that was the end of the conversation. It's in the air, but it's going to be safe because there's a man at the deep square leg position, but it seemed to have come off the bottom of the bat. He didn't time it all that well, just as well. And just a single in the final delivery. So 4 runs coming from the over. It's now 293 for 8. So the lead is now 102. Webster's gone on to 106. Yeah, and went to the ground. The president at the time of the Barbados Cricket Association was Stephen Allain, deceased now.
Yes.
And Aloy Likwai, also deceased, was the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And of course there were calls back and forth and blah, 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 all sorts of things were happening. And I think it was Omar Khan was the manager of the Trinidad team. I can't remember if he was, but we got assurances from Stephen Allain that the Barbados team was not going to strike. There would not be a problem. In the meantime, the Caribbean officials in Trinidad were
Yes.
calling, find out what was going on. And Trinidad and Tobago team, and Omar Khan said to me, I think it was Omar Khan, "Don't worry, Trinidad will play the game." This was all happening at about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I said, "Fine, that's great news." And Wavell Hines was the instrumental man in with WIPA at the time in the other game. As Denver starts anew over here, Kenneth Denver bowling to the right-handed Webster. Oh, is that Anderson Phillip? No, it is Webster, sorry. On strike, yes, it is Tion Webster. And so we were all given assurances that the game would be played and all the arrangements were made and everything. And maybe about 15 minutes before the game, we heard that
It's on the strike.
it's off.
It's
no,
off.
The game's off. No game. Strike on. And here is Webster. He's going to pick up a single. Denver is starting to bowl. I don't like the line, and I believe he's bowling that line simply because he's got no protection at a point position. So he's not bowling off stump line because all Webster may very well do is back away and hit him square on the offside. So he tends now to be bowling more middle and leg, and the Webster is just picking him off. So another single. Yeah, and so there was a strike. And there was mass confusion at this point in time. And Roger Brathwaite at the time was the CEO of Cricket West Indies. And the president was Wes Hall. Oh, he's gone. So Demba, this time, drifting the ball away from the right-handed Anderson Phillip. He pushed at it. It took the outside edge and goes into the hands of the man at first slip. I think it's Athenaeus at first slip.
Yes, Athenaeus took the catch.
So he took a very comfortable catch because there was Phillip just prodding forward. That ball from Demba, a good delivery, seemed to just go with the arm, just drifting it away from the right hander. Let's just have a look here. Not going on the pad this time, drifting it with, yes, just sort of straightens, no turn. And Athenaeus takes a low catch, and it's the end of Anderson Phillip. So he goes back to the pavilion court. Atherton bowled Demba for 2. It's now 294 for 9.
Yes, and spent a lot of time. But he will feel that I've contributed to Tino Webster's taking the fight to the Volcanoes team. Pushed that one, like you said there, and the catch taken low down. Good catch too by Alec Athenaeus. So the 9th wicket has gone. We have left now with the final pair. Let's see if Tion Webster is going to change gears here this afternoon. Yes, Colin.
Yeah, I think he has to. Anyway, there was all these emergency meetings at this point in time. Everybody was running around like headless chickens. And, of course, Mr. Ramnarayan was beating his chest and saying, I'm powerful. And, of course, Wes Hall started to apologize because the thing at that point in time, you're worried about your sponsors. You know, here's coming in, and that was the first year of sponsorship. So they were very concerned that Carib would say, hey, I don't want no part of this confusion. Goodbye. So there were loads and loads of discussions. And, you know, I was told, hey, if they want to strike, tell them to go ahead and strike. No money for them. You know what I mean? And I said, this is not our fight. You know, this is the Cricket West Indies fight. And I think in those days, there wasn't Cricket West Indies Cricket Board.
Yes.
West Indies Cricket Board. And I said, you know, this is not our fight. But they were quite prepared to say, hey, you all want to strike? Okay, strike. No money. Finish the tournament. Tournament ends. Right? No winner, nothing. And go our separate ways. But, of course, negotiations started. And
well, that's the operation of business.
Yeah.
They don't just walk away.
Yeah, and so at the end of the day, there was an agreement reached. Let's have a look at Denver. Jaden Seals, the left-hander, loud appeal goes up. Loud, and he's gone. So Jaden Seals, just last 2 deliveries, not able to assist Tion Webster from moving from 107. But what a superb knock it has been. The lead is just 103. And when I say just 103, that's a very useful lead here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But a delivery to the left-hander seemed to have just straightened on him. And he was struck plumb in front. And there was no doubt about that. And he goes back to the pavilion. LBW Denver without scoring 294 now all out. And it certainly was, it's been a good knock, a good innings, a good total from the Red Force. They probably at the start of the day coming in at 89 for 1, they probably would have felt that they were more inclined to get over 300, maybe 325, 330. But give credit to the Volcanoes. They stuck to their task. They kept picking up wickets along the road. And a matter of fact, at 136 for 4, you felt that maybe if they can pick up another couple of wickets, that the Red Force would have struggled to get to 200. Well, the Webster changed all of that with a superb knock. And in the end, they got to 294 all out. So the lead is 103. It means now that the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've got to bat well. You know, if they lose 3-4 wickets this afternoon, they could be in real trouble. I think they've got to bat out today. Maybe if they lose 1 wicket, they would feel a little bit comfortable. If they lose 3 or so wickets this afternoon, they could be in real trouble to save this game.
Yes, and while the lead, you said 103, not a massive lead, but certainly it's a good enough lead so that the Red Force can turn on the heat on the Volcanoes. They must bat and bat for a very, very long time if they're going to win or if they're going to draw this game here at the Queen's Park Oval. Save a thought for the off-spinner Demba. Kenneth Demba picked up a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 63. Brilliant figures.
Oh, excellent. I mean, we talked about him in particular. Keswick kept talking about him going wrong the wicket because going wrong the wicket, he wasn't extracting that amount of turn. But he had a plan, and give him credit. He stuck to it, and in the end, he bowled pretty well. And I think he deserved his 5-wicket haul. He's done well in the past at the Queen's Park Oval, so really no surprise here with that. As we see the ground staff now doing some preparation, they've put on a light roller on this pitch, but it's not going to make a difference. This pitch it's played well. I think both teams would possibly be a little disappointed. Well, the win with the Volcanoes definitely with their total at 194, and I said the Red Force, I think they would have been looking for maybe another 40 runs, somewhere in the vicinity of 340,
that would have been the icing on the cake. Oh yeah,
that would have been the icing on the cake for them. But credit to Volcanoes, they've been up against it. They stuck to their task. That's what I like about them. They never gave up. They kept plugging away. Demba in particular kept plugging away. He bowled from this end. Then you had Springer and Ryan John. Even though he was not at his best, I thought he bowled well. In spells. There were a couple overs that you have to say that
he
was
went
straight.
off line.
Yes,
down
that's
the leg
right.
side.
That's right. But he didn't bowl badly in general. Shimon Lewis as well. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard there. And the one that stands out, of course, is that 107 not out from Tion Webster. And young Vikash Mohan at the top, 52, 47 to Otley. And then 56, Jason Mohammed. They were the main contributors. And unfortunately, the bottom half of that batting order doesn't look so good, with Hines 8, Payne North, Charles North, Anderson Phillip 2, Seals North. But that 107 from 139 balls, that's what stands out here in this batting card from Tion Webster. And I think Jason Mohammed would be a little bit upset with himself as he only got a 56 from the 90 deliveries that he faced. So you look at that scorecard, and 294. And the bowling figures, Siobhan Lewis, he had 13 overs, 1 for 49. And Ryan John, 1 for 71 from his 18. Hodge just had the 1 over for the bowlers to change ends for 1 run. Then Shamar Springer, 23 overs, 3 for 76. Kenneth Demba, look at that, 22 overs, 5 for 63. 22 overs, 5 for 63. Cyrus, he had 9 overs, none for 24. And Ambrose just had the 1 over for 1 run. So you look at those figures in the G, 5 for 63, really and truly, the off-spinner was the pick of the bowlers.
Absolutely, has to be the pick of the bowlers. So while the ground staff are ensuring that everything good is done to the pitch, we shall see how effective is that 103 lead by the Red Force when the Volcanoes come out to begin their second innings. Until then, do join us in maybe 10 minutes from now.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here. It's the second innings of the Windward Islands Volcanoes as they look to firstly erase the deficit of 103 runs that they trail the Trinidad Tobago Red Force by, and Jaden Seals is going to open the bowling from this, the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jeremy Solozano. Both batsmen, in fact, left-handers. Johan Jeremiah is at the non-striker's end. But here goes Jaden Seals with the first ball of the second innings. That delivery, good delivery to start. He had some movement, was swinging back into the left-hander, made some height as well, and was swinging back in. And Solozano, he picked up the line early and left it alone. But they really on the attack now is the Red Force. So Kesrick, as I say, welcome back to you. The Red Force nearly got what you asked for. As that's a good delivery, good line, good length. And Solozano can't do very much with it except defend. You set a lead of 105, and they got a lead of what, 103? You have any idea of the lotto numbers for Saturday?
I don't. I wish I do. Definitely wish I do, but not a bad lead. I mean, from what we saw in the first innings from both opening bowlers for Red Force, they show some discipline, and then their spinning department definitely came true for them.
He's getting some movement, isn't he, Jaden Seals? Getting that ball to swing back. Again, the 3 slips and a gully. Would you like to see a forward? I think we've discussed this already, but I still have to bring it up. Because you have a lead of 103. You got Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip and no forward short leg. Is it that they don't feel that ball is going to just maybe come back at Solozano, where he has to fend it off the body and having that forward short leg in place, but there's none. Man is at I would say more of a forward square leg.
Well, firstly, Jaden Seals don't really have the sort of pace, and then the pitch is not really one that have any demons in it. We all realize that. So the main thing here now is to try get Solozano to play every delivery or play at every delivery something similar to what Anderson Phillips did in the first innings. And this is what I mean when I say coming over the wicket. You usually bring back the ball to the left-hander, and that one that's going across, you always put him in the position to play at each delivery. And Jaden Seals is in a good rhythm so far.
Yeah, but you know, and the only reason I'm talking about forward short leg is just to put in the batsman's mind, hey, I've got somebody there, you know, just in my right pocket. Not necessary there to take the catch, but just to put a little bit of added pressure on the batsman. And they've got the 3 slips, and which is fine, and that gully, because Seals is moving the ball. But I would have just liked to have seen a man at forward short leg, and also, you know, can distract the batsman at forward short leg by saying, hey, come on, Jaden, we got to get him now. You know, just and not the idea that suddenly that ball would rise and comes off the bat and pad, but just to let him know, hey, I've got a guy there. I've got to be careful how I'm defending these deliveries, maybe coming up on the pads.
And it would be real good if he's actually bringing it back a good deal as well.
Yeah. That's a good shot. That's well fielded. And it's the stumps as well. Oh, Jaden Seals, he's doing it all. So the end of the first over, very good over from him. Good line, good length. Solozano picked up the line, and give Solozano credit. He picked up the line early of a few deliveries, left it alone, and which was excellent on his part. But I think Seals now getting, as you rightly said, he had a good rhythm in that first over.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what I like. A test player, still pretty young, but I think he sort of understands bowling to an extent that he knows what he wants to do with the ball. So with him bringing back the ball to a left-hander, as long as he finds that right line and length going across and coming back, then that batter will always have to try to play. And you never know, you can induce an edge. He has a pack slip cordon. Anderson Phillip, the man I think in the first innings who really started things off and put them in the position that they are in now. And he would have to come here and do a even better job to finish the day well for the Red Force.
So Jeremiah, I must admit, he got a 14 in the first innings, but didn't think he looked all that comfortable. And eventually he went off the bowling of Jaden Seals with one outside the line of the off stump, just made a little bit more height than he anticipated and was nibbling at it. So the sun has come back out here at the Oval. It was cool for a little while with the cricketers when they came back on the field, but it's back in all its glory. Anderson Phillip charging in from that Marandara Pavilion end.
A lot of people is disappointed in him not being included in that Super 50 team that played last year here in Trinidad. Obviously Trinidad going on to win that tournament. It's the last time we'll ever see Sunil Narain play enlisted cricket as well in the Caribbean. Had a brilliant tournament for them. Brilliant servant for cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. Brilliant listed career. Think we might see another Sunil Narain out of Trinidad.
Not sure. He's very unique, isn't he?
Any youngster you see that looks close to?
Not at the moment. There's one or two youngsters around, but certainly not showing that kind of. They were thinking of the single, but it's not on. Yeah, they're not showing that type of quality. What I'm looking around for is a back of the hand, unorthodox spinner, Googlies and Chinaman and Googly.
We have been searching for a while for a mystery spinner here in the Caribbean. I think we have a youngster that we can probably look to in terms of his leg spin out of Barbados. Not saying that he's a mystery spinner, but he showed great control in that game against Jamaica, picking up 7 wickets. Zishan Matara.
Okay. Yeah, I think the end of the over from Anderson Phillip, the end of his first over, maiden. So both overs so far have been maidens, So a good start again from Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. They're not very many good left arm Chinaman and googly bowlers, or for that matter, good leg spinners around. And you mentioned the name Imran Khan, but he's well into his 30s, and got to look beyond that. Hayden Walsh and Yannick Carrier are more looking at the white ball game.
Speaking of Yannick Carrier and Hayden Walsh, I must say, don't really have anything to do with this game, but I must say I was really impressed with what I saw from both players in the Super 50 tournament. Hayden Walsh and Yannick Carrier. The way how both players carried themselves and carried the team with the bat and the ball. Both players were up there in terms of wickets, and they did both score some runs. So I was very impressed with what I saw. Hayden Walsh bowling a lot more googlies as well.
So Solozano not tempted or by that delivery. Pitched up to him just wide of the off stump, maybe looking to tempt Solozano into a drive. And that's the beauty of a good opener. They know exactly where the off stump is, and it can frustrate a fast bowler when you just want him to play at those deliveries outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, I know where my off stump is. I can tell you that.
Is that from the pavilion or from when you go to bat?
When I bowl, that is.
Oh, when you I hear you. I hear
I
you.
know where my off stump is. So.
It's another good delivery. I think both openers also in the first innings, and they've started very good again in this second innings. I think their line, their length, have both in terms of Seals and Anderson Phillip have been pretty good.
I'm very impressed with what they have done so far.
Yeah.
I just realized that Jeremy Solozano is not playing at anything full. Lost his wicket pretty early to Phillips in the first innings with a full delivery. Driving delivery, just a hint of outswing from around the wicket from Anderson Phillips in the first innings.
It's a good delivery, good Yorker, and well played by Solozano. He was up to it, got down on it very, very quickly indeed.
The errors is really good so far from the Red Force. Just putting along the lines of half stump, foot stump area. We'd really love to see Solozano scoring some runs in this year's tournament. You know, give him a chance again at the test level. It's a sad way in which, in how his test cricket or his test career went. Didn't get to bat a ball. Definitely would love to see him score some runs and get his name back up there. I can remember having the conversation with Prasad about our batting going into this England series, and he wasn't too happy in terms of our batting, and then he always mentioned the opening stand. So there's a bit of space there for our opener to probably work with Craig Brathwaite, but that's the end of the over. It's none for none. 3 overs gone
And 3 maidens. So it's been pretty tight stuff from Seals and Anderson Phillip. I think what is good so far is as I keep saying, their line and their length. More so their line. They've not strayed on that leg stump or strayed on the pad.
which is good. Just really good. They have been very good in terms of hitting their line in the first innings. When you look at the score, you knew that they did hit some good errors. The number one team in the tournament this year, they bowled up for 191.
Tell you what, if the Red Force go on to win this game, it's going to make the competition, very interesting in the last few games. Because you'll probably have maybe 4 teams that might be able to win the tournament.
And they definitely did pick up some bowling points in the first innings. And a batting point as well, because they scored 250. So they did pick up some points. And Windwards, I think they did pick up some bowling points, but they didn't pick up any fast bowling points. Because they did outdown the Red Force.
They trailed by 34 points when they came into the game, the Red Force. So certainly it's going to reduce that drastically if they were to go on to win this game.
Well, the tournament have definitely moved on in terms of, how you can win, the tournament. It's really a point system game. Batting and bowling can help you to gain extra points. Fast bowlers have incentives as well, according to how much wickets you take as a fast bowling unit. Anderson Phillip took 5 in the first innings. And then we have Jaden Seals taking 2 in the first innings. So that's 7 wickets. Fast bowlers, if they take over 6 wickets, they do get a point. That's incentives. So I like the plans that the director and the head coaches set out. And so far, so good.
That's a good line, but that one was well left by Jeremiah, because it was just outside the line as the off-stump tempted him in playing, but he picked it up early and allowed it to go through. Of course, the 3 slips and gully waiting for any false shot. He played that very well indeed. So the 2 West Indian players leading the respective teams in Da Silva and Atherton. Sorry, I said Atherton, Athanase. Where did I get Atherton from?
Probably thinking about St. Kitts.
Keith Atherton, yeah, former West Indies player. And then
Probably
of course
thinking St. Kitts.
And
He's from St. Kitts.
he's from St. Kitts, okay. And then of course there's the former England opener, Mike Atherton.
And there's Junior Murray.
Yeah, Junior Murray, that's right.
We have any Passad that played for West Indies?
Passad. Can't think of any.
Ah, you're left alone here,
yeah.
Passad.
Yeah, he's left alone. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I apologize. It's difficult because it was dying as it reached wicketkeeper Da Silva. So 4 byes. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes are up and away. So 4 without loss at the end of the over from Anderson Phillip. And of course he mentioned Junior Murray in the JIT. Don't forget Derek Murray.
Derek Murray.
Yeah, he's former wicketkeeper as well under when Clive Lloyd in the Clive Lloyd era, and Sir Frank Worrell era, went as a 19-year-old wicketkeeper. He was the understudy, still at school. He was at the Queen's Royal College. Went as the understudy to David Allen, the Barbados keeper, and David Allen got injured in one of the tour matches. And he got his break at the test level. In those days, they were playing 5 test matches. And took something like 5 catches in the first test and played in all the games. David Allen never got back into the test team. That's a good shot. Hit it straight. It's probably not going to get into the boundary. No, it does. That was really well timed. I thought for one moment it was not going to get into the boundary, and Carrie Pear was going to catch up with it, but even when he was sliding, trying to pull it back, he was not able to. So that's 4 good-looking runs for
Yes.
Jeremiah Solozano.
Straight as a narrow, straight as a pin, straight as whatever you want to call it. It's a brilliant shot down the ground, presenting the full face of the bat, showing us the brand of the bat, MSDA. Really good shot.
I think Jaden Seals may have to pull back his length slightly, but still opting from bowling over the wicket rather than coming around to the left-hander. As a matter of fact, both left-handers. They go through for a quick single and they get it comfortably. Well played by Solozano, just pushing it out on the offside. Looks very compact, typical type of opener. How do you compare him with Chandapol?
That's Tej or
Tej. I'm not going to go with Shiv. There's not very many people you could compare, players you could compare with Shiv. No, Tej.
In terms of what do you
In terms of his technique, in terms of his movement of his feet, getting in line with the ball, basically as an opener. You know,
I just think the only difference, the only thing that I don't really like that much with Tej is, I think he gets really low. I think he can be a little bit more upright. I just think he really gets too low. I saw a bit of a highlights in the game between Guyana and Barbados. He got hit in the shoulder from Jair McAllister out of Barbados, and he can get into uncomfortable position because of how low he gets. Just think he can be a little bit more upright.
Yeah, he struggled in Australia. And Brathwaite as well struggled in Australia. I was impressed with Kirk Mackenzie. I thought he did well. He took the attack to the Australian fast bowlers. Very carefree. And pity he didn't go on to get a big score. But again, he's another one learning at international level.
And that's the reason why I was surprised in how he played against the Windward Islands, how he played against the CCC and Barbados. He didn't really get much runs. I think he scored 30-something in one of the games. And it was a good start, looked good, and then give away his hands.
Yeah,
and coming back from Australia, I wouldn't say it was a good series, but he did play well in patches.
Yeah, he did.
Got off to a flyer, but he just never really crack on.
Yeah.
And you would think coming back from Australia, playing in our regional cricket, you would have expected a lot better from him. And that's the end of another over. It's 9 without loss.
Yeah, I agree with you. As a matter of fact, in general, I always feel that when the test players come back into regional competition, be it a batsman, be it a bowler, you expect a different level from them.
A level of dominance.
Yeah, a little bit of dominance. And I'm not saying every time they go out to bat they're going to get 100, because you got a little bit of luck plays a part of it. But not only that, if you're coming up against the West Indian bowlers in another team, you got to concentrate a little bit more. But I think what I would like to see is a little more dominance from them. Just as I say with club cricket here in Trinidad, when you play at this level, at regional level, when you come back into your club, you have to dominate. That's when you should go back in like a Webster. The next game he plays at club level, he should be looking at 100, nothing less than that.
And rightly so, because when you're playing at the top level, you don't get much chances. You get more chances at the lower level. Because higher you go, the better the players get.
That's right.
The better the standard. So a catch that you might drop at the local level. You're not going to drop that plane at the regional level. And those half chances will be full chances at the international level.
Again, well left by Solozano. You just have to think that Anderson Phillip has got to get a little closer to that off stump.
Very intrigued to see how this pitch will play on the third day.
Again, going wide of the off stump. Got to get closer to that off stump, Anderson Phillip. And he may just want to come back over the wicket for a ball or two and then go back round. But he's comfortable around the wicket to the left-handers.
I think Jeremy Solozano is very mindful of him taking his wicket in the first innings and knowing he can take the ball away from the left-handers. He would be a bit more concerned in how we approach or play Anderson.
I think the most important thing for the Volcanoes this afternoon is really try and keep as many wickets intact. Yes, runs are important, but I think if they were to end the evening, say 30 for 1, 30 for none, 40 for 1, that's important rather than being, say, 70 for 3. You know,
Start the day fresh tomorrow.
Yeah. If these two can bat out, the afternoon, certainly will give them confidence. It's a long way to go. I think there's another 22 overs left after this. Not we very well get in the 22 overs, but it's a long way to go. But it's been a good start from them. I think the bowling has been good. Anderson Phillip, he's yet to concede a run. 3 overs, 3 maidens. And Jaden Seals, he's had 3 overs for 5 runs. So you're looking at 6 overs thus far, 9 runs on the board. But I don't think the openers would be too worried about that. The major thing with them is to keep their wickets intact and see off the threat of Seals and Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, it's just a matter of just occupying the crease this evening and then come back tomorrow and decide how we're going to approach the game. You don't want to give them too much wicket in this last session. As you see Brian Charles be introduced pretty early as well. Just 6 overs so far. 2 left-handers at the crease. And Johan Jeremiah and Jeremy Solozano.
Well, I thought Solozano was a little slow in moving off. And Jeremiah played the ball. I thought it might have been Solozano's call, but Jeremiah played it and immediately called for the run. Solozano, I thought he had a little doubt in his mind, and eventually when he started to go, it was a real foot race there between him and that man at forward short leg. But he did well in the end to get home for the single.
Not delivering a bad first over here, Brian. Ball into his field.
Vikash Mohan there, that forward short leg position.
Shot.
That's a great shot. I thought it was heading more towards the deep backward square, but it went more towards a squarish mid-wicket. And that's a really good shot from Solozano. He got back quickly. It was a short delivery, but he was back quickly. Charles get to pick up a wicket. 11 overs, none for 29 in the first innings. And here he started with 5 runs in his first over. And after that over, it's 10 without loss. The Volcanoes.
Well, it's all quick hands for Jeremy Solozano. Was back on it really, really quick.
So he's on to 9. He's out in the first innings for 8, caught by the man who is going to bowl the next over, Anderson Phillip. Went caught De Silva for 8. So he's already on to 9. He's faced something like 26 deliveries for his 9. Oh, that was short lifting, and thought Jeremiah was in position to hook, and then suddenly he seemed to pull out of the shot.
That one got
Yeah,
onto him a bit
quicker than
faster
he
than he
anticipated.
anticipated. Got himself in an uncomfortable position there.
Not too sure where it struck. Did it strike the bat? Or
For some time, I was thinking it was going to go to Gully.
Yeah.
That's Kitchen Atley there at Gully.
It's well left by Jeremiah. So Gooley is at first slip. Brian Charles is at second. And then Mohan is at third slip, and Otley is in the gully. So Anderson Phillip just conceding 1 run so far. And that's a poor delivery. It's short, it's hit. That's gone for 6. Well, he timed it much better than I thought. I knew it was in the air for a while, but I didn't think it would have carried all the way. But it was a bad delivery, one of the few ones we've seen from Anderson Phillip.
Well, it was given the treatment coming from a wrong angle into Johan Jeremiah. Honestly, just needed some help behind that one. Pulled it straight into the stands for 6.
That would give him a lot of confidence. Jeremiah.
Certainly would.
Another shortish delivery. And again, he was looking to pull it. Thought that came on to him quicker than he anticipated. So by the time he got into position, the ball was almost past him.
Just wondering if it's the angle that he's coming from, because that's probably the second or third shot ball I've seen from him. And
Yeah.
all that have been angling down the leg side. Apart from that one that he pulled earlier in this over, that got too big for Johan Jeremiah, that we thought I was going to the gully region.
Another short delivery from Anderson Phillip.
Looks like he's playing on a different surface, because that's probably the fourth or so shot ball in this over.
Well,
last
they've
over, and
yeah,
this one now.
They've taken out the third slip, Keswick, and they've put him at a deep backward square. So the end of the over, it's what, 21 without loss. Anderson Phillip has completed 4 overs, none for 7, and it's what, 21 for none. No doubt Brian Charles is going to continue, because they're 2 left-handers. It's a good start so far from the Volcanoes openers, Jeremiah and Solozano. Loud appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire. May have just been drifting.
Not seeing what I want to see from off spinners lately. I find it hard to understand why I'm not seeing off spinners in the Caribbean really turn the ball. That one's punch off the back foot. Just one though for Johan Jeremiah, but I'm not really seeing what I want to see from off spinners these days. I'm not really I haven't seen an off spinner in a while. Well, apart from Cornwall, who actually spins the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I myself would like to see a little bit more variety, and I'm not seeing that. I get the impression it's just the same, rather than a little bit of mixing it up, but I'm not seeing that very much. I suppose Mr. Denver would tell you, well, why do I have to do that? I picked up 5 wickets.
Congrats to him.
The end of the over from Charles, and let's see, it's 23 without loss. There's a nice shot of the manual scoreboard there that is at the Queen's Park Oval. There it is, 23 without loss. Batsman number 1 on 10, and just wait. And you see the batsman, what, number 2 is it? On 9.
Well, Solozano is
Hello,
actually on
Inderjit.
10 and Jeremiah on 9. Hello
9.
to you,
So
Colin.
I was correct.
Absolutely
then. Thank
so.
you very much. Appreciate you. I appreciate the endorsement. And I wasn't too sure. But Anderson Phillip is going to continue. No, Jaden Seals is taking over from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And this is a little bit different now, but Jeremiah is at the non-striker's end. But before you came on air, Anderson Phillip kept pumping these shortish deliveries from over the wicket, from around the wicket to Jeremiah. And so I was just about to say, well, he's got a different proposition now because Jaden Seals is going to be over the wicket and he's going to take the ball up a little bit more to the left-hander. But unfortunately, Jeremiah, and I would have liked to have seen how he would have adjusted to Seals, but he's at the non-striker's end. But I think Solozano has played very well so far.
Yes, he has been very careful. He has been very patient. There were quite a few maidens sent down, but that is not going to bother the two openers. The most important thing is to stay out in the middle, get your eyes set, and then you can begin to explore more scoring opportunities. I mean, what will be hanging on their neck is that lead of 103.
Yeah. But again, I was making the point when you were off air. If these two can carry on, would be great if they carry on to the end of play. But even if they lose one wicket this afternoon, Seals gone around the wicket now, interestingly, to Solozano. So they're looking to mix it up, these bowlers. They're looking at coming over the wicket, then after a couple of balls they're going around the wicket to change the angle of deliveries. Yeah, if these two can bat out the evening, kudos to them. It would be great for the Volcanoes. But even if they lose just one wicket this afternoon and say the score gets up to anywhere around, well, it's 23 now, if they can add maybe another 30, 35 and get to close to 60 for one, that wouldn't be a bad for them. But the important thing is trying to keep as many wickets intact this afternoon.
I agree with you, Colin. Wickets are of vital importance here. You do not want to lose wickets in a clump. When you do that, you put added pressure to those coming in. And of course, the entire team plan will be thrown helter-skelter all over the place. They must never consider themselves out of this game. A good partnership can swing it around for them.
Yeah, it's going to be really very, very interesting. Suppose the next hour is going to be very, very vital.
Well, that judgment there has to be impeccable by Solozano.
Yeah, you got to give him credit for that one because that came back and it could so easily have cannoned into the off stump. So you have to say impeccable judgment.
Yes, exactly. So close. Maybe too good a delivery there. Just missing the top of the off stump. And that's the reason why that Jaden Seal has come around the wicket now to bowl. He wants to get it as close as possible and to move it away. That one came back just as trifle. He's a lucky man to survive.
Yes, but I suppose he will tell you it's well judged. Oh, probably a little too high, maybe. Again, coming into him, so you couldn't see the very confident appeal was not there. The end of the over from Jaden Seals, and at the end of it, the Volcanoes in their second innings, 23 without loss, 80 runs still in deficit.
Yes, and the two openers have done well so far. They've put on 23, just a one or two shout against them. We've seen some short bowling by Anderson Phillip. We have seen also him being pulled out of the attack. Jaden Seals switched to the southern end. And we've seen the spinner operating from the northern end of the ground. That's Brian Charles. So the Red Fours, they're trying every possible thing here to get the breakthrough. That's a good delivery there by Brian Charles. A little bit closer to the line of the middle and the off stump. Just a solitary slip and the forward short leg. One keeping low. I keep wondering why in our training sessions for our cricketers, you know, the art of good spinners, those who are very successful, are the ones that spin the ball. Some will spin it more than some.
Well, he's gone over the top. That's a good shot. Was pitched up to him. I think it's gone all the way. Let's have a look.
Well, that's
No,
actually
it just
four.
one bounce. Yeah, I thought it went all the way, but it just dropped in front of the rope and 4 runs. But a good shot from Jeremiah because he was being bogged down and he said, you know what, enough is enough. Was pitched up a little bit by Brian Charles. Let's just have a look at it. Yeah, he just came down the track, made some room for himself, and he hit it straight. There's no long off or long on, so it's a safe shot. And he picks up 4 runs. So there was Charles getting a little flatter now after being hit for that boundary.
Yes, and I was making it a point about those that are successful spinners. These are the guys who are going to spin the ball, toss the ball up more than often. You know, your job there is to lure the batsman with your spinners. And sometimes when you have pitches that give you some added advantage, you allow the pitch to do its work. If you're going to be flat all the time, you know, batters can read you so easily. They don't have to look up at anything.
Here's another big hit. So he's decided to go another 4. He's decided to go after Brian Charles once it's in his arc, and he's lifted it again for 4. So that's not bad. An idea from Jeremiah. They always say the best form of defense is attack. The end of the over from Charles, 31 for none.
And when you're going to be so flat and so slow, you know, good batsmen are going to put you away mid-off and mid-on in. Nothing wrong with the shot. He didn't get it the way he wanted it, but had enough on it over the mid-on and got the boundary. I mean, Clyde Butts, may his soul rest in peace. He was one of the better spinners. He gave it raw spin. He had long fingers. Until now, Cornwall, the Leeward Islands Hurricane skipper, he's the best off spinner we have in the region.
Yeah.
He
In
tweaks
terms of
it.
the spin,
Yes, he tweaks it nicely. We have struggled. Kevin Sinclair, who played for the West Indies in Australian Test cricket, Kevin do not exert a lot of spin on it, but he's very, very disciplined when it comes to line and length, and do have these little surprise deliveries. Other than that, you know, we are struggling for what we call raw spinners, people that actually spins the ball.
Well, we were talking about, you talking of spinners, and I was making the point that, you know, what I would like to see a lot of the youngsters, and it's up to our various territorial boards to try and develop some of these youngsters. Where has the left arm back of the hand spinner gone? Where has some of the good leg spinners gone? You know, I remember going as far back as the late in Shanali, and you know, he was a beauty of a back of the hand spinner. Where have they gone? I know I'm not seeing them around the region at youth level. Where's the good leg spinners gone? Who really spin the ball? Because he was asking me, is there another Sunil Narayan on the horizon? No, Sunil Narayan was one of a kind.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, I'm not seeing what I would like to see. Some good leg spin bowling, some good back of the hand Chinaman and leg spin, Chinaman and googly bowlers. I'm not seeing them in the region, and that's a real concern.
That's an endangered species, actually, in the West Indies.
It's like a Komodo dragon.
Yeah, they've actually disappeared. In Guyana, there's a youngster, remember the name.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he continues what he's doing, his name is Totaram Bishun. Showed a lot of promise at the under-19 level, took a break from cricket. He's back now and practicing very hard and creating a stir in club cricket first division in Guyana. He's a back-of-the-arm spinner, and certainly I think there is a place for him. He's one of those rare variety that we have seen.
Yes, I just, you know, I'm not, you know, we keep talking about fast bowlers. And yes, we want fast bowlers. I think Clive Lloyd had made a statement after India got to 414 here and won the game. And I think there was Jumadeen, I think Arthur Barrett played in that game. But there was only Michael Holding. And he played, we had about 3 or 4 spinners. If memory serves me right, I think Imtiaz Ali played as well. It's probably his only test match. And he said never again is he going to go into a test match with 3 spinners, and that came the advent of all the fast bowlers.
I think, Colin, when West Indies, they were beaten in a series in Australia, battered by Australian
Yeah.
fast bowlers Thompson and Lilly. Clive,
Beautiful shot from Solozano. What a good shot. It was pitched up to him. It asked to be driven, but he got into position nicely. And again, just caressing it through the cover region. And he timed it so very well.
and that is what you do with half volleys. You put it away, and he put it away so easily. It left the bat and then scooted along to the boundary for 4. It was actually in Australia when West Indies battered by the Australian fast bowlers.
Lillian Thompson, basically. Yeah.
Clive took his boys to a pub in Australia and, wet their words, and he had a gaff with them. And he promised himself, this is not going to happen again. We must respond. So the pace like fire era.
Yeah, because we had Andy was there, Andy Roberts.
Yes.
And there was a young Michael Holden, but I remembered that. But we talk about fast bowlers, and yes, fast bowlers, if you get 2 or 3, and it's proven all over the years, if you get 2 or 3 really top of the line fast bowlers, and Australia now, they're proving it with Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins. New Zealand, they've got this new guy coming on, a guy called Sayers and Matt Henry. So if you got, and then of course India with Bumrah, Siraj, so if you were able to get some good quickies, it's a great help. That's going to run away, is it? Let's see. Yes, it does go into the boundary. 4 byes. That was another difficult take for Joshua Da Silva. It was a quick delivery, but it was outside the line of the leg stump, going further away. And even though he dived, he got some glove to it, but was not able to stop it. The end of the over. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, all of a sudden, they have gone to 40 without loss.
Yes, and Colin, even in the fast bowling department, we are not producing that type of fast bowler of previous. I don't know exactly. Some people have been talking about the pitches. If we develop the pitches, we're going to develop fast bowlers. I saw Imran Khan many years ago, a fast bowler at border that is considered the batting paradise of the Caribbean, took 7 against the West Indies and bowled with pace, and Fico Ingram. I saw him there at border as well. Just woke up, almost killed the 2 Guyanese openers at the time. Bowled real quick. And maybe when you ask some of our former fast bowlers, Mikey Holden, Colin Croft, they'll tell you a fast bowler will bowl fast on any track.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
And there are special qualities that fast bowlers they have in their armory. You have to be strong. Your larger muscles have to be exceedingly strong. The rhythm of the body has to be there. You cannot have stops and starts. Your run-up must synchronize. With the arm going over. There's so many different attributes.
Fitness.
Of course.
Probably
you
one of the
eat well,
major. Yeah.
practice well. I heard you talking about Colin Croft. I'll tell you about Colin after this delivery. Colin used to live in a place called Lancaster in Unity. That's roughly more than 5 miles, between 5 and 6 miles to a village called Mahaika. And Colin every single morning used to do those 5 miles running.
Yeah. Well, I was making the point. That's a good shot. Just going to get a single because there is protection about 3/4 way to the boundary at a point. He was telling me that when they had off days, and I mentioned it, that in the off days when West Indies had no training or thing, he would run 5 miles. It was nothing for him. And I'm just wondering if our players today do that. They go through for an easy single.
Yes, it's like, what do you do when you are not training? Is there a personal blueprint for you? You of yourself. And today, many of our players are making money like never before, made by other Caribbean players. I'm wondering if the time has come. You have your personal trainer. Now, that's a brilliant shot out through extra cover. And that's going to kiss the rope now for 4. Glorious looking shot.
Well, Solozano is really on the attack now. He's really in a confident move because that was a beauty. It's 46 for none. He goes to 20. Jeremiah is on 18. But what a good looking shot. He got to the pitch and he spanked it. And that was no timing. He actually hit that one with some force and some power. And it goes to the boundary. So the end of the over, 46 now for none. The Volcanoes, they're going along nicely and trying to firstly eradicate the 103 that they're trailing by. They've got 46 of them so far. But the players are taking a bit of a drinks break. They have all gathered around the guys who are bringing the drinks onto the field. So it's a good time for us to take a break here ourselves, and we're going to be right back. So the drinks break has ended and just about getting ready to resume here at the Queen's Park Oval. 46 for none. The Volcanoes. Been a good opening stand between these two, Jeremiah and Solozano. And Solozano's come into his own nicely. He's playing one or two really good shots. Jeremiah, on the other hand, he's opted to go the aerial route, looking to go, especially off of Brian Charles, looking to go over the top. But I would think it's going to be, I would expect that Carrie Pear may be very well introduced into the attack shortly. So Jeremiah leaving. I was making the point earlier yesterday where I thought Trinidad Tobago, selection wise, they might miss the leg spinner. They've left Imran Khan out of the team. I think they might have made a slight error there because they've got the three medium pacers in Seals, Phillip and Terence Hines. Now, I would have thought you've got Tion Webster. If you need somebody to come and bowl 2-3 overs of medium pace, then I would have left that job to him. But you need, to me, when by the third day or so, you need your spinners, and I would have thought a leg spinner on this track might be what you need. But having said that, as commentators, Terence Hines may very well come and get 5 wickets and said, well, see what I told you?
Yes. How is Imran Khan? Has he been picking up
He's
wickets
been-
in the club cricket here?
Yeah, he's been playing good in club cricket. He's in the squad.
Yes. And if, the truth be told, when Imran Khan was on top of his game in the West Indies, bowling down teams, picking up 5-wicket hauls, I think the selectors in that era must be accountable for him not playing Test
Yeah.
cricket for the West Indies.
Yeah.
And that was a period of time when our fast bowlers weren't winning matches for us. And I think that's a talent that we miss badly. My own humble opinion, as he should have been playing Test cricket for the West Indies. He is an excellent leg spinner and can be very good with the bat too.
Yeah, he started as an opener
Yes.
who could bowl leg spin, and his bowling developed over the years, and he's picked up, a lot of wickets at first class level.
And
I heard Kesrick mention that over 500 wickets. I didn't do my research on it, but I'm sure he's picked up close to, if not that, close to it.
yes, I know Virasamy Pramal, the guy, and his left arm spinner, he's way beyond that 500 mark. I'm not too certain with Imran Khan, but surely the figures are simple to acquire. And I think, maybe a decade ago or more than that, our selectors were never patient with our spinners. Spinners will take a little bit longer to develop and cement their place when in comparing them with fast bowlers. We all know the story of Rajendra Danraj, an ace leg spinner. Danraj was never given his due. He played 4 test matches across 4 different countries in this world. How do you develop somebody like that when he was picking up bags and bags of wicket in the West Indies?
Yeah, I also made a point yesterday of talking about players playing Test cricket. Ranjit Anand played 1 test match in Pakistan,
Yes.
got 4 wickets in the test, and never played another test. Picked up 2 in each innings, and never played. Maybe they were upset he only got 4 wickets in the test. He should have got more than 4.
Another bizarre thing that happened to, I think it was Andy Gamto.
Yes.
1 test,
112.
112.
And never played
Never
another
played
test
again.
match. The rumor has it that he batted too slowly. End of the over from Jaden Seal. So he's been putting everything into it, but just not able to pick up a wicket. 6 overs, none for 11.
47 without loss. Now, this is a solid partnership by
Yeah.
the two left-handers out in the middle. They're batting here with a purpose in mind of wiping off that 103. Well, 47 has gone so far from that.
There's certainly 47 of that, and it's been a good response from them. You have to say that they've done well. And Carrie Pear is now going to come into the attack, the left-arm orthodox spinner, who did well in the first innings, picking up 3 for 21 from his 7 overs.
Well, there had to be a change here. It was not Brian Charles all along, so they need the left-arm variety here. They're going to hunt a wicket. You can't wait for things to happen. You must make things happen. How do you make things happen? You have your left-arm spinner, you try your off spinner, the 2 medium-fast bowlers from both ends. So it's a good thought here by Joshua De Silva.
So Jeremiah, it's going to be interesting. They've put a long on in place. So and even the mid-wicket is about, I would say, halfway back to the boundary. So there's an orthodox mid-wicket halfway back, and then there's a straightish mid-wicket. Thinking that ball may be just slightly turning into the left-hander. Haven't seen much turn from any of the spinners thus far.
Perhaps that last delivery was one of them which had some turn on it, getting back into the left-hander.
Oh, he gets the edge, does he? Oh, the LBW appeal. He's gone. So it didn't seem to. No, he stands there, Jeremiah, not happy. No, I thought the ball went towards the slip. So I was thinking he may have got the edge, but I think that the ball went straight on, hit him on the pad, and went into the hands of the slip. So the umpire raised his hand. So it's almost certain that he goes LBW off the bowling of pair. We'll have a look at that again.
Well, he was pinned inside the crease on the back foot. The ball hurried onto him. We shall see. Look at that. On the back foot. Well, that's not the replay.
Yeah, we
yes, I'm certain that we're going to get that correct in a while.
Yeah, we have to look at it because
Yes.
he went on the back foot. He should have been forward. And the ball cannoned into the pads and then went into the slip. But they were appealing for LBW. And Jeremiah goes.
47 for the loss of 1. So the breakthrough has come with the change that Joshua De Silva has made, taking off the off spin and bringing on the left arm spinner, and immediately, now let's look at this. He's actually taking the bat edge.
Did it?
Yes, I'm seeing something.
So it and then went onto the pad and into the slip. Not sure. Not getting a proper picture of what transpired. But what we do know and what we can tell you is Jeremiah is back in the pavilion,
Yes.
out for 19.
So while the partnership was a good one, he seems settled on his 19, and then up comes the left arm spinner, and that has caused the demise of him. So the new batter out in the middle there is Kavim Hodge. And I'm certain he has to draw from all his experiences.
Went on the back foot, Hodge, but wasn't a quicker delivery. Might have been in a little bit of bother if that was a quicker delivery from Pear, but he negotiated it well in the end. It's well played. So Pear right away, good line, good length.
And this is what you want to see. You want to see a fierce competition happening out in the middle, and Carrie Pear has brought this on.
That's well played again by Hodge. So getting right out to the pitch, smothering whatever spin there might have been on that delivery. And there is no run. So the end of the over from Carrie Pear, the end of it is 47 for 1.
Yes, that was a maiden over, picking up a wicket, and I like the length and line that he has hit. No width whatsoever. The length particularly good. You know, where the batsman feels, should I be on the back foot? Should I be on the front foot? Kavim Hodge, the first delivery phase was an excellent first delivery to a newcomer out in the middle.
Yeah. It looks like if Jaden Seals is going to continue, and it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jeremy Solozano, who is still there on 20 and batting very well, you have to say. I think he looked more comfortable. I don't know, Jeremiah never seems settled. He hit a 6 off of Anderson Phillip with a very short delivery. Then he hit Brian Charles twice overhead. But other than that, he always didn't seem that... not sure what's happening, but yeah, he didn't seem all that comfortable while during his innings. And in the meantime, we see there's a slight pause in play.
And maybe some communication is made there by the umpire. Between the two of them, there is a discussion. There are two of the Volcanoes players very close by as well. Maybe are they conforming how Jeremiah was out? I'm not too certain when the official scorers.
Well, the third umpire is coming out from the pavilion, and I'm not sure what is happening. He's
Showing some signs there with his
to the
hand.
ground staff. I'm wondering if it has to do with the run-up. Sometimes it gets a little bit loose,
Yes, and those white
And-
lines at the crease that were very prominent this morning, it's kind of a little bit a shade of itself too.
Yeah,
So it
the-
could be that.
yeah, I know at times, sometimes when you by the second, third day, and I've seen it done in Australia where they get almost like a sledgehammer and they pounding the dirt back in because it comes very loose.
Yeah,
But,
so whatever the case, we guess in another few minutes or so, 2-3 minutes, that might be finished. But it's taking some time out there to get whoever has to come on into the middle. We can remind you that Kenneth Demba picked up 5 for 63, Springer 3 for 76, Lewis 1 for 49, and John 1 for 71. The Red Force bowled out for 294. Their innings was propelled by a majestic 107 not out by Tion Webster, and he was complemented by half centuries. Mohan 53, Jason Mohammed making 56 as well, and scoring 103 lead on first innings against the Volcanoes. So we are hoping that play will restart just in a while, with players just trying to get themselves into position. And the umpires, they're going to go to their positions too. I don't know exactly what communication was passed, what was the problem, but for sure we can tell you 47 for the loss of 1 with a lead of 103 has been a solid start. It's a pity that Jeremiah did not go on. So Colin Murray has left me. Oh, that kept very low, slanting it across the left-hander Solazano and going through to the keep, almost dying there. Hello to you, Keswick.
Hi, Prasad. Came in just in time to see that one is keeping pretty low there. As we mentioned from the start of day 1, wicket didn't have a lot in it. It was really dry. But what happened, it has a lot of grass in it, so it will keep itself together. But it would get slower. And we have been seeing all day, some balls have been keeping pretty low.
As expected, when we looked at the pitch, it's going to happen. So the thought here now for Jaden Seals is to get it on the right length. He's looking to slant it across the left-handed Solazano. 2 slips and a gully there, waiting for the catch. And of course the wicket-keeper is there as well. But Solazano has to be very mindful here of one that might very well be a Yorker, or getting it close as possible to the line of that middle stump. But he has looked very solid so far. He is on 20, has batted every ball on its merit.
You would like to think with a pitch that's keeping as low as it is now, you would want to be able to attack the stump. You can see Cabin Hart just clearing away the area there. A lot of dust.
Yes, and that's in the area where the batsmen are taking up their position to face a delivery between the crease and the stumps. There are lots of dust there.